how I went back in time to redo my high school life and get revenge after being condemned for a crime I didn't commit. Volume 1, by Rakuta. Translated by Sane Okan. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, I'll do what I can. With what I have now, where I am now. As I climbed over the rooftop fence, a violent wind was blowing. One slight loss of balance, and I'd paint an unsightly picture on the ground below. Well, that's what I came here for anyway. I'm so tired. It seemed interesting, and if someone was in trouble, I thought I might as well help. If I was lucky, I might even get something good out of it. What I accepted with such a casual attitude later came back to haunt me as an unbearably heavy reality. The guy who could be treated however they wanted, someone who deserved to suffer, someone whose existence was wished away. That's me. Not a single ally remains. Everyone disappeared. My easygoing father, my reliable mother, my not honest younger sister. You only realize how precious those who were supposed to always be there are after they're gone. I'd heard such words many times, but I only understood their meaning after I lost everything. Too late. Everything was too late. Nothing can be retrieved anymore. It would be a lie to say I don't hate them. But there's an emotion stronger than that. Fear. I don't want to lose anything more, don't want to be hurt anymore, don't want to live anymore. So I decided to end it. At this school filled with nothing but dark red memories for me, I'll create one final dark red memory. Looking down, I see some students have spotted me, pointing their smartphones with gleaming eyes. Will he jump? Which one are you going to bet on? No way, this is crazy, isn't it? Even now, my only value to them is as momentary entertainment. Well, that's fine now. Keep on laughing as you live, you pieces of trash. After uttering these words of curse, I step forward. My toes touch the sky. Behind me, the rooftop door opened with a loud bang. Turning around, I saw a female student, with a personality like a cold, sharp sword and overly refined features. A girl called the Ice Empress because she shows interest in no one. But now, unusually, she seems quite panicked. The Empress' voice was drowned out by the wind. The Empress figure disappeared due to gravity. All my eyes capture is the filthy sky. A filthy sky without a single cloud, where the sun shines brilliantly. Gazing at such a sky, I keep falling, following gravity. Gachori, my mind went blank at the same time as I heard a disgusting sound echoing in my head. Section, key up already. Someone is shaking my body. How annoying, just leave me alone already. Hey. I'm dead, finally free from that hell. Wake up, my not cute Oni-chan. Oh, wiwe. A merciless slap hit my face. I sit up from the unexpected, intense pain. A tingling sensation spread across my face, centered on my nose. That hurts too much. At least show some mercy. The moment I glared at the perpetrator of this assault, my anger dissipated. You finally awake, you're late. Too late. That person stands with hands on hips, glaring at me. Her hair grown out to look more mature, conscious of her childish face despite being in second year of middle school. When she'd just gotten out of the bath and was using our house's only hair dryer, if I asked to borrow it, she'd complain girls have it tough, and never give it up. Yuzuki. How is Yuzu here, and where is this? I jumped from the school rooftop. Yuzu gives me a puzzled look. Why are you making such a weird face? More importantly, hurry up and get changed now that you're awake. Breakfast is ready, you know. Being late to the entrance ceremony would be too lame. After saying that, Yuzu left the room with annoyed footsteps. Entrance ceremony, you say. This makes no sense. I should have died after jumping from the rooftop. Yet here I am, woken up in my room by my sister who was supposed to be dead. Hurry up. Yuzu's voice echoes from downstairs. For now, I opened the closet as told, and there hung a pristine uniform without a single wrinkle. Like it's brand new, I change from my jersey into the uniform and head downstairs. Opening the door, I enter the living room. Good morning, Kazuki-kun. Couldn't sleep last night. Seeing you so excited makes Tusan excited too. Kazuki, eat quickly. You'll be late. Tusan and Kasan, and Yuzu are here. Aga fugu. What's wrong, Kazuki-kun? Could it be you don't approve of Tusan's smile? I'll have you know I'm known for my nice smile at work. Tusan hurriedly stands up and grabs my shoulders. That vivid and powerful sensation felt so pleasant that before I knew it, I was hugging him. I missed you. But we saw each other last night. Tusan is confused by the sudden situation. Kasan and Yuzu are dumbfounded. But why? Why are the three of them alive? At that moment, the TV announced the news. The new semester starts today. It's the beginning of the 2023 academic year. The announcer's voice, cheerful yet somewhat businesslike, brings me back to my senses. 2023? That's strange. It should be 2025. Things are already strange with Yuzu and the others being here, but various odd things are happening. Could it be? The words entrance ceremony, Yuzu told me in my room. The fact that these three who should be dead are here. The news announcing the year 2023. There's no way such a thing can happen. Did I hear wrong? Nervously, I asked Kasan. Kasan, what year is it again? It's 2023, why? Bah. Gross, that's gross, Kazuki-kun. Tusan sued us already beyond help from your tears and snot, but I don't want you to add it a topping of saliva. Sorry, then let's say it's drool instead of saliva. Could you not proceed on the premise that I have a body fluid fetish? While hearing Tusan's such outcries, I understood the entire situation. I've gone back, time has gone back. To the day of the entrance ceremony at Hirosaka High School, the place that holds nothing but my worst memories. Chapter 1. If I don't need friends, I might as well get a part-time job. After experiencing a shocking morning, I left home with Yuzu for the first time in a while. I'm a high school student and Yuzu's a middle school student. We attend different schools. Still, we always walk to school together in the morning. Hey, Kazu. What is it, Yuzu? Every time Yuzu calls me Kazu, my heart warms up. It's okay. This time, I'll definitely protect you as your big brother. What's this? What do you mean, this? This? You've been seriously weird since this morning. Yuzu waves our connected hands around vigorously, complaining. What's the problem? Don't you know? It's called holding hands. I know that. I'm already in second year of middle school. You're still only in second year of middle school. You're not allowed to go out alone until 100 years from now. No chance until my next life. Seriously, you're being creepy. A look like she's staring at garbage. But I know the future where Yuzu always stayed on my side no matter what happened. I know it. I love you too, Yuzu. J.S. Siskin, there's a Siskin here. Wrong. I don't just love Yuzu, I love Tusan and Kasan too. Therefore, this isn't being a Siskin but a Famikin. No, it wouldn't be wrong to call it Super Famikin. That's the name of that game console at Grandma's house. Hey, what's really wrong with you? You've been pathologically weird since this morning. I understand why you're confused, Yuzu. I'm still in the midst of confusion myself. Never mind. At that point, Yuzu seemed to give up on everything and let out a resigned sigh. Still holding my hand despite trying to break free, she starts walking with me. After 5 seconds of silence, she looked at me worriedly and said, If something's bothering you, you can talk to me about it, you know. So angels do existed. They don't exist. While moved to tears by the angel Yuzu's compassion, I make a strong resolution. I absolutely won't let that kind of future happen again. I'll protect everyone in my family. Ishii Kazuki was a male student befitting the position of mob. A plain face without distinguishing features, height slightly below average. Below average in both academics and athletics, neither liked nor disliked by anyone, an unremarkable guy. The very definition of a mob. The reason why I've lost so much self-confidence is because he existed at our school. A guy who could be called a protagonist. Amada Teruhito. At first glance, he has nothing protagonist-like about him. He doesn't possess any outstanding abilities, nor does he have an exceptional appearance. At the beginning of the school semester, he occupied a position worthy of being called a mob, just like me. His hobbies were manga, anime, and light novels. Amada especially liked romantic comedies. Perhaps wanting to add some distinguishing feature to his unremarkable appearance, he always wore a worn-out wristband supposedly given by his childhood friend, treating it as his most prized possession, that kind of guy. Due to our seat assignments putting us close together, and a misguided mob sympathy thinking he was similar to me, I quickly became friends with Amada. While watching Tsukiyama, who was popular in our class and fawned over by girls, we'd both complain saying things like, if only we had some of Tsukiyama's qualities. Having no connection with real female students, we'd look at gravure in weekly manga magazines with our fellow mob friends to make up for our lack of female interaction. We were enjoying our daily lives in our small world as existences that wouldn't matter whether they were there or not. I'm not alone. There are properly other mobs besides me. That's what I thought, but thinking carefully about it, Amada was strange. First of all, he has a childhood friend. Moreover, an incredibly high-spec childhood friend. A stunning beauty who looked like she could walk the runway at Paris Fashion Week, the object of admiration for all male students at Hirosaka High School, including Tsukiyama. Naturally, I admired her too, and Amada harbored strong romantic feelings for that childhood friend. He apparently confessed at both his elementary school and middle school graduation ceremonies, but was rejected both times. However, Amada set his sights on the high school graduation ceremony for his third confession, saying, "Third time's the charm," and was vigilantly waiting for his chance to become that childhood friend's boyfriend. No, don't wait until graduation to confess. Having a beautiful childhood friend alone gave off a strong protagonist vibe, but as our high school life progressed, Amada's abnormality increased exponentially. Amada was a man who seemed to carry the destiny of a romantic comedy protagonist. Not just the incredibly beautiful childhood friend, but the ace of the track team, the serious honor student, the shy beauty. He formed mysterious connections with beauties who could appear in romantic comedies. And after getting involved in and resolving troubles, all the beauties, except his childhood friend, fell in love with him. He was a protagonist who, despite being unremarkable usually, shined brilliantly when it mattered. Then, was I in the best friend position? Unfortunately not. That position belonged to the handsome Tsukiyama. Before the first semester midterm exams, Amada somehow became acquainted with a serious honor student who struggled with stage fright. That female student was from the same middle school as Tsukiyama and had become estranged from him due to a misunderstanding. Amada Teruhito brilliantly saved the beautiful girl, suffering from the double burden of estrangement from Tsukiyama and stage fright. The female student reconciled with Tsukiyama and fell in love with Amada. Shouldn't it have been Tsukiyama? For now, after hearing the whole story, I just made that retort in my mind. This was the first event where Amada awakened as a romantic comedy protagonist. After that, while Amada continued solving various problems and conquering heroines as a protagonist, I gradually grew distant from him and spent time with the remaining mobs. Although we grew distant, our relationship didn't deteriorate. It's just that our opportunities to talk decreased. During breaks and lunch, I used to chat with Amada and the other mobs, but as heroines and Tsukiyama started visiting Amada during those times, our interactions naturally decreased. Just as insects gather around bright things, mobs both envy and fear bright places. So when we sat in student number order for tests, we'd talk normally, and very rarely we'd even eat lunch together. Of course, none of the heroines were present during such times. No, be there. Make sure to be by the side of the guy you all like 24/7. If they had done that, I might have gotten some leftovers at least. While harboring such thoughts internally, I couldn't feel any negative emotions towards the kind Amada who would still deliberately talk to me even after building his harem, thinking, well, I guess if you're this nice, girls will like you regardless of appearance. So Hirosaka High School had become home to the quite magnificent Amada harem, but Amada, the master of the harem, didn't have a girlfriend. Why? Because he was still one-sidedly in love with his childhood friend. Despite getting involved in various events with the heroines and acting bashful, his burning love for his childhood friend never wavered. Of course, the surrounding heroines weren't happy about this. They weren't just convenient heroines for the protagonist, they were humans with normal sensibilities. They wished he would just confess and get rejected, but Amada had decided to confess at the graduation ceremony in his third year of high school. Until then, the other heroines were kept on hold. Unable to endure such an indecisive situation, one of the girls took action. At the start of the second semester of our second year, one of the heroines came to consult with me. She wanted my help to become Amada's girlfriend. I agreed. It wasn't because there was any particular benefit for me, it was just curiosity. If I, a mob, could have such a slightly special experience. This became the biggest mistake of my life. On the closing ceremony of the second semester, after I had been providing love advice for some time. Ishii, what you've done is unforgivable. Amada shouts this while standing on the gymnasium stage. I was bewildered when accused. "What are you talking about? I haven't done anything though." Because it was so incomprehensible, I said exactly what I thought. Playing dumb won't work. There's evidence for everything you've done. Like some kind of courtroom turnabout game, Amada points his index finger at me. Next to him, the consultant who had asked me for love advice was crying. It was painful, but I was being threatened and couldn't do anything. The other heroines from Amada's harem gather around the consultant who collapses in tears. They gently embrace the crying girl. "It's fine. We understand you. You don't need to say anything. It's all right." What is this all about? I did provide love advice to that woman. When she asked, though, it was just modest support, like creating opportunities for her to be alone with Amada. You secretly filmed her changing clothes and threatened her with those photos to satisfy your own desires. Such things are absolutely unforgivable. What was revealed were evil deeds I had absolutely no memory of. Apparently, I had secretly filmed the consultant changing clothes and used those photos as blackmail material to commit various sexual harassments. In the gymnasium full of students, I was suddenly accused of incomprehensible crimes, and while my heart was beating at an impossible rate, I desperately denied it. All I did was help create opportunities for the consultant to be alone with Amada by calling out to him. I didn't even know such harassment was happening behind the scenes. I earnestly appealed, but it was useless. The decisive evidence was photos of the consultant in compromising positions that had somehow been planted on my smartphone, and not a single word I said was believed. While I was confused, I looked at the consultant who had requested my help, and she had a distorted smile on her face. That's when I finally realized that I have been set up. The consultant tried to attract Amada's attention by portraying herself as a tragic heroine. I was condemned like a villainess and became the target of judgment. After the worst closing ceremony, hell awaited me when I returned to school after winter break. Even when I entered the classroom, no one would engage in conversation with me. I was completely ignored. After the mental pain came physical pain. I was subjected to various violence due to unfounded crimes. No one helped me. Even the fellow mob friends I had spent time with until winter break inflicted violence on me as if it were natural. And then, an even deeper hell began. Amada's best friend's father, that is, Tsukiyama's father, was the president of the company where Tusan worked. After hearing about me from his son, the doting father fired Tusan. Although suddenly losing his job, Tusan never showed me a pained face and found new employment. But that place was quite a black company. A transport company where working 50 hours straight was normal. Apparently, being my father was also related to why it turned out that way. Eventually, Tusan, overwhelmed by overwork upon overwork, caused an accident involving a girl returning from cram school and lost his own life as well. We came to be called the murderer family, and next Kasan was killed. The girl's parent flew into a rage and stabbed Kasan to death with a kitchen knife. Having lost both parents, Yuzu and I ended up living in a rundown apartment. Because Tusan became the perpetrator of a traffic accident, we lost all our money. Even though everything was my fault, Yuzu believed in my innocence. She encouraged me, saying that someday, the truth would come out. I was happy. Yuzu was my only emotional support. I thought I could live on with just Yuzu. But my last support was also lost. Unable to afford even living expenses and school fees, we both worked part-time jobs to support the household. I quit Hirosaka High School and worked from morning till night. Yuzu said she would quit school and work too, but I didn't allow it. I wanted Yuzu to have as normal a life as possible. But that was a mistake. Yuzu was receiving horrific bullying at high school for being my sister, and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Yet, I couldn't notice Yuzu's changes. Yuzu's end came as an accidental death. On her way back from her part-time job, Yuzu, mentally exhausted, didn't notice the red light and stepped onto the road, never to return. The people around laughed at me, saying it was karma. My heart was completely broken. And on Tanabata in 2025, I jumped from the roof of Hirosaka High School. This was my first life. A terrible ending, right? That's exactly why I've decided something. In this miraculous second chance at life, I absolutely refuse to get involved in a romantic comedy and have my family killed. That's why in this life, I won't get unnecessarily involved with Amada and the harem members surrounding him. I'm fine being just a mob. Being a mob is the ultimate happiness. I've decided on my goal, but I should take some countermeasures. Yuzu shows a dubious reaction to my muttered words. From now, in about a year and a half, in September of my second year of high school, my downfall begins when I accept to be that devilish woman's love advisor. From there on are memories too horrific to recall. My condemnation comes in December. Tusan dies in February of the following year, Kasan in March, and then Yuzu loses her life in June. Of course, I won't accept that damn woman's request, but I should take other countermeasures too. How about securing a large sum of money for emergencies? For example, a lottery where you choose 6 numbers. With my knowledge of the future, I could easily win first prize. No good. I don't remember the numbers. Damn, if only my memory was as good as Conan's. What are you talking about? Well, I was thinking if I knew the winning lottery numbers in advance, I could get a lot of money. Even if you know the future, isn't it wrong to cheat? I'm sorry. Section. After the entrance ceremony, I head to class 1C. My seat, student number 2, is the second from the front in the rightmost row. In front of me is the back of the head of a guy I currently know one-sidedly. That alone made me feel nauseous. I don't want to get involved with him, please don't turn around. Though I desperately make such wishes, they won't come true. It's the same as my first life. The guy in front turned around and spoke to me with a somewhat nervous expression. I'm Amada Teruhito. Nice to meet you. The final boss appears right from the start. I knew it. As long as I attend Hirosaka High School, I can't avoid interacting with Amada. We're in the same class, and due to our surnames, our seats are front and back. He'll talk to me even if I don't want to. I was prepared, but still, my whole body froze in fear and I couldn't look directly at Amada. Is something wrong? Perhaps concerned about my attitude, Amada tilts his head slightly and looks at me with worried eyes. A face without any particular features, if anything, maybe slightly droopy eyes. He looks harmless at first glance, and actually is a harmless nice guy for a while. But ultimately, I'll be led to the worst possible future, caught up in the ugly competition between women centered around this Amada Teruhito. It's okay. Currently, Amada hasn't become a romantic comedy protagonist yet. It's nothing, I'm Ishii Kazuki. Nice to meet you. Hiding my complex feelings, I respond with a smile. Calm down. No matter what I do, I'm going to end up interacting with Amada. Since becoming acquainted is unavoidable, I should be careful not to get too close to him. If I cultivate a friendship with appropriate distance, there's no problem with Amada. Rather, he's an extremely kind good guy. Actually, it wasn't Amada himself who led me to the worst possible future, but that damn girl who had romantic feelings for Amada. Ishii, huh? There was an Ishii at my middle school too. What, are you trying to say I'm unremarkable? That's not what I meant. Besides, I don't have any distinguishing features either. Liar, you have terrifyingly many distinguishing features. Sure, at first I thought you were a mob guy like me with nothing special about you. But under you gather incredible heroines, starting with your super beautiful childhood friend, the ace of the track team, the honor student who becomes student council president later, and so on. Looking forward to being classmates. Ishii. Yeah, same here, Amada. Please become close with other male students instead of me. I'll maintain a moderate distance and remain a mob who doesn't get involved in your romantic comedy. While thinking that, I overheard a conversation between a certain male and female student sitting a bit away. I'm Tsukiyama Aoji. Nice to meet you. Greeting the girl next to him with a refreshing smile and an overly refined face is Tsukiyama Aoji. He's such a handsome guy you'd doubt if he jumped out of an autumn game, and on top of that, he's a super high-spec guy being a company president's son. His name really suits him. Initially, Tsukiyama was popular with girls. As proof, even now several girls in class are directing passionate gazes at him. However, ultimately his rough personality despite his strong sense of justice would lead to declining popularity and being called the disappointing prince. But that's fine. Since we just entered school, there's no friendship between Tsukiyama and Amada yet. But through a certain event that will happen about a month from now, they'll become best friends. And ultimately, due to Tsukiyama's suggestion, Tusan, no, that's not important right now. More than Tsukiyama, there's someone in this class who needs more attention. The very woman Tsukiyama is talking to right now. What's your name? Hidaka Mikoto. Responding with only a blunt reaction, and showing no friendly attitude even when greeted by the high-spec handsome Tsukiyama, is Hidaka Mikoto, Amada's childhood friend and love interest. Beautiful long hair reaching just below her shoulder blades, skin white as snow, refined facial features. In the Miss contest held during the cultural festival, she won first place every year despite never participating. Regarding the third year, I don't know because I died before then. Her title, earned from her beauty and cold demeanor of never opening her heart to anyone, is the Ice Empress. I never saw Hidaka smile even once from entering school until my death. How do you write Hidaka? The kanji for ice and height. Ah, that's how it is. I thought it might be the Hidaka from the Hidaka mountain range. I see. Due to their student numbers, Tsukiyama and Hidaka will be seated next to each other for about 2 weeks from now. During that time, Tsukiyama will desperately try to appeal to her, but Hidaka will never yield and will shred Tsukiyama's confidence to pieces with her icy blade. Though Tsukiyama didn't seem discouraged at all. As I though she's popular. At Amada's gloomy murmur, my heart suddenly jumps. The first event started, damn it. In my first life, I jokingly asked Amada, what already in love? And learned that Hidaka and Amada were childhood friends. And then, saying if you're childhood friends, it wouldn't be unnatural to talk to her, I took Amada and went to speak with Hidaka. Why did I do such a thing? It was an action full of ulterior motives, wanting to get close to Hidaka and possibly become her boyfriend. However, in this life, I have absolutely no intention of doing such things. Well, of course someone that handsome would be popular. Seems like he has a great personality too. So I'll go with praising Tsukiyama, without mentioning Hidaka at all. Not him, the other one. The other one? I don't think there were any other handsome guys. Not a male student, a female student. A female handsome person. You mean that girl who holds the middle school track record everyone was talking about at the entrance ceremony? She was annoying too. That boar-like woman who was so devoted to Amada that she judged everything he said as correct and went berserk. I still clearly remember the grudge and pain from the kick to the stomach she gave me when I went to Amada trying to prove my innocence after I became isolated. I'm talking about a girl from our class. I see. However, I have absolutely no interest in the girls from our class, so if I could have a discussion about tonight's weather, which interests me most, with Amada, I would be in 7th heaven. That girl is my childhood friend. The girl being talked to by the handsome guy right now. This guy is definitely trying to talk about Hidaka no matter what. I absolutely won't dig deeper. If I dig into that ground, a future of diving into lava rather than hot springs awaits me. So I was thinking of talking to her. Then go ahead. CV Kobayashi Yumiko, I answered in crayon style. Next I'll go with CV Yajima Akiko. I don't have the courage to go there alone. I want someone to come with me. Oi, stop it. Don't look at me with those expectant glances. I know that you are a pathetic guy who only shines when it matters. You'd get scared to talk to Hidaka alone and always take me with you. Then go with someone else. Just to be clear, I'm not going. Here I'll clearly state my intentions. No matter what, I won't get involved with Hidaka. That's what I've decided. Don't say that, come with me. Come on, we're friends, right? Unfortunately, the friendship value between Amada and me is devastatingly low. About as low as Ajihaga's points from Osaka in the first M1 Grand Prix. That reference is so old. How do you even know about that? You know about it too, considering you understood the reference. I watched it on a streaming service. Anyway, stop using friendship. It's useless. Isn't that harsh? You're the harsh one. Don't use someone just to talk to someone you want to talk to. Ew. I might have been a bit too harsh, but it's fine. If my relationship with Amada deteriorates, that devil who becomes a heroine later probably won't think of using me either. But if I'm too disliked, would that make me a target for judgment in itself? I can't judge at this point. I'll keep it as a matter for future consideration. Besides, even if I went with you, I'd just be a decoration watching you two talk, with no benefit for me whatsoever, don't you think? I wouldn't do that. I plan for the three of us to talk. Liar. In my first life, you definitely made me a decoration while you two talked. You got excited and kept talking to Hidaka, even though I only managed to say I'm ish. And during that time, I couldn't say anything. And for some reason, I just received intense anger from Tsukiyama. If I go with Amada this time, that will definitely happen again. Come on, come with me. Look, chances to talk with such a beauty are rare. I well understand that there exists a beautiful soul more precious than beautiful appearance. And the person with the most beautiful and noble soul in the world, whom I love endlessly, is my younger sister Yuzu. Yuwa, you're quite a serious siskin. Too bad, since my mother is tied with her for first place, I'm not just a sickin. That just makes it worse. Fine, I get it. Good. After saying this much, even Amada has backed down. No, has he really? Think back calmly. In my first life, I had quite a few opportunities to interact with Hidaka during the first month after entering school, especially during the first 2 weeks until the seat change. Every day, Amada would make hints about wanting to talk to Hidaka, and I, thinking it would be nice to talk with such a beauty, would accompany Amada to Hidaka and be made to play the role of decoration. Why didn't you stop halfway through, my first life self? For now, I'll pass. Right, Amada was this kind of guy too. Anyway, he's stubborn. He's as stubborn as the protagonist of a story, and once he decides to do something, he never gives up until he achieves it. Then, even if I refuse his invitation now. Hey, Ishii. It doesn't have to be now, but let's try to make more friends. This guy plans to code it with the lie of friends to lure me to Hidaka. Look, wouldn't it be more fun to have female friends too, not just male friends? Male-female friendship doesn't exist. Especially in your case, absolutely not. This is bad. At this rate, until the seat change happens in 2 weeks, I'll be used every day as a broth for Amada to have conversations with Hidaka. Do you think there's broth that can be used for such a long period? It'll be watery by the second half. I'm fine with just guys. Guys are the best, I love guys. You should say that after knowing the charm of women. It's okay, Mikoto is a good person. What's with this condescending attitude from someone who's never even had a girlfriend? To begin with, I was extremely disliked by Hidaka. Even when I spoke to her, she would never make eye contact with me and would only reply with I see or heh. Form a friendship with such a girl? That's obviously impossible. Hey, Hidaka, would you give me your contact info, since we're classmates and sitting next to each other? No. A bit away, Tsukiyama was being beautifully frozen by the Ice Empress. Ah, that's terrifying. I absolutely won't get involved with such a girl. Section. After the simple self-introductions in class following the entrance ceremony, and the explanations about schedules and timetables until classes begin, we had an early end to the day, so in our Class 1C, Tsukiyama took the initiative to gather classmates saying, "Since we have time, let's all get to know each other." But I didn't join at all and left Hirosaka High School early. Letting myself be carried away by his suggestions is dangerous. When I woke up, I suddenly found myself starting my second life and had to head straight to the entrance ceremony, so I executed the strategy I came up with on the spot. Don't get too close to Amada and don't approach Hidaka. But I was made to realize how naive my thinking was. More than I had anticipated, Amada is counting on my help to establish a connection with Hidaka. At this rate, I'll be buried along with my family by his romantic comedy again. I need to establish clear goals and precise countermeasures. Being a mob is decided, but I should probably raise that level. I should consciously become a mob who never attracts interest from classmates and has no friends at all. What are you saying such pathetic things for on the first day of school? An exasperated voice comes from in front of me. Looking up, there was Yuzu with a frown. I extended my hand with a broad smile. Yuzu, I've been waiting. Well then, let's go home together. Stop that, I won't hold hands with you. What, did I do something wrong? I was just worried about Yuzu. That's what's annoying. Why do I have to be picked up by Kazu in front of school on the first day of the opening ceremony? I was planning to hang out with my friends, but I couldn't because of you. Thank you, Yuzu. Where's the element that deserves thanks? Because you prioritized me over your friends, right? Shut up. But it's not good if Yuzu's middle school life is sacrificed, just because I'm trying to protect her safety. Yuzu, while I'm very grateful for that feeling, if you were to have plans with friends, feel free to turn me down. I won't be hurt no matter what you say to me. It's fine, kind of. Your messages seemed really desperate. Yuzu said that, while deliberately avoiding eye contact with me. Even if it's fine with you, it's not fine with me. You be lonely without friends, right? There was just a brother right in front of me, planning the exact opposite, though. I won't be lonely without friends, as long as I have Yuzu. That's too heavy. Anyway, let's go home quickly. I don't want to stand out too much. After that, we left Yuzu's middle school together. Hey, Yuzu, was it really okay? Even now, you could still hang out with your friends. It's fine. I've been friends with them for quite a while. I see. I'm a first-year high school student from today, and most of my middle school classmates aren't at Hirosaka High School, but Yuzu is still a second-year middle school student. So she already has friends. In that case, I can relax. While thinking about such things, Yuzu, with slightly flushed cheeks, extended her hand to me. We're quite far from school now, do you want to? I'd love to. Yes. As expected, my sister is the cutest in the world. God, thank you so much. I'll have to be generous with my offering money next time. I don't understand what you mean. I must convey my gratitude to the gods, without reserve, for being able to spend time with Yuzu like this. Before the offering money, I think you should prepare noise-canceling headphones as an offering. Indeed, when conveying my love for Yuzu, all other words become noise. As expected of Yuzu. By the way, Kazu, you were muttering something ominous earlier. Are you having trouble making friends? There's nothing to worry about that much. I just don't want to get involved with those who enjoy tormenting others in groups, like an old man's sticky snot. It's not that I can't make them, I just don't want to make them. Why won't you be lonely? I won't be lonely as long as I have Tusan, Kasan, and Yuzu. Family is what's important. This time, I'll definitely protect everyone. I won't let myself get caught up in some stupid romantic comedy and get killed. While I'm happy you say that, aren't there people who want to be friends with you? There's no such person on the first day of school. I'm an incredibly unremarkable existence. But that person who's been following us, they're from your school, right? What? The moment I heard those words, I immediately turned around to check behind me. But there was no one there. Well, there were people, but they were just ordinary pedestrians, and there wasn't a single student from Hirosaka High School. There's no one. Maybe I was imagining it. I thought I saw someone wearing the same uniform as Kazu. Turning around, Yuzu makes a puzzled expression. I might be mistaken, but since you came to pick me up, there was this really beautiful person standing a bit away. They were staring intently at you, so I thought maybe they wanted to be your friend. A really beautiful person. In others' words, a female student. That's impossible. While Hirosaka High School had an abnormally high facial appearance deviation value for female students due to the influence of romantic comedy protagonist Amada, there were hardly any girls who reached the level of really beautiful person. If anything, there was only one person who fit that description. And that person isn't in a friendly relationship with me in either my first life or my second life. Well, if there's no one there, it's fine. More importantly, let's hurry home. Wait, I want to stop at that convenience store. They have a new flavor of potato chips. Following Yuzu's wish, I entered the store while holding her hand. There was a part-time job recruitment notice at the entrance, and I thought about how you often see job recruitment notices in March and April. Section. After returning home and finishing dinner, I decided to seriously think about the future. First, the ultimate goal, to watch Amada get a girlfriend while remaining a mob. No matter how much I struggle, Amada's romantic comedy will unfold at Hirosaka High School without question. If that's the case, to avoid getting caught up in that romantic comedy and being treated as the villain, let's wait for Amada to get a girlfriend. Taking action myself to get Amada a girlfriend is out of the question. If I could do it from an absolutely safe zone, I'd gladly do it. But jumping into the romantic comedy myself would be like asking to be buried along with my family. Protect the peace with my family and graduate from Hirosaka High School as a mob without getting involved in the romantic comedy while watching from afar. This is the goal of my second life. For that, I need to avoid getting involved in Amada's romantic comedy events as much as possible. So, I wrote down all the Amada romantic comedy events that I could remember. The upcoming event is the karaoke social gathering this Saturday. Tomorrow, during lunch break on Friday, Tsukiyama will suddenly stand at the podium and say this. Hey, tomorrow's Saturday, why don't we all have a social gathering? And due to Tsukiyama's centripetal force, a karaoke social gathering with all class students participating will be organized. Even Hidaka participated. However, when we all headed to karaoke, there wasn't a room big enough to fit everyone, so we had to split between a party room and small rooms. At this karaoke, Tsukiyama dominated. Me and, at that time, Amada, being in mob positions, were assigned to a small room that fits 4 people rather than the main party room. There, Amada and I, along with 2 other mob male students who also gave in to the situation and gathered in the small room, formed the Want to Conveniently Get Close to Girls Union, abbreviated as Tsuguren. Since then, we spent time with those 4 people at school for a while, though Amada occasionally skipped those meetings to develop his romantic comedy. Back to the topic at hand. During the karaoke social gathering, Amada, who wanted to interact with Hidaka but didn't have the courage to go to the party room alone, dragged me along to peek, saw Hidaka receiving passionate approaches from Tsukiyama, and returned to the small room in despair. I desperately encouraged Amada as he lamented whether he wasn't good enough. But this world is conveniently made for Amada, so there's a rescue measure. When I went to the drink corner to get drinks, by chance, Hidaka came there. There's nothing between him and me. Don't misunderstand. She said just that with an unhappy face and left quickly without even getting a drink. In other words, Hidaka didn't want Amada to misunderstand. However, she was too embarrassed to tell him directly, so she tried to convey it through a messenger. Okay. As a fellow Tsugoren member, I should properly convey this to Amada. When I told Amada what Hidaka had said to me, he was overjoyed. Amada's eyes lit up with hope that he still had a chance. At this time, I thought, I heard she rejected him twice, but maybe Hidaka actually likes Amada. We shouldn't mix reality and fiction, but Hirosaka High School has an abnormally high romantic comedy concentration. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for the childhood friend to like the protagonist. The previous confession rejections were just her hiding her embarrassment, unable to be honest. And the reason she hadn't shown romantic feelings toward Amada since starting high school was because Amada had generated so many romantic comedy events that the atmosphere wasn't right for it anymore. This makes sense. No matter how many beautiful girls approached him, Amada only liked Hidaka, so if the environment was preventing them from getting together, they were kind of pitiful in a way. Well, not that I care. So, phase 1 of the happy mob graduation plan is to not participate in this social gathering. If I deepen my relationship with Amada more than necessary here, there's a possibility that I'll be used by that trash heroine in the future and end up in the worst possible future. To become the mob without presence who talks if others are nearby, but doesn't go out of his way to start a conversation, that I'm aiming for, I need to keep interactions to a minimum. Therefore, how to decline this social gathering is important. If I decline without a reason just saying I'm not in the mood, I might be labeled as a party pooper and become isolated in class. I don't care if I'm hated by those sludge dregs, but I want to avoid standing out as much as possible. Those insanely grotesque bunch might have the completely unproductive hobby of thoroughly tormenting those they consider enemies, whether it involves Amada or not. That's why I need to decline with a legitimate reason that they'll accept. A legitimate reason to decline a class social gathering, what could there be? How about saying I have plans with my sister? No good. Today's biggest regret is that I interfered with Yuzu's friendships. I want Yuzu to have an enjoyable and happy middle school life, so it's not good for me to monopolize her too much. If she's going to hang out with her friends, I should somehow plant a GPS and listening device, then send her off with a smile. I need to let my sister be free. Next, how about making plans with middle school friends first? No good. When I fell into the worst hell, I sought help from my middle school friends, but they all had information about my condemnation and sided with those who brought me down. I never want to get involved with those vomit-like scum again. Next, how about telling them about a fake schedule? No good. While it might help avoid trouble temporarily, if they find out it was a lie, it would invite the worst situation. I would definitely be seen as an enemy. What I need is not a fake but a real schedule. Moreover, it would be better if it's a reason that can be used multiple times. Isn't there something? Something like club activities that can fill after-school and holiday schedules. At that moment, divine inspiration struck me. There is something. A perfect reason that can definitely get me out of it. Moreover, this method can be used not just multiple times but permanently, and it brings me great benefits. It's the best reason. Kyukuku, too bad, Amada. You'll have to hope for another mob guy to witness Hidaka and Tsukiyama's flirting and deliver messages. It's okay. You're a romantic comedy protagonist, so convenient developments will surely happen. Section. Hey, tomorrow's Saturday. Why don't we all have a social gathering? The next day during lunch break, Tsukiyama stood in front of the podium and said this with his handsome aura in full force. As expected of the nice guy who currently captured the hearts of almost all female students. The female students unanimously responded with agree. Let's definitely do it. To Tsukiyama's proposal, and the male students also gave not entirely unwilling responses like, well, I'm free so it's fine. I guess I'll go along with it. Okay, then, can I assume everyone will attend? Since it seems like there are fewer people who can't come, just raise your hand if you absolutely can't make it. Yeah. He might not mean any harm, but that's a troublesome way of putting it. Raising your hand to announce absence when the whole class's attention is focused like this is an act that takes quite courage. It's hard to raise your hand even if you don't want to go. I look around hoping there might be a pioneer, but no one raises their hand, or rather, the minority who aren't enthusiastic are radiating a pathetic aura of someone raised their hand. Then I'll piggyback on that. I know because it was the same in my first life. All right, everyone's attending then. In that case. Sorry. Desperately gathering what courage remained in me, I raised my hand. The attention of the entire class focused on me at once, making me feel slightly nauseous. Endure it, you must endure. What's wrong? M. Apparently, Tsukiyama hasn't memorized my name yet. I did introduce myself, but I guess to Tsukiyama, I'm just a mob guy not worth remembering. Thank you, please stay that way. It's Ishii. Sorry, I have plans that day so I'll have to skip. Amada looked at me with surprised eyes, and those who were planning to skip like me were looking at me with sparkling eyes thinking, I'll use that strategy too. However, Tsukiyama wasn't soft enough to let it end there. What plans? He's asking with a full smile, but his eyes aren't smiling. I can tell he's radiating an aura that says, the atmosphere was for everyone to participate, you idiot. I can't be intimidated here. I have a part-time job interview that day. Part-time job? Yeah, my allowance is tight at home, so now that I'm in high school, I need to work part-time or it'll be pretty tough. It's pathetic, but I don't even have enough money to participate in the social gathering. My allowance for this month was depleted by Yuzu's potato chips, Yuzu's juice, Yuzu's stationery, and Yuzu's freshly fried chicken that we bought on our way home yesterday. I could manage if I dipped into my New Year's money savings, but since I never know when I might need offerings for Yuzu, I can't waste money. How's that, Tsukiyama? As a company president's son, you probably don't have the concept of not having money, right? But commoners are different. We manage what we want to do, expressing my love for Yuzu with a small allowance. I see. Then it can't be helped. Good. This time I succeeded in drawing out a genuine smile without hostility. Following me, others also started speaking up saying, I also have plans. But Tsukiyama simply dismissed their attempts to skip with come on, don't lie just because you're not enthusiastic. These kinds of things are great when everyone participates. Serves you right. However, among them, there was one more person who quietly raised their hand. I won't participate either. What is this about? Why is Hidaka skipping the social gathering? In my first life, Hidaka participated, didn't she? Why Hidaka? Tsukiyama, who could be forceful with mob guys, shows a weak attitude toward Hidaka. I'm in complete confusion. Why is something different from my first life happening? Because I don't want to go. As expected of the Ice Empress, she's sticking to her own will regardless of the class atmosphere. After being told so clearly, even Tsukiyama found it difficult to object. Additionally, several female students showed joy at Hidaka not going. Probably those who dislike the relationship between Tsukiyama and Hidaka deepening. But why did Hidaka? Could it be because of me? Did she piggyback on my non-participation to skip herself? Oi, that's quite cunning of you, Ice Empress-san. Well, if you're not up for it, it can't be helped. Yeah, I understand. Perhaps not wanting to worsen the class atmosphere any further, Tsukiyama accepted Hidaka's non-participation with a smile. Some male students glared at him thinking, even though you ignored our opinions, but he paid no attention. Well, I became a non-participant too, so it doesn't matter. As I thought this, Tsukiyama came over to me. Hey, Ishii, could you give me your contact info? Huh? Mine. In my first life, I never exchanged contact information with Tsukiyama until the very end. So why does he want my contact info? Since you can't come to the social gathering, I thought I could at least send you pictures. Ew. He'd go that far for me. Well, while he could be rough, he was a guy with a strong sense of justice. Okay. Maybe I had slightly misunderstood Tsukiyama. This guy has some overbearing aspects, but it seems he's actually a guy with a strong sense of justice. Sure, I still hold a grudge about him, using his father's power to get Tusan fired, but that was a rampage born from misunderstanding. Sorry for having only negative impressions. Then Hidaka, give me your contact info too. I want to send you pictures. You garbage worse than leftovers in a drain. You used me, you sure used me. Asking my contact info just to satisfy your pathetic desires. You're quite loyal to your crotch, aren't you? No. That kind of thing is annoying. Yes. Serves you right? Yes, serves you right. Just for now, I want to praise Hidaka with all my might. Well done, Hidaka. Please give me your contact info, Tsukiyama-kun. To send you pictures. Okay, first, calm down. This is what happens when you're too clever. The carnivorous beasts who were aiming for Tsukiyama's contact info are all swarming around him after his pathetic rejection. Good. Devour all the leftovers and excrete them as waste. While I was basking in that satisfaction, Amada spoke to me. Seriously, Ishii, you're not coming. I don't think it deserves such an intensely disappointed reaction. You're acting like a man who can't meet his girlfriend. Sorry, but the part-time job is very important to me. It's fine, it's fine. By the way, where are you going to work? I absolutely hate having my acquaintances come to visit me. I won't tell you. Don't be so stingy. We're friends, aren't we? Less than a mongoose and a cobra, though. Isn't that too harsh? Come on, tell me. Geez, what a persistent guy. Don't keep making these tell me calls so many times. This is troublesome. I already showed a somewhat hostile attitude toward Amada yesterday. If I show rejection here again, I might leave a bad impression. If that happens, I won't be a mob without presence but a villain mob, and again my family will, damn. It's a convenience store in my neighborhood, but I won't tell you anything more than that. A convenience store, that's kind of boring. Like I care. I commute to Hirosaka High School by train, and both Amada and Hidaka commute by train too. Fortunately, Amada and Hidaka are in opposite directions from Hirosaka High School's nearest station. In other words, coming to my neighborhood would be quite troublesome for Amada. Moreover, with just the information, convenience store in my neighborhood, it would be difficult to identify the specific store. This much should be barely safe. Worst case, I can ignore him if he comes to the store. Sorry about that. Well, hope you get hired. I'm rooting for you. Yeah, thanks. While it deviated slightly from the plan, this is a passing grade result. Now I can escape from unnecessary events, and when there are events I absolutely want to avoid, I can escape with I have work. I wasn't planning to make friends at school anyway. I'll make friends at my workplace. Just you wait, my colleagues whom I have yet to meet. Section, Saturday. I have an interview at 10 o'clock today. So, aiming to arrive a bit early around 9:50, I left home and arrived at my destination convenience store. Up to here was good. Everything according to plan. But a clearly unexpected situation has occurred. A situation of extreme emergency. Even though I haven't even been hired yet, I already want to change jobs right now. Why is she here? What are you doing here? I came for an interview. Hidaka Mikoto is here. Chapter 2. The stalker is an eccentric person who makes aggressive efforts to avoid getting involved in Amada's love comedy and to stay as a mob, and to avoid building relationships at Hirosaka High School where supernatural beings lurk. I headed excitedly to the interview, planning to make new friends while working at a local convenience store. And when I arrived at the convenience store, which would be both my interview location and future workplace, surprise, surprise. Hidaka Mikoto, the main heroine of Amada's love comedy, was standing there. And to make matters worse, she said she came for an interview. This is really scary. This person hasn't said a word and has just been silently glaring at me, you know? It's almost time for the interview, so can I go in? When I asked, I got a small response and a small nod. Having received permission, I fled into the store. During the interview, I was asked why I chose this store and how many hours I could work per week, so I told them it was because it's close to my home and that I could work every day, though within the range that wouldn't exceed the tax threshold, as I'd learned about that information. The interview went very well, or rather, I was hired on the spot. The manager said, "Then, come tomorrow. Let's do your new employee training," so I left the convenience store's office with relief. Then, for some reason, Hidaka was pressed against the office door waiting for the next interview, so I tried to carefully and quickly escape without touching her body. But as we passed each other, she said, "Wait for me." Should I pretend I didn't hear that? Unfortunately, not having such courage, I reluctantly waited outside the store. About 15 minutes later. After finishing her interview, Hidaka searched around inside the convenience store and finally spotted me outside, then came over. "Thank you." "No, it's fine." Hidaka, who came before me, was indeed an incredibly beautiful person. Since we never got to see her in casual clothes, the guys in our class would probably consider this quite a unique situation for me to be seeing Hidaka in. So why did she make me wait? The silence is heavy. I only complain in my heart that I waited because she told me to wait. Unable to bear it anymore, I asked, how did the interview go?" "Passed, training tomorrow." "You? What a surprising thing." Hidaka-san asked me a question. She usually only gives cold responses with minimal words no matter what you ask. To think I'd receive a response of over 10 characters, "Are axes going to rain tomorrow?" "I passed too. My training starts tomorrow." "Good. Eh?" She muttered something quietly, but it was too soft to hear. However, perhaps not wanting to be questioned further, Hidaka shot me an incredibly sharp glare. Really scary. "Nothing." "What time?" From 10 to 18. "Same me." "Please spare me." I was excited about making friends with colleagues my age, but I wasn't told there'd be such a heart-pounding, dangerous person coming. Why did you decide to work at this convenience store?" Scary, Hidaka's eyes widened with tremendous force. Was that something I shouldn't have asked? Because it was close. "Liar, your home is easily a 30-minute train ride from here." "That's too far for a casual part-time job. I don't understand. Why, of all people, is Hidaka becoming my colleague? In my first life, Hidaka never did part-time work or club activities. She always went straight home. Yet she always participated in events where the whole class was involved. "Hey, Hidaka-san." "What?" Hidaka looks at me while blinking her beautiful eyes. Seeing her up close like this, I can understand why the guys in our class, including Amada, are crazy about her beauty. Actually, I liked Hidaka too. Though not as strongly as Amada. Wait, this isn't the time to be admiring her beauty. I need to say what needs to be said. If possible, I'd like to keep it a secret that we're working at the same place. A stiffened expression. Is my request that unpleasant to hear? Well, I know she really disliked me in my first life too. Do you hate that? To be honest, I really hate it. In my first life, Hidaka never did anything harmful to me, not even once. But Hidaka is that Amada's love interest. It's not that I hate it. Perhaps this is what they call the calm before the storm, this state Hidaka is in right now. No, don't be scared. If I run away in fear, not just me but my family will die. I'll say what needs to be said. If I'm rejected, I'll think of countermeasures. Well, it's just that I don't really want the people at school to know I'm working here. I'm sorry. Was that an auditory hallucination? That Hidaka Mikoto is apologizing to me? Will it rain meteorites after the axes tomorrow? It's not your fault, Hidaka. I just want to keep it as our secret. Hidaka's face turned visibly red. This is bad. I just added new fuel to an already about to explode Hidaka. Odd. Very good. What exactly is this girl saying? Could you please explain in detail what part of my statement was good? Got it. I'll keep it a secret. secret. Oh my horror, that smile is way too scary. That helps. Well, since you stand out, Hidaka, it might be tough, but I'll try to help as much as I can. Stand out. Ow. Are you seriously tilting your head in confusion? Hidaka, you're quite a beauty. That's why you stand out. I really don't understand what she's trying to say. Today is a good day. A wonderfully good day. Could it be that Hidaka actually has quite an interesting personality? Got it. If Ishii KKK Kazuzuki says so, I'll be careful. I'll take measures. My name isn't that eccentric. Well then, see you Tomo. Wait. What is it? As I tried to leave, she timidly yet firmly grabbed the hem of my clothes. Well. Why is she so dedicated to making me nervous? Perhaps she's going to demand compensation. Like, I'll keep it a secret, so give me half your salary. While I was trembling with such fears, Hidaka wouldn't open her mouth. After about 3 minutes of silence, she started fidgeting and searching through her bag, took out her smartphone, and pointed it at me. Contact info. As secret sharers, I think we should exchange it. I don't think so. I wish I could gather courage from around the world to say that out loud. Okay, then. Reluctantly, I take out my smartphone and exchange contact information with Hidaka. Then, despite being right in front of me, Hidaka sent me a sticker. A cute snowman illustration with a looking forward to getting along with you message and a heart mark. Really doesn't match her character. Feeling urged by her gaze to reply, I also sent a sticker. An onigiri illustration with a looking forward to getting along with you and a star mark. Upon seeing that, Hidaka smiled slightly. A smile as perfect as a painting. I might even be seeing a halo behind her. Looking forward to work you. Why yeah. Finally satisfied with that, Hidaka quickly left. Left behind, I stared blankly at Hidaka's retreating figure. How did it come to this? And could only lament at the suddenly arrived, hopeless situation. By the way, even after waiting until night, Tsukiyama didn't send me any photos of the social gathering. As expected, that horny leftover only asked for my contact information just to get Hidaka's contact information. Section, Sunday. When I headed to the convenience store for my first day of work, Hidaka was already there. She was there, but her appearance was completely different from yesterday. How is it? A style quite different from usual Hidaka, with braided hair and glasses. How did it come to this? Countermeasures. This way, even if people from Hirosaka High come, they won't recognize me. Do you know about name tags? There's a name tag attached to your chest that clearly says Hidaka. How do you plan to hide your identity with that? How is it? Again, the same question. She seems to be waiting for my response. I think it suits you well. Perfesp satisfied with my response, Hidaka makes a peace sign without much change in expression. Probably happy, I think. You look good too. Is that about the convenience store uniform? Even if you compliment me, I'm not particularly happy. Thanks. Well, let's do our best together from today. I wonder if I'll be able to safely get through this day. Section. So that's how you arrange the old products in front and new products in back. Understood? Yes. On our first day of training, Hidaka and I were receiving instructions about our duties from the middle-aged female manager. About product display, toilet cleaning, how to make steamed buns and fried foods, and how to use the register. For now, focus on the register today. For cigarette brands, if you don't know them, just tell customers to use the numbers. The cigarettes arranged behind the register, numbered over 100 types. Do experienced convenience store workers memorize all these names? So, my first day of part-time work began, but next customer, please come this way. When I say this, some male customers come to my register with incredibly displeased faces. They make no attempt to hide their feeling of doing unnecessary things, you brat. This convenience store has 3 registers in total. While one isn't currently operating, Hidaka and I are standing at the other 2. And most male customers, the moment they see Hidaka, head to her register instead of mine. As a result, while my register is completely empty, Hidaka's register has a long line, creating a strange phenomenon. Please. My turn, please. Hey, if don't mind, could I get your kanta? Oi, if you're done, move it. Damn it. Please. Still on her first day, Hidaka seems to be having a hard time dealing with the sudden flood of customers. She doesn't seem to understand why only her register is crowded, and she's desperately scanning barcodes with a discomfiture expression. So this is hazing the newbie. No, it's not. Meanwhile, I was dealing with an elderly customer. Myson super light. I'm sorry, could you please tell me the number? Number 27. When I asked the customer for the number and went to get cigarette number 27, while it said super light, it was labeled as Mevius, not Mycin. How does this transform into a name like Mycin? Cigarettes have many mysteries, Pico. After about 2 hours of register duty like this, the manager came and told Hidaka-san, take your break, and Hidaka, who had been continuously dealing with customers, headed to the office. As we pass each other, she quietly says, do your best, so I reply with a thanks. I never expected Hidaka to encourage me. Is she a different person? 30 minutes later, when Hidaka returned from her break, I went on break in exchange. Returning her earlier encouragement, I say, hang in there, and get a small min response. The convenience store's office was much smaller than I had imagined, about 2 tatami mats in size, with half of that taken up by a table and computer. So I sit in a corner to avoid getting in the way of work and check my phone. How's the part-time job? Seeing Yuzu's message, I can't help but smile. Ah, to worry about me like this, what a wonderful sister I have. Just wait, Yuzu. Oni-chan's part-time wages will be saved properly for offerings to Yuzu and for when trouble occurs in the future. Going great. What do you want me to buy you? I asked Papa, so don't worry. When I ask Kazu, you buy too much like last time. Such unnecessary consideration. How cute. My sister is really so cute. While I was grinning at my smartphone, the manager spoke to me. Fufufu. Ishii-kun, you look so happy. Is it your girlfriend? No, it's my sister. Ah, I see, you must be close. Yes, even if the world were to end, this time I'll definitely protect my sister. You're talking like you've experienced the end of the world. Because I have experienced the end of my family, world. That's why I intended to act carefully to avoid failure in my second life. But things have become quite strange. Although only 4 days have passed since my second life started, developments different from my first life are occurring. Of course, I understand it's because I'm taking different actions from my first life. Avoiding friendship with Amada and the class social gathering went according to plan. Hidaka working at the same part-time job as me was not according to plan. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Well, never mind. Rather than regretting what's happened, I should think about countermeasures for the future. Fortunately, Hidaka seems willing to keep our working at the same convenience store a secret. But how should I interact with her at school? Should I talk to her? No, it's too dangerous. If I talk to Hidaka, Amada will definitely follow me, and if he finds out we work at the same place, Amada will definitely come to this convenience store for all sorts of reasons. If a love comedy develops here involving me, there's a high possibility of the worst destruction event occurring. Ah, just remembering it makes my whole body shiver. That rotten girl seemed to have carefully prepared to trap me, and when I tried to find evidence of my innocence, I couldn't find anything. I learned firsthand how terrifying a girl whose head is consumed by love can be. Rather, Amada should have trusted me a bit more. We had gotten along fairly well, so don't come at me with that style of not listening to anything from the start. I never want to experience that again. Section 17:00. The training day is nearing its end, with just 1 hour until we're finally released. The hardest part of convenience store work was standing at the register during times with few customers. It's just so boring with nothing to do. That said, while I could kill time with small talk, it's hard to talk to Hidaka who's next to me, and besides, chatting during work could lead to complaints. So I killed time by restocking cigarettes, meticulously and unnecessarily arranging products, and replenishing the slightly depleted steamed buns. Meanwhile, Hidaka was staring intently at the cigarettes, trying hard to memorize the brands. Customers ordering cigarettes roughly fall into 3 categories: those who order by number, those who use official names, and those who use nicknames, with the nickname orders being the most troublesome. Led by the incomprehensible nickname Mycin, there's Kinmaru, Setter, Amesby, and Rompi. Sometimes when the same cigarette was called by a different nickname, I was confused, not understanding the meaning. Anyway, the first day of work is nearing its end. Just a little more until release. As I was thinking this, the store's automatic door opened and a familiar face entered. Ah, Yahoo! A middle-aged man who smiled happily upon seeing me and gave a small wave with high spirits. Tucson. Additionally, he showed a slightly surprised expression when he saw Hidaka at the register next to me, but quickly composed himself, picked up some items, and came to my register. "Please, would you like a shopping bag?" "Yes, please." He's so excited. Really, Tucson is hopeless. "Thanks for coming, Tucson." "I just wanted to come. I had to see Kazuki-kun working hard. By the way, your colleague is quite a beauty. Is she your girlfriend? Don't you think it's dangerous to make moves on a colleague on the first day?" "Yeah, might be as dangerous as having your suit topped with tears, snot, and drool early in the morning. I'm very sorry for causing you trouble that time." As I was about to put the potato chips, juice, and several snacks Tucson brought into a shopping bag, Hidaka, who had somehow come next to me, snatched the bag. "I'll put them into the bag, register the payment." "Okay, thanks." We were told to help with bagging when our hands were free, but there's no line of customers, and she didn't really need to help. Hidaka must have been bored too. She's silently packing items into the bag, while for some reason conspicuously emphasizing her chest area toward Tucson. "Is this a honey trap? So your name is Hidaka. Are you friends with Kazuki-kun?" "For now." So Hidaka and I were friends, and it's for now. Does that mean in the future we won't be friends and it will lead to destruction? "Kazuki-kun, good for you." There's nothing to celebrate and I'm troubled. What is Tucson so excited about? "Hidaka-san, please take care of Kazuki-kun. He has some weird parts, but he's a really good kid." "Yes, Adu-san." I feel like there was quite a bit of force in how she said Adu-san, but maybe it's my imagination. After finishing the payment and receiving the goods from Hidaka, Tucson left the store with a satisfied, "Both of you, do your best." There were 30 minutes left of work. After Tucson left and Hidaka finished bagging, I thought she would return to her register, but she was still standing beside me. And then the next customer came. "Would you like a bag?" "No, thank you." "What?" When the female customer indicated she didn't need a bag, Hidaka trudged back to her register with an incredibly disappointed face. Section. At 18:00, after dealing with the last customer, our first day of training ended. We both returned to the office, changed out of our uniforms and back into our casual clothes. Then the manager cheerfully spoke to us. "Good work, both of you. It must have been tough being your first time, right? Get some good rest today." "Yes, thank you very much." "Yes. If you're hungry, you can eat the disposal bentos. It's technically not allowed, but I think it's okay as long as you don't take them home. They'll just be thrown away anyway." I thought eating disposal bentos for free was one of the perks of convenient store work, but it's actually prohibited. "Well, my home is close by so I don't need it." I'm fine." "I'm fine too." That's rare. Most part-timers who come here look forward to this. Having an easygoing manager is really fortunate. If it were strict one, it might have been a bit uncomfortable to work, but with this person, it seems I can work with peace of mind. Setting aside another enormous source of anxiety. Then, excuse us. "Thank you for today." "Good work, Ishii-kun, Hidaka-san. See you tomorrow." "Yes, Hidaka too." Working tomorrow too." "I see, so tomorrow I'll be working with Hidaka again. Should we go to work together from school then?" "Don't say stupid things, let's both do our best." To begin with, suggesting we go together from school would probably just be an annoyance to Hidaka. After all, Hidaka likes Amada. No matter if we're going to the same workplace, she definitely wouldn't want to be seen by the person she likes walking together with a guy she doesn't care for. Having made this judgment, I quickly left the convenience store. Section. The convenience store is about a 15-minute walk from my house. While there was another convenience store just 5 minutes away, I chose one a bit further because working at the closest store to my home made me feel somewhat uneasy. Anyway, that doesn't matter. What I need to think about is Hidaka. Why did Hidaka start working at the same part-time job as me? This abnormal situation never happened in my first life, so there must be some reason for it. The most likely possibility involves Amada. The worst-case scenario would be Hidaka asking for my help because she wants to become Amada's girlfriend. In my first life, that was the cause that led my family to the worst possible end, and me to end my own life. That's exactly why I absolutely won't help Hidaka's romance. Wait a minute. With how Amada is now, and if it's Hidaka, wouldn't it be okay? While he was a tremendous love comedy protagonist, he hasn't become that yet at this point. None of the heroines who will appear one after another have romantic feelings for Amada at this point. Moreover, No matter how many heroines approached him, Amada remained devoted solely to Hidaka. So wouldn't it be fine to get them together now? While actively stepping into Amada's love comedy is quite dangerous, if I just relay information, I can secure a reasonable safety margin. Additionally, Amada and Hidaka becoming lovers would be worth the risk for me. If that happens, even if Amada meets other heroines, he'll have the perfect shield of having a girlfriend, so they might not even develop romantic feelings for him in the first place. Furthermore, even if that trash girl who dragged me to hell asks me to help with her love, I can definitely refuse with the legitimate reason of, I don't want to trouble someone who has a girlfriend. That's right. That's it. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. If I get Amada and Hidaka together now, everything will be solved. If that's decided, then tomorrow. Hey, do you have a moment? Hi. That surprised me. When I suddenly heard a voice from behind, Hidaka was there. Why is Hidaka here? Isn't the station in the opposite direction? Well, whatever. This is convenient. Isn't it Hidaka? Perfect timing. Actually, I have something important to tell you. Something important. Hidaka seems to dislike even looking at me, turning her face in a completely different direction. Being disliked this much is kind of depressing. When you say you have something important to tell me, it makes my heart race, you know that. I don't really understand that. By the way, your way of speaking. Isn't her attitude quite different from before? During work, Hidaka often gave brief responses or spoke in fragments, but now she's speaking quite clearly. I'm originally like this. It's just that depending on the person, I get nervous when looking at their face and can't speak well, which was my biggest regret from yesterday and today. That's why I chased after you to apologize. So in other words, she gets irritated looking at my face, so she's making sure not to look at me now. That behavior itself is hurtful. I don't really mind. Thanks. Also, before your important talk, can I ask one thing? What is it? Does Ishii-kun have a girlfriend? I don't. What exactly is this person saying? However, seemingly displeased with my response, Hidaka made a sulky, anxious expression, still steadfastly refusing to look my way. But after the entrance ceremony, there was a girl holding hands with you on the way home. That was my younger sister. My younger sister Yuzu. She's the cutest sister in the world to me. Want to see a photo? She really didn't want to, but when I desperately begged, she let me take one. That's okay, I see, so that girl was your sister. Yeah, now that you mention it, I can see the resemblance. Hidaka shows a gentle smile and lets out a relieved sigh. You shouldn't make such seductive gestures. Some guys might get the wrong idea. I'm relieved. Then, can I hear your important talk? Oh, finally it's my turn. All right then, let me get right to it. You're working at that convenience store because of someone you like, right? When I pointed it out directly, Hidaka's face turned visibly red. It seems my prediction was correct. Hidaka wanted to get close to me because I sit near Amada, hoping to become lovers with him. That's probably also why she skipped the class social gathering. While she might be aiming for the horse rather than the general, love works in roundabout ways. As someone who's watched a romance comedy from the sidelines, I understand this well. I'm the master of hands-off romance, after all. That's not true thought. Don't force yourself, you're not fooling anyone. Ow, the maiden in love shows such cute reactions. Well then, I suppose I should present this Hidaka-san with some supremely happy words. She might erupt like a volcano from joy. It's mutual love, so don't worry. There, mission complete. I won't do anything more than this. I absolutely won't help set up confession situations or anything like that. After all, I'm a man who only acts within absolute safety zones. Words alone are safe. I might be the first person in the world to see Hidaka this surprised. Looks like I've become the gold medalist in the Hidaka surprise competition. This is troubling. Really, it's mutual love. Despite never looking at me until now, the moment she got this information, she brought her face incredibly close with tremendous force. While it's almost kissing distance, when you're aware you're not the person Hidaka likes, it's surprisingly easy not to get excited even with such a beauty. Yeah, it's definitely mutual love, so hurry up and confess. Ishii-kun, you're so forceful, but that's also really good. Is that so? Well, if she's this happy, then it was worth telling her. Now, go back to your neighborhood right away and confess to Amada Teruhito. Your love success will save my world. Love saves the world, though occasionally there's embezzlement. Got it. I'll do as you say. With such a favorable development, I have to. Right. This is a very favorable development for me too, so it's truly win-win. When I get home, I'll show my full love to Yuzu. Ishii Kazuki-kun, I like you. Please go out with me. What did you say? Making me say it again. Ishii-kun is really forceful. But that's good, so good. Hidaka-san, could you please not get excited by yourself? You see, I thought you had romantic feelings for Amada Teruhito. This must be my imagination. Surely this is my imagination or an auditory hallucination. It must be. Ishii Kazuki-kun, I love you. Let's get married. It's significantly powered up. Wait, hold on, what's going on? Why is Hidaka Mikoto, known as the Ice Empress, confessing to me, a mob among mobs? To think it's mutual love. Maybe this is a dream? But even if it's a dream, that's good. If it's a dream, I can indulge in my desires to the fullest. In that case, there's nothing to do but confirm it. Here I go. Wait a minute. When she tried to embrace me with a gwot, I instinctively grabbed her shoulders firmly to stop her. She glares at me with extremely dissatisfied eyes. I don't understand. Neither do I. While unexpected situations had been occurring one after another, this was the most unexpected situation of all. Hidaka likes me. Did I build a sky tree made of virtue in my previous life or something? No, in my previous life, I was severely bullied and died. Setting aside whether that can be called a previous life. This is bad. I made a terrible misunderstanding and made the worst choice. I was completely convinced she liked Amada, so I encouraged her to confess, thinking they both liked each other, and ended up taking the hit myself. While I thought I was in an absolute safety zone, I found myself right at ground zero. Normally, I should be dancing with joy at this love comedy development of receiving my first confession from the school's most beautiful girl. But I can't do that, because I know the future. If I were to date Hidaka here, my relationship with Amada would definitely sour. Additionally, I'd probably receive terrible resentment from Tsukiyama. And maybe being seen as an enemy could trigger the condemnation event. Could you be mistaking me for someone else? I'm not mistaken. I've always liked Ishii-kun. Can I call you by your first name? It seems this isn't a misunderstanding. Her way of closing the distance is intense. Sorry, but could I confirm a few things? Sure, Kazupian. She skipped straight to a nickname without permission. This is quite the mystery. Why didn't you participate in the class social gathering? Because Kazupian didn't participate. Going somewhere without Kazupian would be a waste of time. Why did you choose that part-time job? Because I thought Kazupian would work there. How did you think that? You said in the classroom that you'd work at a convenience store. This girl is equipped with some serious hearing abilities. I never expected her to overheard my conversation with Amada. With just that, you shouldn't have been able to determine which convenience store, thought. On the way home from the entrance ceremony, you stopped there with your sister and looked at the job posting, didn't you? At that time, I thought you had a girlfriend and was really shocked. I'm glad it was a misunderstanding. Good, so good. Come to think of it, Yuzu did say something about a beautiful person watching me. Wait, that's right. Even just now, Hidaka somehow knew about my actions after the entrance ceremony. Don't tell me, this girl. Hidaka, were you following me after the entrance ceremony? I wasn't. After the entrance ceremony, and the next day and yesterday, I just saw you off until you got home. That's totally stalking. It's not, I'm just an aggressive hard worker. What kind of constitutional state would recognize this as hard work? But it's fine, right, since it's mutual love. Ugga. That's right, that's the thing. In this case, while I was terrified by Hidaka's unexpected confession of her stalking behavior, the fatal mistake was made by me myself. I misunderstood that Hidaka liked Amada and encouraged her to confess. If I hadn't said unnecessary things, Hidaka wouldn't have confessed, and she would have continued her stalking quietly. Well, that would be troubling too. Kazupian, what should I do? What on earth should I do? Should I hide the truth and date Hidaka? Sure, with her being such a beauty, I'd be very proud to have her as my girlfriend. It could even be a way of revenge against Amada, who caused me so much suffering in my previous life. With Hidaka's help, I might even be able to avoid the doom event. But the very fact that I'm having such thoughts makes it clear that I don't have the romantic feelings Hidaka is looking for. Hidaka isn't a trophy, she's a proper girl. In that case, I'm sorry, I misunderstood it. I pressed my head against the ground in a full doja. I had been forced to do doja many times in my first life, so there are no flaws in my form. I never thought this skill would come in handy in such a situation. Misunderstood. Hidaka's voice trembled. I'm sorry, I thought Hidaka liked Amada. So, since Amada likes Hidaka too, I thought you two could become lovers. I'm really sorry. Then, Kazapian doesn't like me. A sorrowful voice, as if falling from the peak of happiness to the depths of hell. My sense of guilt keeps piling up endlessly for what I've done. If you're asking whether I like you or not, I do like you. Your appearance is perfect, you're my ideal girl. But that's all. I think there's a clear difference between my like and Hidaka's. I only like your appearance, so I can't do something as disrespectful as dating Hidaka. Though it's presumptuous coming from me, who did something even more disrespectful by misunderstanding it. Anyway, I'm sorry. If this were my first life, I would have definitely dated Hidaka. But now it's different. Precisely because I'm someone who's seen hell after being caught up in a love comedy, I understand well how frightening women can be. That's why I absolutely can't date someone based on appearance alone, and I don't want to face someone who has serious feelings for me with half-hearted feelings. I see. Hidaka whispered softly. Misunderstandings can't be helped. I also misunderstood that Kazapian had a girlfriend. I appreciate her saying that, but what I did is on a different level. Hey, Kazapian. Raise your face. Okay. When I raised my face as told, there was Hidaka with tears in her eyes. The tears were illuminated by the streetlight, and despite the situation, I couldn't help thinking how beautiful they were. I'm glad you were honest with me. I thought Kazapian was wonderful for looking at who I am inside rather than just my appearance. Though I'm extremely offended that you thought I liked that sticky rotten cheese. You didn't have to go that far, did you? It's just a slight change from my plans, so I'm fine. I was planning to confess to Kazapian today anyway. Tidome. Yes, I had just figured out how to break. Visit your room too. I was planning to confess there. You were about to say break in just now, weren't you? It's really disappointing, but it's okay. I'm happy I got to talk with Kazapian a lot, and besides, if you like my appearance, then I just need to make you like who I am inside, right? At that moment, Hidaka's smile was incredibly attractive, even with the added fear. Wouldn't any man in the world fall in love if smiled at like that? You're blushing. Then there's still a chance. No, Hidaka, that's well. At that moment, a soft sensation runs across my cheek. Hidaka Makoto, had kissed my cheek. Wah. I'll hold back with just this today. See you tomorrow. Bye. Saying that, Hidaka turned around with a bright red face and ran toward the station. While watching Hidaka in a daze, I couldn't help muttering. The protagonist's childhood friend is coming on strong to me. A mob. Chapter 3, As long you have the courage to keep pursuing me, tragedy will befall me. I only love my childhood friend. Protagonist, Amada Teruhiste. Main heroine, Hidaka Mikoto. Subheroines, many. Best friend, Tsukiyama Aoji. Villain fodder mob, Ishii Kazuki. This would be a simple introduction of the roles in my first life. As the villain fodder mob, I was literally dismissed after my role was finished. I experienced hell as if the world wanted me eliminated, and I was removed from the stage of life. If this were a story, my end would probably be summed up in one line. Ishii, who had been threatening a female student, lost his family and took his own life. The viewers would probably continue watching the story expecting to see how Amada and Hidaka get together, without showing any interest in me, thinking that guy doesn't matter. That's exactly why I decided to change my role in my second life. They can do whatever they want with the love comedy. The story can develop freely, just don't involve me. To avoid the unreasonable condemnation event waiting a year and a half later, I'm trying to become a mob with no role at all, and whose face is not even drawn. The condition necessary to be a complete mob is to not interact with the main characters. Ideally, I'd like to graduate from Hirosaka High School without ever speaking a word to Amada, but due to the world's unreasonableness, our seat numbers force us to interact. Additionally, through 2 class changes, I'm always in the same class as Amada. It's as if God has given me the role of continuously supporting Amada. So, I aimed for a position where even if Amada sees me, he won't want to actively interact with me. For that, I established 3 pillars. Not getting along with Amada more than necessary. Minimize interaction with my classmates. Start a part-time job and always keep my schedule full to avoid being caught up in love comedy events. This should be enough. I might be thought of as a killjoy, but I know that's not enough to make me stand out. You know, every class has one, right? That person who exists but you don't want to actively interact with. I was trying to settle into such a position, but an accident occurred. Where I fled from the love comedy, another love comedy was waiting for me. Somehow, Hidaka Mikoto, who should be the main heroine of I Only Love My Childhood Friend, confessed to me who should be a mob. Moreover, Hidaka turned out to be quite a severe aggressive hard worker. Why am I equipped with such dangerous initial equipment? Did I accidentally purchase some unnecessary DLC before arriving at my second life? Anyway, this is an extremely critical situation. While being loved by and even receiving a confession from Hidaka Mikoto, Hirosaka High School's representative beauty, would be a supreme miracle for any male high school student. It's very likely to lead me to the lowest level of tragedy. No matter how you look at it, it's not the role of a mob. Furthermore, Hidaka is incredibly popular. Amada goes without saying, and there's the handsome Tsukiyama. Various other male students too. If it becomes known that Hidaka has romantic feelings for me, there's a very high probability that I'll become a target of persecution. Having seen the true nature of the people at Hirosaka High School in my first life, which is lower than a drainage ditch, I know it well. That they'll do anything out of jealousy. If it were just me, that would be fine. But I can't let Tusan, Kasan, and Yuzu get involved. No matter what, I will protect my family. Section: Morning. When I arrive at school just before homeroom starts and sit down at my desk without talking to anyone, Hidaka Mikoto enters the classroom barely 10 seconds after me. While I was internally praying that she wouldn't call out to me, perhaps my prayers were answered, as Hidaka walked straight to her seat without even glancing at me. Immediately after, the homeroom teacher arrives and homeroom begins. After the entrance ceremony on Thursday and health checkups and club introductions on Friday, classes would finally begin today, Monday. In my first life, after the class social gathering, I hung out with the guys from Tsugoren, talking during breaks about things like, have you decided which club to join? And aren't clubs just a hassle? Back then, we were showing unnecessary rebellious streak, thinking it was cool not to join any clubs. However, in this life, I'm not part of Tsugoren, so I thought Amada had formed Tsugoren with the other 2 guys instead of me, but Teru, have you decided which club you're joining? Not yet. What about you, Tsuki? I'm going with the swimming club, because I have an undying love for school swimsuits. Only you can get away with saying something like that. After homeroom, Tsukiyama, the class's handsome leader, was casually chatting with Amada. Strange, in my first life, Amada and Tsukiyama didn't become best friends until after the upcoming love comedy event, the midterm exam study session. So why are they already so close in this life? Hey, what about Ishii? While I was confused about the situation, Amada turned around and asked me. No, I'm not joining any clubs. I have my part-time job. Ah, that's right. By the way, how was the job? Well, not bad. Hey, HM, I don't want to become any closer to Amada than necessary, but it would be more dangerous not to get the information that has changed. How did you 2 become such good friends? When I asked that, Amada and Tsukiyama looked at each other with puzzled expressions, then both broke into somewhat embarrassed smiles. It's such a youth moment that it slightly irritates me. It was at the social gathering the day before yesterday. When I talked with Tsuki there, we just clicked. Yeah, somehow Teru feels like the same type of person as me. It's easy to talk to him. That's strange. In the previous social gathering, there was no interaction between Amada and Tsukiyama. Because there were so many people, we had to split into 2 rooms, and I was singing anime songs with Amada and other mob guys in a small room. I thought quite a lot of people went to karaoke. Weren't the rooms split up? Huh. Ishii, how do you know the social gathering was at karaoke? Bad move. That was a slip of the tongue. Damn you, Amada, casually hitting a sore spot. WL. Social gatherings are either karaoke or bowling, right? Besides, I heard other guys talking about singing, so I figured it must be karaoke. Ishii, you're pretty sharp. No, I'm quite dense. So much that I didn't notice a certain female student's overwhelming feelings. For now, it seems I managed to dodge it somehow. That was close. Amada continued his explanation to me. We didn't split the rooms. There was a room big enough to fit everyone if we squeezed in. It was pretty tight, though. If there had been one more person, we would have had to split up. So that's it. Unlike my first life where everyone attended the social gathering, this time there were absentees. Me and Hidaka. As a result, unlike my first life, there was no need to split into 2 rooms, and everyone could fit in one room. Plus, with Hidaka not there, Tsukiyama had no one to approach, leaving him at loose ends. Consequently, Amada and Tsukiyama became friends, and Sugoren wasn't formed. Gunanunu, how about that? No, there's no harm, but... Teru, what's this guy talking about? Who knows? We're not that close yet. That's right, Amada. Yua. Oi, what's this? I thought it was going to be all bad things, but there are some good things too. I never expected to hear such wonderful words from Amada's mouth. We're not that close, you and me. Let's continue to have this not-so-close relationship forever, just talking when we happen to be near each other and have nothing else to do. I'd like to know why you thought that would be accepted when you said it with such a huge smile. Oh damn. I got carried away and went overboard. I should reflect on that. Don't mind me. More importantly, Amada. I'm incredibly shy and get terribly nervous when someone I haven't talked much with is nearby. So please don't mind me at all. Just think of me as a fly on dog droppings by the roadside and enjoy your conversation with Tsukiyama. At least upgrade yourself to a pebble. Phew. I managed to gather information and got labeled as a weird guy by Amada and Tsukiyama, which might be significant. Humans tend to avoid unknown entities. Being avoided by the class as the weird guy character might work too. Just as I was breathing a sigh of relief at that thought, my smartphone vibrated. When I checked it, there was a message from the female student I had exchanged contact information with the day before yesterday. I'm in a really troubling situation. Can I ask for your advice? It's Hidaka Mikoto. I'm too scared to look that way. What's wrong? I really want to talk to Kazupian, but when I remember yesterday, I get too embarrassed to call you out. But it's hard to hold back. I want to do something about it. So even the aggressive Hidaka-san has feelings of embarrassment. How about going with the holding back option? Are you the type who gets excited seeing me suffer? I don't. But right now you're making me suffer by talking so formally and distantly. You are enjoying it, aren't you? That's not it. I just don't know how to handle this. I see. So you were thinking about me. Good. It seems Hidaka is quite the positive thinker. However, this is really bad. If Hidaka starts talking to me, Amada and Tsukiyama will definitely take notice. They'll probably try to become friends with me. I absolutely don't want to get involved in such troublesome situations. In that case, I want you to listen to the end. I don't want to be involved with Hidaka at school. I will listen Tathin but please hurry, I might cry soon. Translation. I will listen to the end but please hurry, I might cry soon. No conversion or punctuation. When I cautiously checked Hidaka's condition, she was slumping over her desk with an incredibly sad expression, clutching her smartphone with both hands. I didn't expect her to take so much damage. You know how Amada likes you, right? I know. It's really annoying. Just because we live close by, he forces this annoying title of childhood friend on me, that brainstorming. He stinks so much. Amada, how did you end up being hated this much? Then. I got it. Thanks to that, my sadness has been replaced with anger. I'm still in the middle of explaining thought. If I talk to Kazupian, that fermented fish will try to use Kazupian to talk to me, right? And as a result, I won't be able to talk with Kazupian. How infuriating. Amada is no longer even being regarded as human. You understood well. For someone as aggressive and hardworking as me, this much is nothing. Aggressive hard workers these days are quite something. But that creates a problem. What is it? How should I give you the bento I made? Oh, this is quite the difficult problem. You're coming on too strong, Hidaka-san. I want to give it to you. I absolutely must give it to you. Well, if it's just receiving it, we could manage by moving stealthily out of sight. If possible, I definitely want to feed it to you. Do you know what if possible means? I just told you I don't want us to interact at school. How about pretending it's a coincidence? I could trip near Kazupian and spill the contents of the bento. If Kazupian catches it all with the mouth, I can achieve my goal of feeding you too. Is that really considered feeding someone? Glancing over, I see her taking out her bento from her bag with an expression that seems to say, ready to spill it at any time. Don't waste food and effort. Can't you hold back? I'm not confident I can control the raging power within me. This is about love, right? If you're not confident about catching it, how about I hold it in my mouth beforehand? When I trip, I'll dock my lips with Cazapians. Then, nice in. Stop it. Don't put the carriage in your mouth with such sensual gestures. I want my first kiss to taste like something other than carriage. I came prepared for such a situation and brought lemon too. I didn't miss anything. The most important parts are missing though. Let's look for other methods. This is our first collaboration. Good. This is dangerous. Hidaka is respecting my wish to not interact at school, but she's simultaneously trying to fulfill her own desires. Moreover, since I'm the cause of triggering her confession, I can only lament. What should I do? If this moves to the docking phase, I'll definitely be killed. Is there some way we can interact without getting into problems? What about evening instead of lunch? What do you mean? You start work at 17:002, right? School ends around 15:00 today, so how about going to the store early and you give me the bento there? Wouldn't that accomplish your goal? Good. It seems this response was satisfactory from Hidaka's perspective. A secret just between us. Sneaking around lovey-dovey, the possibilities are endless. I can feed you as much as I want. When I check on Hidaka again, she has returned to her usual iron mask, but she seems to be bubbling with excitement. I'm glad she's satisfied for now. Then, let's eat together at our workplace. I really want to walk there together, but I'll hold back and just walk together like I normally do. What do you mean by, like I normally do? As usual, secretly following behind Cazapian. It seems that Hidaka and I have very different concepts of normal. Is this what they call cultural differences between nations? It's strange considering we're from the same country. Section. Break time. Having somehow managed to prevent Hidaka's operation. Docking, I was enjoying a brief moment of peace. In my first life, I would have been chatting with Amada, who sits nearby, but in this life, that has changed significantly. That's because Amada is talking with Tsukiyama instead of me. Hey Tsuki, can I come to your house sometime? It looks like a really fancy mansion. Sure, but it's nothing special. Just normal. Not at all. I've only heard about it from Amada, but Tsukiyama's house is supposedly an incredibly luxurious mansion. He also owns vacation homes in both Okinawa and Nagano. Before exams, everyone gathers at Tsukiyama's house to study. During summer vacation, they enjoy the emerald green sea at Tsukiyama's villa, and during winter break, they have fun with winter sports at Tsukiyama's second villa. As a convenient character for love comedy events, Tsukiyama plays a major role. Normal by your standards, right? Your sense of normal is different from us common folk. Is that so? By the way, are you coming alone? Ah, I see. Now I understand everything. Alone, that's right. Hey Mikoto, why don't you come too? And there it is, the tag team play between Tsukiyama and Amada. I won't go. But as expected of the Ice Empress, she flatly refused Amada's invitation. Without a moment's delay, Tsukiyama launches a follow-up attack. Don't be like that, Hidaka. Look, you couldn't come to the social gathering the other day either, so come this time. I want to get to know you better. I'm not interested in you. Strong, you're strong, Hidaka-san. She even rejects handsome Tsukiyama's invitation without hesitation. When rejected so clearly, even Tsukiyama can't push any further. He's trying desperately to maintain a smile while his face is clearly strained. I see. Well, if Mikoto hates it that much, that's it. At that moment, Amada seemed to think of something and came over to me with a cheerful smile. Oi, stop. Don't come here. You coming over here has caught Tsukiyama's interest, and now he's following too. Hey, Ishii, why don't you come with me to Tsuki's house next time? Me, why me? When I asked, Amada whispered to me quietly. Well, you don't have any close friends in class, right? But if you become friends with Tsuki, you won't stand out in a weird way. Of course, I also want to become friends with you. That kindness is infuriating Amada. Why is this guy such a nice person? I appreciate it, but I have my part-time job. Then clear your schedule. You haven't submitted all your shifts yet, right? How about a month from now? Stop, don't be so persistent. If you invite someone like me, just as I thought. Hidaka is looking this way with eyes that say, if Kazupian is going, I want to go too. I won't go. On days without work, I want to spend time with my sister. Then how about we all come to Ishii's house? Hijui. Hidaka's eyes are saying that's a wonderful suggestion. Absolutely not. My house isn't that big. It's fine, only 3 people would be going. Nice specification of numbers there, oi. You just got rejected by Hidaka, but you're still smoothly securing a space for her in your proposal. All right, I get it. If you're so determined to involve me, I have an idea too. I'll give you exactly the love comedy event you're hoping for. In that case, Tsukiyama's house would be better. We could invite more people, right? We'd have to get Suki's permission first. I don't mind if Ishii comes, and it's fine if others come too. Got your word. Now then, let me proceed with the deployment. Then let's make it Tsukiyama's house. However, if there are others who want to go, I think I'll give up my spot. What do you all think? I want to go. Take me to Tsukiyama-kun's house too. Dawa. Yua. Most of the girls in class swarm around Tsukiyama, nearly knocking Amada aside. At this time, Tsukiyama is as popular as a character from an autumn game. The girls had been listening to their conversation with their ears perked up. They just held back from saying they wanted to go because they'd be glared at by the other girls. They were all like bombs with fuses. What happens when you light the fuse? What you see. Tsukiyama-kun, we want to go to your house too. It's really big, right? Hey, why don't we all go together? Of course, just those who want to. Hey, Tsukiyama-kun, what's the earliest we could go? We'll work around your schedule. The girls all recognize each other as rivals, but understanding the danger of trying to get ahead alone, they're proposing that everyone go to Tsukiyama's house together. They're putting up a false sportsmanship of, it's not just me going, everyone has an equal chance. They want a special relationship with the boy they like, but more than that, they don't want to be isolated from the female community. That must be what they're thinking. Well, I'm free both days this weekend, so either. I'll go both days. Wild animals, always living on the edge of hunger, will eat when they can. If you present them with an all-you-can-eat plan, of course they'll devour everything. Amada, since there are lots of people who want to go, prioritize them. Yeah, got it. Sorry your plans fell through, Amada, but don't worry. Among the girls crowding around Tsukiyama is one who will become your heroine later. She's pretending to like Tsukiyama to maintain the atmosphere with everyone. Probably, when everyone goes to Tsukiyama's house, that girl will be isolated. And you, unable to ignore that isolated girl, will take care of her, successfully securing her as a harem member. Originally, this was supposed to be an event for the latter half of the first semester, but with plans already this disrupted, starting early shouldn't be a problem. While I was thinking about this, my smartphone vibrated. I want to go to Kazupian's house. I want to discuss our engagement ceremony date with your parents. Please spare me from the engagement. How disappointing, then, what about visiting your house? I did reject the engagement thing, but she's been cooperative in other ways. If you absolutely promise, no one will find out. Got your word, this is the door-in-the-face technique. I've been had, door-in-the-face. It's a technique where you first make a big request that will be refused, then follow up with a smaller request related to your real goal, making it more likely to be accepted. This girl, while seeming to act on instinct, can be quite cunning. Another secret just between us. Good. Section. Less than a week has passed since my second life began, but I have one big no, not just one. There are an incredible number of strange things. It's the strange thing of the year. Well, that aside, among the many strange things, there's one particularly strong oddity. That would be Amada Teruhito's behavior. His roundabout approach to Hidaka and becoming best friends with Tsukiyama are fine. The former is no different from my first life, and while the latter is happening earlier than in my first life, the cause is clear so it doesn't feel strange. However, why does Amada still try to be friends with me even after becoming best friends with Tsukiyama? My attitude toward Amada must seem quite rude from a third person's perspective. Despite his friendly approach, I show my intention to reject him with, I don't want to be your friend, and try to keep my distance as much as possible. But Amada never gives up. I understand doing this with Hidaka, but I don't understand why he would do it with me. After all, I'm still just a mob in the class, now as before. Hey, Amada. What is it, Ishii? Although I know that Amada won't bear his fangs for another year and a half, and that the current Amada is harmless, my fear of him is probably strongly influenced by my past trauma. Why do you keep trying to interact with me? A. I understand we sit near each other because of our student numbers, but you're particularly persistent about interacting with me. You've become friends with Tsukiyama too, so you could just ignore someone like me. Ah, right, well, I guess it's just part of who I am. Somewhat embarrassedly, Amada scratches the bridge of his nose while answering. I just can't leave someone alone who tries to be by themselves. Those were words truly befitting a protagonist. In my first life, while Amada reigned as the love comedy protagonist, he wasn't the type to only give special treatment to beautiful girls. Whether male or female, handsome or ugly, he wouldn't ignore or abandon anyone who was in trouble. He was that kind of nice guy. I want to be alone by choice, so you can leave me alone. I don't want to. Having someone nearby is definitely better than being alone. While saying this, Amada gently stroked the worn-out wristband on his wrist. You know, when I was a kid, I made a pretty big mistake, and I still regret it. I didn't want to leave someone alone, but I did, making it my big failure. So I won't repeat that mistake. Maybe that's why Hidaka avoids Amada. I had heard that wristband was something Hidaka gave him when they were children, but this is the first time I've heard about this past of his. I wish I had some special childhood memories too. Unfortunately, I only remember taking care of Yuzu, often taking her to the park to play. I did play with other children who came to the park there, though. That's why I absolutely won't ignore someone who's alone. Even if they're at fault, I'll at least be their last ally. Though you might find that annoying, Ishii. Absolutely annoying. It couldn't be more annoying. Hahaha, well, don't say that. You can just deal with me casually. Maybe this goodness is what makes Amada worthy of being a love comedy protagonist. Section. As soon as school ended, I hurried to my workplace. My shift doesn't start until 17:00, so I've plenty of time, but there's something I need to do before that. The promise to eat the bento Hidaka made. Open the door. Oui, mademoiselle. Good. Hidaka sits next to me in the eat-in area and uses her chopsticks to bring carrage to my mouth. When I chew and eat it, the carrage that should have gone cold gave me the illusion that it still has a bit of warmth. After being fed the first bite, I told her I'd eat the rest myself, but she refused, saying my frustration from waiting so long has seeped into every grain of rice. Currently, I find myself in the unprecedented situation of consuming Hidaka's frustration. By the way, Hidaka is currently in her braided glasses and broken Japanese mode. She could speak normally after work yesterday, but that was apparently because her emotions were running high and now embarrassment is winning out. Hidaka's ecology is full of mysteries. Want opinion. It's delicious. Excisai. She can't even speak Japanese anymore. Next, Kinpira Gobo. Hidaka happily picks up the Kinpira Gobo with her chopsticks and holds it out to me. Why does Hidaka like me this much? I want to ask the reason, but unfortunately, as a mob, I don't have that kind of courage. Despite knowing what will happen in the future, I don't understand anything about the present. After finishing all of Hidaka's bento, we headed to the office to start our shift. Section. Work hours are from 17:00 to 22:00. The hourly wage is highest for late night and early morning shifts, but high school students can't work between 22:00 and 5 o'clock the next morning, and early morning shifts are difficult on weekdays because of school. Even on weekends, housewives take up the early morning slots, so there's no room for me. Well, earning money is important, but the most important thing is having work scheduled to avoid getting caught up in strange events at school. While thinking about such things, I stand absent-mindedly at the register. Today we have 3 people working: me, Hidaka, and lastly the store manager. She wanted to schedule more part-timers, but since there was no one available, the manager had to work. Making schedules is tough. However, the manager also has managerial duties, so she stays in the office until it gets busy. Hidaka is in the walk-in, should I call it a giant refrigerator for drinks? Well, she's restocking drinks in the walk-in. When Hidaka isn't at the register, male customers become normal customers. The automatic door at the entrance opened. Welcome, Yuji. Ah, finally found you. Hey. So you really are working. The store's ambient temperature drops to a level far below the walk-in. No, wait a minute, why are these guys here? True, I did tell them I was working part-time at a convenience store in my neighborhood. But I never told them which convenience store, so why? Yo, Ishii. Why are Amada Teruhi and Tsukiyama Aoji coming to the store where I work? This is bad, this is really bad. Fortunately, Hidaka is restocking in the walk-in, which is in the opposite direction from the register. So these two haven't discovered that Hidaka works here too. However, it's only a matter of time before they find out. What should I do? How can I keep this hidden? Man, we finally found you. We went around quite a few convenience stores. This guy actually carried out a thorough search. Seriously, what's the deal? I told you to leave me alone. Don't come searching all the way here, 30 minutes by train from your neighborhood. Welcome. Ooh, welcome indeed. I want to slap that smile right off his face. To think he'd torment me this much, does he actually have some grudge against me? Don't come out, Hidaka. Please don't come out. There she is. She just finished restocking, but as expected of Hidaka, she immediately noticed Amada and Tsukiyama's presence, and while her eyes widened for a moment, now she's glaring at them from behind like they're garbage. Stay calm. The worst hasn't happened yet. The worst would be them finding out that Hidaka works here too. If that happens, Amada and Tsukiyama will probably come to the store every day. In the worst case, they might even try to work here themselves. Unlike Tsukiyama, who's in a club, Amada doesn't have any after-school activities. He has plenty of time. What's wrong, Ishii? You're sweating quite a bit. See customers, since there are other customers. There aren't any other customers right now though. That's the problem. Usually there should be at least a few customers, but at times like this, there's no one. I can't even say, we're busy so please leave quickly. Besides, Hidaka can't keep hiding in the back forever. She's on duty right now. What should I do, Hidaka is looking at me with a face like she's had an idea. Nayu. She's jutting out her jaw. That woman is trying to hide her identity by jutting out her jaw. Don't do something so reckless. No matter how hard you try, you're still beautiful. There's no way that will work. There's no way that would work. What wouldn't? Damn. I was so distracted by Antonio Hidaka that I couldn't help but retort. Amada and Tsukiyama in front of me are looking at me puzzled. However, thanks to that, jutting jaw Hidaka retreated back into the walk-in. Hey, Ishii. Isn't your attitude pretty harsh considering Teru came all this way? I'm sorry, but I'm the type who hates having school acquaintances come during work hours. Tsukiyama, you'd hate it if someone came while you were using the bathroom, right? It's like that. Just how much do you hate this part-time job? That's not it. It's you guys coming here that I hate. Besides, we don't need Tsukiyama here, do we, Tsukiyama? Again, the walk-in door opened and Hidaka appeared. What is that girl doing? The Hidaka who appeared was wearing party goods that had been sleeping in the store's warehouse, with a very colorful afro on her head and novelty glasses. She's in full party mode. I can't do anything about that kind of look with that proud expression. Even if you disguise your appearance, it's impossible with your name tag clearly visible on your chest. To convey this, I firmly tapped my own chest. Why are you suddenly pledging your heart? Shut up, Amada. I'll eliminate you right now. It's not like I want to do this. Good. My message seems to have gotten through, and Party Hidaka retreated again. Anyway, Amada, Tsukiyama, I'm working right now, so I don't want to talk much with acquaintances. Can you at least understand that? Well, I guess then I'll buy something. Tsuki, let's go. Yeah, really, what a weird guy. For now, they've moved away from the register, but that doesn't solve the problem. In about 30 minutes, boxes of snacks and cup noodles will arrive, and we'll need to stock the shelves. Even with the manager here, we can't keep Hidaka sealed in the back forever. Please, Amada, just buy something and go home quickly. The items Amada and Tsukiyama chose were cup noodles. They placed them at the register. Cup noodles, huh? These please, and meat buns too. I'll have a carrot stick. Certainly, would you like a bag? You need one, right? You need a bag to take them home, right? Don't need one. We're gonna eat here. This isn't a restaurant. Just take it home and eat it quietly. These guys plan to eat in the eat-in area before going home. What inconsiderate behavior. Hidaka, who came out of the walk-in again, saw that Amada and Tsukiyama were buying cup noodles and is making a face like, let's accept our fate. Damn, in that case, I ran through the door behind the register into the office. Manager, it's an emergency. Hey, what's wrong? Customers came. I want to chase them out right now. That's quite an inappropriate thing for a part-timer to say. What kind of people are they? They are from my class, but they were so worried about whether I was working properly that they went around checking every convenience store in the area. They're extremely malicious troublemakers. Isn't that extremely good, friends? When you put it that way, I have no counter-argument. Damn, how should I explain this? The manager has nothing to do with Amada's love comedy. Even if I tell her that someone who likes Hidaka has come to the store, she'll just say, so what? Well, they might be nice guys, but Hidaka. Okay, I understand everything. Heh. The manager stands up briskly and walks out of the office. She went to the walk-in and had some conversation with Hidaka, then came back to the register where I was. I told Mikoto-chan she can wear a jumper and stay in the walk-in for a while. When the products arrive, I'll handle the register while you, Ishii-kun, stock the shelves. Mikoto-chan in the back will handle anything that doesn't fit. Is that okay? Why go that far? Mikoto-chan is popular at school. And if it becomes known that she works the same part-time job as Ishii-kun, you'll end up in a troublesome position, right? Leave it to me, I'm on the part-timer's side. A god has descended. Manager, I will praise you for generations to come. That's scary, so please don't. Also, make sure to follow up with Mikoto-chan after work. She was feeling down thinking she caused you trouble. Yes, understood. After that, while Amada and Tsukiyama were eating their cup noodles and chatting, I silently continued stocking products and helping at the register. When customer traffic decreased and I started stocking products again, Amada and Tsukiyama came over. Ishii, you're working hard. Are you angry? Very. Sorry, I just thought it might be a chance to become friends with you. Even so, you're going too far. Eat-in use is limited to 30 minutes. Moreover, I'm working. It's annoying, so just go home already. Sorry. Oi Ishii, that's too harsh. Teru was just trying to. If he's thinking about me, he shouldn't interfere with my work. When I spoke with a slightly stronger tone, even Tsukiyama seemed to sense my anger and stop talking. Even if they want to be friends with me, causing trouble for others is out of the question. These guys are ignoring the eat-in time limit and staying too long, and if they keep talking to me, it stops my work. Sorry, Ishii. We going home now. I continued working silently without giving any response to Amada's words. Tsukiyama still looked like he had complaints, but I don't care. Section. After work ended, we left the store together, but Hidaka wore a deeply depressed expression. I'm sorry. A straight apology. She's walking slightly behind me rather than beside me, so I can't see her expression. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't have caused trouble for Kazupian. And to the store too, I'm sorry. If Hidaka wasn't working at this convenience store, even if Amada and Tsukiyama had shown up, I wouldn't have panicked that much. Additionally, we wouldn't have caused trouble for the store. But it's not like Hidaka did anything wrong. It's completely my personal circumstances. If this were my first life, I wouldn't have hidden the fact that Hidaka works at the same convenience store. I would have proudly boasted about it to Amada. Like, hey, I work at the same place as the famous Hidaka Mikoto. I'm the one who's wrong. I just don't want people to know that I work at the same place as Hidaka. You just got caught up in my circumstances. So you doesn't need to worry about it. But because I'm childhood friends with that thing. That thing, huh? While I don't think you need to have special feelings for your childhood friend, it's a bit strange to hate them this much. Why do you hate Amada so much? When I turned around, Hidaka had an expression that seemed to leak fear. From what Amada said, they seemed to get along well as children, so I thought there must be some reason for her to hate him this much, but was it wrong to ask? When we were children, he stole something important from me. That's why I hate him, and he's scary. Something important. Yes, my treasure. That must be a story known only to Amada and Hidaka. Maybe Amada liked Hidaka since then and did something like that to get her attention. Like how kids sometimes tease the ones they like. But for Hidaka, it was something very significant. She asked me this in an anxious voice. What does Kazupian think of him? He's a damn good guy. Considering what will happen in the future, Amada is the worst existence for me, but looking at his personality aside from that, he's not a bad guy at all. He doesn't leave me alone when I try to be by myself, and he tries to be friends with me. He'll also be kind and friendly to the heroines he'll meet in the future. The heroines will be drawn to that genuine kindness, and then they'll go out of control. Should I try to get along with him? If Kazapian says I should, I will. Amada and Hidaka getting along, huh? Initially, I thought they were the protagonist and main heroine, so I tried to intervene and rush to the ending with the two who were supposed to take time to get together. I thought that would prevent the worst future that was likely to befall me, but now I don't think you need to. Is that okay? Why? If I get along with him, Kazapian won't have to hide anything anymore. Well, that's true, but that's not the only reason Amada pays attention to me. It's from his innate goodness that won't let him leave someone alone. If that's the case, even if Hidaka and Amada were to get along, it wouldn't lead to a fundamental solution. Besides, if you don't want to get along with him, you don't have to. I think I understand in my own way how painful it is to be forced to do something you don't want to do. After being condemned by false accusations in my first life, I endured horrific bullying, harassment, and violence. When they said they'd forgive me if I shoplifted from that store, I even committed theft that I didn't want to do. And naturally, I got caught and they laughed at the sight. Even now, I haven't forgotten those filthy smiles. Everyone at school was an enemy. Even now, no, especially now, it makes my blood boil when I remember it. But Hidaka was different. Even in my first life, Hidaka was the only one who didn't do anything. And when I jumped to die, she ran up to the rooftop. I don't know why she came, but it made me happy that she did. Can I still work there? Eyes looking at me anxiously, trembling. There was no trace of the Ice Empress. She looked just like an age-appropriate, insecure girl. That's not for me to decide, it's up to the manager. Kazapian decide. You can work there. Even if Amada finds out, you can keep working there. I know I'm making my position worse. For me, the most important thing is avoiding that worst future where my entire family gets involved. Still, rejecting the current Hidaka somehow felt wrong. Then I'll continue. Finally seeming relieved, Hidaka took a step forward to walk beside me. I'm on the shorter side among the boys, but I was still slightly taller than Hidaka. Can we hold hands? Until we reach the station. The Ice Empress's hand that I touched for the first time was much smaller than I had imagined and warm. Chapter 4. Rather than curse misfortune, let's light a flame of anger. 10 days after Monday, when Amada and Tsukiyama came to my workplace, on Thursday. During that time, I had been living much more peacefully than at the beginning of school. Remarkably, the frequency of Amada's interactions with me dropped dramatically. Even when he did interact with me, he would back off quietly when I showed my dislike. Oya. Was the beginning just hard mode, and from here on it's switching to easy mode. Next Monday there'll be a seat change and our seats will be separated. Things are going pretty well. Just as I was harboring such hopes, the worst situation occurred for me. Good morning, Teru-san. Yo, Teru. Good morning, Teru-kun. Morning, Muka Koro. What's this? In our class 1C's classroom, where I had arrived about 5 minutes earlier than usual, 3 beautiful girls were gathered around Amada's desk. Ibukuki from Class B, who always speaks politely, the tomboyish Ushimaki Fuka from Class A, and the shy Kani Kokoro from our class, Class C. All 3 had somewhat giddy expressions, and it was obvious to anyone watching that they harbored special feelings for Amada. Wait a minute. The 3 stars. These girls, whose surnames contained characters related to constellations, were heroines who had joined Amada's harem early on in my first life too. However, that doesn't mean they all joined the harem within 2 weeks of the entrance ceremony. Even the first girl to fall in love didn't do so until after the midterm exams in the first semester. The midterms are still a month away, yet all 3 have fallen for Amada, something that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Teru-san, the midterm exams are in about a month. Are you doing all right with your studies? I might be in trouble. But I'm better off than Muka, I think. Why are you assuming I'm bad at studying? I'm getting help from Koro, so no problem. That's a problem to me. Don't show me this sight, don't let me hear those voices. Given that my seat is right behind Amada's, I know it's an impossible wish. Still, I can't help but wish for it. Calm down. In my first life, when the 3 stars and other heroines came to visit Amada, they never once spoke to me. So it's fine, there's nothing to worry about. You must be Ishii Kazuki-san. I felt as if all the blood in my body had boiled and evaporated. This world really is designed to be inconvenient for me. I am Ibukuki. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Yeah, I know who you are well. Is that so? Though she shows a suspicious expression for a moment, Ibukuki quickly switches back to a calm expression. I press my right wrist with my left hand, desperately trying to suppress my anger and fear. This is the girl. Ibukuki is the devil who drove me to ruin in my first life. She's the absolute worst scum who destroyed not only my life, but also Tusan's, Kasan's, and Yuzu's lives just to portray herself as a tragic heroine to get Amada's attention. I have something I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. She shows a refined smile, but I won't be fooled, I'll never forget. That twisted, creepy smile she wore when she brought me down back then. What is it? It's about Terusan. Amada, you're avoiding Terusan, aren't you? With those words, I instantly understood why Iba, who never spoke to me in front of Amada in my first life, deliberately came to talk to me now. This is the heroine's helping with Amada's troubles phenomenon that happened frequently in my first life too. Amada is cool when it counts, but otherwise he's a rather pathetic guy. So he often lets slip his worries about things he wants to resolve but can't. And when the heroines hear these worries, they take action for Amada's sake. In this case, he probably complained that I want to be friends with him but can't. Do you understand how much you're hurting Terusan? I don't mean to hurt him, I just like being alone. I can't speak properly due to tension, but Iba doesn't care about my circumstances. Because of your selfish whims, Terusan is hurting. What the hell are you saying? It's my freedom to want to be alone. Why do I have to prioritize Amada's convenience? I want to say that, but I'm too terrified to say anything. I really am pathetic. Hey, you're being noisy. Hey. At that moment, someone interrupted my conversation with Iba. It was the Ice Empress, Hidaka Mikoto. Ah, Miko. As Hidaka approached, Amada's face lit up with a bright smile. But Hidaka's expression is the opposite. She glares at Iba with an icy stare like a freezing blizzard. This doesn't concern you, I believe. Though her words are strong, her attitude is weak, because Iba knows well. She knows that Amada harbors romantic feelings for Hidaka. Speaking ill of the love interest of her lover interest would only hurt her own position. That's why Iba can't strongly talk back to Hidaka. This is the same as in my first life. Then don't talk where I can hear you. It's annoying. I'm sorry. Suddenly, I remembered how in my first life, this happened whenever I was being blamed by other heroines. Hidaka would always come rushing like this. At that time, I thought she just came to complain because the noise was bothering her. But it's almost time for homeroom. People from other classes should leave. With Hidaka's clear statement, Iba makes a bitter expression. Ishii-san, please try to get along with Teru-san. Saying just that, Iba switched to an indifferent expression and left the classroom. Similarly, Ushimaki from the other class follows her. Sorry, Mikoto, Haim caused you trouble. But Haim is really a good person. Not interested. Sorry. Saying just that briefly, Hidaka strode off to her own seat. Only in this second life did I realize it. Hidaka had always been protecting me. Even though she was being pursued by Amada and getting all sorts of comments from the surrounding heroines, she still protected me. But I, who had fallen into despair, didn't notice Hidaka's kindness. I take out my smartphone and send a message. The recipient is, of course, Hidaka Mikoto. Thank you, you're welcome. Right after I confirmed Hidaka's message, our homeroom teacher arrived and homeroom began. Section, sorry, Ishii. It must have been troubling to suddenly be told such things. As soon as homeroom ended, Amada turned around and clapped his hands together. You're apologizing now? If you felt that way, you should have stopped her from the start. You were right there. I keep such pathetic complaints only in my heart. Haim meant no harm. She was just worried about me. No, it's fine, but can I ask you something? What is it? Frankly speaking, my situation is not good at all. Although that worst condemnation event hasn't occurred, Iba, the heroine who triggers it, has appeared much earlier than she should have. Of course, Iba won't bring me down until much later, but that doesn't guarantee my safety. After all, in this second life, various events are occurring at an abnormally fast pace. What's more troublesome is that Iba, who showed no interest in me in my first life, is showing clear hostility in this second life. This is a serious matter. Being blamed by Iba this morning has clearly worsened my position within the class. Amada's heroines are all popular at school, without exception. The heroines are justice, and those who the heroines dislike are evil. Furthermore, Iba is particularly malicious among them. First of all, she has enough charisma to become student council president later. In other words, Iba is top class in popularity even among the consistently popular heroines. Moreover, she's aware of her own popularity. She understands that she can make even white things appear black if she says so, and acts accordingly. If I continue to be blamed by Iba and the other heroines, I'll become the worst just like in my first life. Someone who can be done anything to. Someone who can be tormented. That's why I never skip gathering information. How did you become friends with those three? We haven't been in school that long, right? Iba is good at studying and went to the same middle school as Tsukiyama. In middle school, she was seen as a rival by Tsukiyama, who was also good at studies, but she actually had severe stage fright and couldn't perform well in midterm and final exams. Tsukiyama misunderstood this as Iba going easy on him out of consideration, which caused them to fall out. Then, while reading books about overcoming nervousness in the library to deal with her stage fright, she met Amada, and they trained together to overcome her stage fright, which cleared up the misunderstanding with Tsukiyama. And subsequently, she developed feelings for Amada. Ushimaki was struggling with not getting the results she wanted in the track and field club. And while she was skipping club to practice alone, Amada happened to pass by, and they started practicing together under the pretext of sharing a secret. And ultimately she overcame her slump with Amada's advice and developed feelings for him. Kani was troubled by her shy nature and always going along with others. And when almost all the girls in our class went to hang out at Tsukiyama's house, she couldn't fit in, but Amada noticed and called out to her, helping her make friends through him, and she developed feelings for Amada. Like this, even though Amada ultimately conquers an incredible number of heroines, each one requires a reasonable amount of time, and it definitely shouldn't be something that can be resolved in 2 weeks. The only one I can understand is Kani's case, who's in our class. Last Monday, when I declined to go to Tsukiyama's house, the class girls went there over the weekend instead. He probably cleared the Kani event then. But the other two are different. Just how did it happen so early? There were some strange connections. Can I hear a bit more detail? Well, sure. Though he shows a suspicious expression, he's readily willing to explain his romance situation, because for Amada, these are friendship events, not romantic events. In my first life, too, I used to get details about romantic events from Amada like this. I first became friends with Muka. Muka, that's Ushimaki. From Ushimaki Fuka, combining the cow's moo sound with the ka from the end of her name to make Muka. What a complicated nickname. You remember last Monday when we went to your workplace? I left something at school because I rushed out, so I went back to get it. It was pretty late, but I thought the school might still be open. Then, I happened to see Muka practicing by herself on the way. I ended up helping her practice while promising to keep it a secret, and we became friends. We're not practicing together anymore though. Muka's overcome her slump and returned to club activities. To think it was because I started working part-time. No, even so, the conquest speed is abnormal. He conquered her in just a week. Next was Koro. Yes, Kani-san, right? Her first name is Kokoro, so they shortened it to Koro. This past weekend, me and the class girls went to Tsuki's house. Tsuki's house is a huge mansion, and everyone were having fun. But Koro was the only one who couldn't fit in and was left out, so I couldn't leave her alone, and then we became friends. As expected, or rather, this is because of my actions too. Because I didn't want to go, I deliberately guided the girls to want to go to Tsukiyama's house, which accelerated the love comedy event between Kani and Amada. And lastly, Haim. Here it comes, the worst scum girl with a rotten core, Iba Kuki. This one must not be related to my actions. There's no way this could be my fault. It was just this Monday. I went to the library after school. This is kind of embarrassing to say, but I was looking for books about how to get along with people like Ishii. And then, I found Haim muttering, "Next time don't get nervous. Next time don't get nervous," while reading a book. I was curious and called out to her, and she said she was struggling with stage fright, so. It was all my fault. Seriously, what's going on? Why is this second life turning into a weak and new game situation? Am I under a curse that if I avoid Amada the love comedy accelerates? He. I had completely let my guard down. I thought he was being docile because there had been no action since last Monday, but to think he was developing love comedies without my knowledge. No, wasn't it the same in my first life too? For some reason, whenever Amada is developing his love comedy, I'm completely left out of the loop. Then I'm suddenly shown the results and hear the after report. Damn, if only I had noticed earlier. I'm really sorry. I'll properly tell her off too. That's useless, you know? Those girls are autonomous love comedy heroines. Moreover, they're masses of mysterious self-sacrifice who will do any dirty deed for Amada's sake. While I was wondering what to do, my smartphone vibrated. It was Hidaka. Should I try to do something if Kazapian is troubled? You don't need to go that far. This is my problem. But Kazapian is troubled. I can't leave you alone. Besides, if I help, I can earn Kazapian's affection points. That thank you earlier was very good. Not hiding your self-serving feelings actually makes a good impression, Hidaka-san. But didn't you consider that telling me this directly might lower your affection points? You absolutely don't need to do anything. I don't get it. For now, I should seriously think about countermeasures against the heroines. At this rate, my position will only get worse and worse. If that happens, my family will again. I can't let that happen. Section. When one misfortune occurs, a chain reaction of misfortunes strikes one after another. You could say my current situation is like a domino effect. Ishii, you need to change your attitude toward Teru. During lunch break, when I tried to head to the cafeteria because I didn't want to be in the classroom, Tsukiyama followed me. Next to him is Iba, who should have had a falling out with Tsukiyama due to a misunderstanding. You mean, get along with Amada? Yeah, Teru's a good guy, I guarantee it. I have the same opinion. Tsukiyama said this with eyes that believed unquestioningly in his own justice. Iba agreed with him. Under public scrutiny, she wants to worsen my position by adding Tsukiyama, another popular student. Damn woman, I know that Amada is a good guy, but everyone around him is scum. Why me? There are others in class who aren't that close to Amada, right? Because Teru-san cares about you. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. I feel irritated that Iba answered the question I directed at Tsukiyama. I will never forgive you especially, even if you haven't done anything yet. Amada cares about me because I'm alone, right? Then I'll make friends with other people. Why do you avoid Teru-san so much? Do you think I'd tell everything to someone I just talked to today? When I stated this clearly, Iba's face reddened with anger as her pride was hurt. Don't think everyone likes you, you garbage. Then tell just me. That should be fine, right? No, there's no guarantee Tsukiyama won't tell anyone. Besides, we're not even that close, are we? I won't tell anyone. Trust me. That's a lie. The moment I tell him, it will definitely reach Amada himself and the other heroines. Besides, even if I tell him the reason, he wouldn't believe it. That I'm repeating my life, and in my first life when I got involved with Amada, my whole family died. No way. Then I'm going. Wait, we're not done. At least let me eat lunch in peace. Or do you still want to bully me more? Tsukiyama is the type who wants others to think he's in the right position. That's why he probably wants to avoid being seen by others as being in the wrong position of bullying someone. He didn't pursue me any further, but get along with Teru. Just let me eat in peace. You can eat, I'm just talking on my own. Please give me a break. Just when I thought I could finally sit down at a cafeteria table, now Ushimaki comes. Teru is suffering because you're avoiding him. So get along with him. Right now, I'm suffering because you're blaming me. That's your own fault. You just need to get along with Teru. What ridiculous logic, but wasn't she just talking on her own? I started eating my lunch without responding to Ushimaki's words. Oi, don't ignore me. Ushimaki raises her voice with irritation, but I continue eating my lunch without any response. Then, seemingly unable to bear it, she grabbed my shoulder strongly. I said don't ignore me. Didn't you say earlier you were just talking on your own? Don't mess with me. For what do you think I'm going out of my way to? For your convenience, right? No, it's for Teru's sake. Just because it's for Amada's sake doesn't mean you can do anything you want. While I was building up such indignation, a female student sat down across from us. It was Hidaka. Ushimaki must have noticed too, as she released me with an awkward expression. Hidaka doesn't talk to me at all and just silently eats her food. That's because she's respecting them. The words I told her before about not wanting to interact at school. Hidaka respects that rule and still comes to protect me like this. However, while that was helpful for me, it also caused a troublesome development. Because Amada followed Hidaka, bringing Kani with him. It's Ishii and Muka and Makoto. Are you three eating together? Wait. Seeing our situation, Amada's expression turned stern. Amada may be dense about romance, but he's not stupid. He probably realized what happened from Ushimaki being next to me. Muka, I told you, right? That Ishii has his own thoughts. But It's really ironic that Amada is the one helping me in this situation. You really are a good guy, now and in the future. I'm happy you're trying hard for my sake, but please stop troubling Ishii. You're cute, Muka, so it would be a waste, you know. See cute. I'm not particularly cute. As expected of a love comedy protagonist. While angry, he never misses a chance to unconsciously earn affection points. Perhaps because she was pleased by Amada's praise, Ushimaki stopped saying anything more. During that time, I quickly finish my lunch and leave the cafeteria. Hidaka followed right after. Section: Afternoon break time. Once this is over, it's the last class, and after homeroom I can go to work. I thought it was just a little more endurance, but an event occurred here too. However, this time's target isn't me. Hidaka-san. What? Kani spoke to Hidaka with frightened eyes. Could we exchange contact information? If you didn't know the circumstances, it would just look like a timid girl trying her best to make friends. But knowing the circumstances makes it a different story. Probably, Kani is trying to become friends with Hidaka for Amada's sake. No. At the clear rejection, Kani's body trembles and sympathetic glances gather from our classmates. It looks like Hidaka is bullying Kani. Even though the reality is completely different, irritation welled up uncontrollably. Hey, Mikoto, Koro doesn't have many friends, so it would be helpful if you could be friends with her. Immediately, Amada moved to follow up with Kani. Well, of course he would intervene, ask someone else. But the Ice Empress doesn't waver. It was the same in my first life. No matter how much the heroines tried to become friends with her, Hidaka never opened her heart to anyone. That cold attitude is what eventually led to her being called the Ice Empress. The real Hidaka is such a warm person, though. Rather, I'm the cold one. All day today, Hidaka has been desperately trying to protect me, but I'm not protecting Hidaka at this crucial moment. I'm just a useless mob. Even now, I'm frozen in fear of my former future. What am I doing? I'm sorry for bothering you. If you feel that way, then go somewhere else quickly. Mikoto, you don't have to go that far. Koro is trying her best. It has nothing to do with me. At first glance, it seems like her usual iron mask, but after 2 weeks of association, I've come to understand. In reality, Hidaka is seeking help. While hating Amada, she's also afraid of him. Even understanding this, I still can't move. I can't do anything. What good would it do to act now? If I become glared at by the whole class, it won't just be me who becomes a victim, but my family too. I don't want to lose my family again. Section: The long school day finally announced its end. Now I just need to escape to my workplace. Escape, is continuing to escape like this really the way to a peaceful school life? Looking at Hidaka, she appears exhausted, probably from being hassled by Kani and Amada. If only I could have offered help, such regret wells up. It means nothing. Perhaps because my body naturally feels heavy, I couldn't get up from my seat right away, and Amada came to talk to me. Ishii, I'm really sorry about today. The kind-hearted Amada probably feels responsible for the heroine's actions and is apologizing. It's fine. It's not Amada's fault. That's not right. I have responsibility too. He really is a good person through and through. Well, you know, from tomorrow it will definitely be okay. I properly told them off, and if anything happens, me and Suki will protect you, so don't worry. Amada and Tsukiyama will protect me, That's reassuring. Yeah, thanks, Amada. Kind of, you're unusually honest today. When I convey this with a smile, Amada returns it with a smile of his own. My second life plan. The initial phase is in tatters, and now it's worse than my first life. If that's the case, shouldn't I change my approach? My reason for continuously avoiding Amada is to escape that worst condemnation. But if I properly become friends with Amada, Maybe he'll believe in my innocence when I'm falsely accused. If I firmly reject Iba's request in the future, there won't be any way for false accusations to happen. It's creepy when Ishii is this honest. What do you think I am? A twisted, solitary loner. Aren't the last two words the same meaning? Ha, you caught me. It was a trivial but comfortable conversation, like one we might have had in my first life. Just by me getting along with Amada, one problem could be solved. The heroine's approaches to Hidaka that happened today too, I should be able to stop that. If so, even if indirectly, I could protect Hidaka too. Amada showed me his smartphone screen. There was a QR code displayed. He probably wants to exchange contact information with me. Being a solitary loner is cool too, but it's better to make friends with someone. Yeah, I naturally took out my smartphone too. Surely this must be the right future. After all, Amada is a good guy. I may dislike Tsukiyama and the 3 stars, but I don't dislike Amada. Since the entrance ceremony, he's been making various efforts to become friends with me. He even went around checking several convenience stores in my local station area to come see me at work. If I had to point out a flaw, it would be that he occasionally lets slip his worries, and the heroines who hear these worries go out of control, but that isn't directly Amada's fault either. Besides, didn't he tell me? That's why I'll never leave someone alone who's by themselves. Even if that person did something wrong, I'll be their last ally. He's a guy who even says such kind words, isn't he? Of course it's better to get along with him, that's why. At that moment, a sensation like lightning struck through my entire body. Wait a minute. Isn't there something wrong with those words? In my first life, the future Amada condemned me, and I became isolated at school. At that time, I was definitely alone. It was a far worse situation than now. What did Amada do then? Was he my last ally? No, that's wrong. My last ally isn't Amada, it's Hidaka. This guy never tried to save me. If Amada was the good person I think he is, he would never overlook such hellish bullying. Then why didn't Amada help me? It's okay. Well, I might not be able to help much, but I'm on your side. Yeah, thank you. A gentle smile that seems completely devoid of hostility. But is that really true? What comes to mind are Amada's various words and actions from my first life. Amada was someone who frequently showed weakness, saying things like, I want to become friends with Hidaka somehow. Each time I would say, since there's no helping it, I'll help you and go with Amada to talk to Hidaka. Others did similar things too. When Tsukiyama or the heroines heard Amada's complaints, they would voluntarily offer their help. The heroines' drive to act in such situations was especially incredible. They would become bundles of self-sacrifice, doing any dirty deed for Amada's sake without caring how others viewed them. Hey, Amada, that's not it, is it? There's no way, is there? You weren't acting knowing that if you showed weakness, someone would help you, right? In that future, you weren't really the true mastermind who framed me and took all my family's lives, were you? Hey, Amada. It's okay. This is just a confirmation, just confirming that I'm mistaken. Amada is sure to be a good guy. After all, he's the protagonist. What is it? How did you know where I live? Last Monday, Amada went around convenience stores in my neighborhood to find my workplace. I see, an impressive search operation. However, how did he know my neighborhood in the first place? I don't walk to school, I take the train. I never told Amada which is my nearest station. I looked it up in the class roster. Words that are barely legitimate but suspicion won over. No matter how much he wants to be friends, would he go to such lengths? I know Amada's neighborhood because I visited his house in my first life. Actually, we visited each other's houses. However, that was only in my first life. In this second life, nothing like that has happened. Even if it's true that he looked it up in the class roster, what is his reason to be so fixated on me? You're like a stalker, oi. Oi, you don't have to go that far. I deliberately make a joke. To ease Amada's tension and make him let his guard down. I don't know the reason, but Hidaka Mikoto had romantic feelings for me since the start of school. And Amada and Hidaka are childhood friends. Hidaka avoids Amada, but the persistent Amada probably kept bothering Hidaka throughout elementary and middle school. If so, didn't Amada know about Hidaka Mikoto's feelings? I see, by the way, Amada. I have one more question. What is it? From our association in my first life, I know well. When Amada is hit with the core of the issue, he gets flustered. And when he gets flustered and lies, he has a habit of scratching the back of his head with his right hand. Does Hidaka have someone she likes? Who knows? I don't really know about that. At that moment, Amada dropped his smartphone on the desk and started scratching the back of his head with his right hand. I see. So that's how it was. The future and the past have led the present me to the truth. Fufu, so that's how it was, Amada. What's wrong, Ishii? Amada, you knew from the beginning, didn't you? Who exactly Hidaka Makoto has romantic feelings for. That's why, from the entrance ceremony until now, you've been trying to form a friendly relationship with me. The class social gathering, the invitation to Tsukiyama's house. Both required a condition to get Hidaka to come. My presence. Without me, Hidaka would never appear. That was the reason Amada wanted to form a friendly relationship with me, no matter what. However, in this second life, I explicitly rejected him, so things didn't go well for him. The decisive moment was when he came to my workplace last Monday. After being rejected so thoroughly, he probably thought he couldn't become my friend through normal means. That's why he changed his methods. To use the goodwill of his best friend and the heroines. In my first life, too, Amada used similar methods. The protagonist Amada Teruhito, who resolves one problem after another at Hirosaka High School. But in reality, Amada barely moves. It's his best friend Tsukiyama and the heroines who take the initiative, while Amada just swoops in at the end to take the credit. Amada knew that if he showed weakness, those around him would definitely help. It's the same in this case. As he can't become friends with me, he pitifully confides in the heroines and his best friend. Then the heroines who love the protagonist try their hardest, sometimes even resorting to dirty methods. Well done. Indeed, I was cornered. And from there, you tried to form a friendship by being the savior who helps me. He's someone who goes this far just to become friends with me. Then, what will he do if my existence becomes even more of a hindrance? There's only one answer: complete elimination. About the condemnation in the future, there was something I'd always wondered about. Iba trapped me and pretended to be a tragic heroine. However, did she really think that would attract Amada's attention? As a love comedy protagonist, Amada is ostensibly an upright guy. If the truth ever came to light, Iba would completely drop out of the heroine race at that point. Iba isn't foolish enough to take such a risk. But what if there was a different purpose? What if it wasn't for herself, but for Amada? For the sake of her beloved Amada, she takes on the mud herself, deliberately acting as the villain. Even if Amada comes to hate me, if his wishes can be fulfilled. The heroines are a popular group given special treatment at school. They can easily corner one or two mobs, and so they prepare the stage for Amada. If Amada pretends to know nothing and stands on that stage, he becomes the righteous protagonist who condemns evil. One might doubt he would go that far, but Amada's obsession with Hidaka was abnormal. It seemed like he was stubbornly insisting that since he was the protagonist and Hidaka was the heroine, it was natural for them to end up together. If he knew about Hidaka's feelings, it wouldn't be strange for him to go that far. It wasn't Ibakuki. From the beginning, everything was set up by Amada Teruhito. Amada Teruhito, to me, to my family. Oi Ishii, what's wrong? Nothing, I just sorted some things out in my own way. I see. Well, if that's all, you probably haven't noticed. Right now, you've lost your greatest weapon. Up until now, there was a major factor of past trauma in why I followed the rule of not getting any closer than necessary with you, but there was one more reason. That was because I thought you were an incredibly good guy. In my first life, you formed Tsugoren with me and other mobs and spent time together. Thanks to that, I didn't feel lonely in class. In this second life, you never abandoned me when I tried to be alone and kept trying to become friends. Feeling guilty about that, I decided not to take any decisive action. But all of that was just a cunning method to fulfill your own desires. A man who pretends to be kind while using his friends and heroines to achieve his goals. A man who pretends to be a mob while plotting to bring down others to fulfill his desires. Such a guy is a love comedy protagonist? Absolutely not. You're just a bastard wearing the skin of a love comedy protagonist. And all the women who fall for you are trash too. They're all trash with rotten eyeballs and brains. In that case, there's no need to hold back anymore, right? I thought revenge would be meaningless. I thought nothing would remain after achieving it, but now it's different. I have people to protect. Tusan, Kasan, Yuzu, and I absolutely won't let you have your way with Hidaka. I'll make the past, present you pay thoroughly for my revenge against the future, past you. The former me was just a mob. But the current me isn't a mob. This time, I'll truly become the worst villain and drive you straight to a bad ending. Well, whatever. More importantly here, let's exchange quickly. Amada hastily holds out his smartphone to me, trying to hide his agitation. A little distance away, Tsukiyama, Kani, and Ushimaki and Iba, who had arrived at some point, were watching us with narrowed eyes as if finding it heartwarming. As expected, Amada is amazing. To soften the heart of such a sourpuss person, that's what they seem to be saying. Too bad, this won't develop the way you're thinking. Right. Like Amada said, I think I'll try getting along with others from now on. What, are you trying to act cool? Then hurry Ishii. I quietly stand up, putting my smartphone in my pocket. This is a declaration of determination and a declaration of war. Watch silently from there. From now on, I'll slowly sink you into a swamp of despair. There's only one place to go, about 2 rows away from our seats, to the female student sitting there. Walking straight there, I said with a full smile. Hidaka, want to go to work together from today. Hidaka herself, Amada a short distance away, Tsukiyama, Ushimaki, Iba, Kani, and everyone in class looked at me as if they were seeing something unbelievable. The mob guy who won't get close to anyone is calling out to the Ice Empress. Isn't that just an act of suicide? That's what they seem to be saying. However, the situation doesn't develop as the spectators expect. Is that okay? Reddened cheeks, eyes brimming with tears as she looks at me. She really is a beautiful girl. Probably no one in class had ever seen such an expression from the Ice Empress. That's why everyone could only stare in amazement. Yeah. Sorry for making you keep it secret until now. And sorry I couldn't protect you today. Good, current Caspian is very good. Well, she being this happy makes me a bit embarrassed, but I guess it's fine. The love brain-controlled hormonal baboons probably realize at this point who Hidaka holds special feelings for, and by making them understand this, the situation should change significantly. From here on, Amada won't make annoying approaches to Hidaka like before. Instead, he'll prioritize taking action to eliminate me. The future proves this. This alone might not be complete, but I can protect Hidaka a little. I'd like to leave him in a harmless state right away, but unfortunately, I lack the power right now. The situation heavily favors Amada. My only advantage is my information from the future. He's not an opponent I can overturn so easily. That's why, please endure a little longer. In the end, I will definitely win. So, what do you say? The surrounding classmates held their breath, waiting for Hidaka's response. Anyone who knew the Ice Empress until now would have thought she would definitely reject a mob suddenly calling out to her. However, seeing Hidaka's current expression, they sense a possibility. That maybe, and that answer came immediately. Yes, I'll go together with Caspian. Hidaka Mikoto declared with a beaming smile. I simply accept her words with a smile. Then, after returning to my seat and slinging my bag over my shoulder, I turned to Amada, who was still standing there slack-jawed with his smartphone, and said with a defiant smile, I won't be friends with you. Hidaka really hates you after all. Now it's time for revenge. Chapter 5, When taking revenge, do it in high spirits, a new morning. With determination in my heart, I put on my uniform and opened my bedroom door to find an impish angel making a sour face, directing a suspicious gaze at me. May I hug her? Good morning, Yuzu. Morning, Kazu. Did you use some kind of special hypnosis? I didn't. The fact that the students and teachers at your school aren't worshipping you is proof of that. For me, Yuzu is number 1. You don't need to prove that, and even if you could, don't. Today too, my sister is a bit prickly, but that's good. Well then, what is it really? If I remember well, that person was with Kazu and me when we were children. Could it be all this time? Isn't that also hypnosis? Yuzu mutters in a small voice, seemingly coming to some conclusion. In the end, Oni-chan can't help but feel sad that she reached the conclusion of hypnosis. Yuzu, what's wrong? If you have any worries, I'll investigate by any means necessary and eliminate the cause, okay. At least stop it, I'll listen to your concerns. But bringing worries to Yuzu is pure evil, isn't it? Evil must be destroyed. Only when we destroy evil and become victors can we call ourselves justice. I don't have any worries. Besides, if you come downstairs, you'll understand what's going on. With just that, Yuzu left and headed for the stairs. However, she stopped just before going down, blushed slightly, and glared at me. Don't be so lovey-dovey, okay? I'm your number one, right? And Gao Yui. What was that, an ultra angel? Of course Yuzu is my number one. More than number one, she's the big number. I see. The universe was born because Yuzu exists. Seriously, my sister universe. All right, I should hurry to the living room too. Good morning. Good morning, Kazuki-kun. Good morning, Kazuki. Morning, Kazu. Good morning, Kazupian. That's strange. This should be the dining room of our Ishii household. The table is designed for 4 people to sit at, but with a bit of effort, we could add a birthday seat. In their usual positions are Tusan, Ka-san, and Yuzu. So far, so good. However, there's an unfamiliar girl sitting in the birthday seat that normally doesn't exist. Hidaka, what are you doing? Enjoying breakfast. Aka-san's cooking, very delicious. Something I've realized, apparently Hidaka is nervous. Because she's speaking in fragments. No, that's not the point. Sorry, my question was wrong. Why are you in our dining room? Kazuki-kun, that's not right. Tusan bought this house. And Ka-san is the head of the household. She's from the same school as Kazuki, right? Is she your girlfriend? My level-headed mother remains calm and composed even at times like this, though she seems somewhat excited. The ingredients in Hidaka's miso soup bowl are more than twice the amount of Tusan's. No, that's not it. We just work at the same part-time job. Ka-san, you're getting ahead of yourself. For now, you're just friends, right, Hidaka-san? Yes, that's right, Adu-san. Ka-san, Yuzuki-chan, did you hear that? Atu-san, she said, Atu-san. If I had such a cute daughter, I'd definitely brag about it to everyone. My excited father doesn't seem to notice me standing dumbfounded or Yuzu's disinterested expression. In high spirits, he continued with his explanation. This morning, when I went to get the newspaper, Hidaka-san was in front of our house. When I asked what she was doing, she said she wanted to go to school with Kazuki-kun, so she was waiting. When someone says that, I had no choice but to invite her in, right? We had to have breakfast together, right? Yuyuyu's Tusan. At this point, I realized my mistake. Yesterday after school, after declaring war on Amada, I told Hidaka as we headed to our part-time job that she doesn't need to worry about not interacting at school anymore, to just get along normally. Hidaka agreed with a smile, and at that time it was a very cute smile. But between Hidaka and me, there's a cultural difference like between nations. Her normal is my abnormal. This is the strategy of, if you want to shoot the general, first shoot his horse, right? Hihin. Does Tusan have no pride to willingly take on the role of a horse? When I directed a put-off look at Tusan, he suddenly got unnecessarily serious. Kazuki-kun, Tusan can become a clown as much as needed for the family. If my becoming a horse makes Kazuki-kun happy, that's great, hihin. The ending is very strange. Kazuki, hurry and eat before it gets cold. Ka-san was very calm. Apparently, it's fine if her husband is a horse. As I sit down in a daze, Yuzu next to me speaks quietly. See. It makes you suspect hypnosis, doesn't it? Yes, I agree completely. Section. After finishing breakfast, I left the house with Yuzu and Hidaka. And guess what? Yuzu, who usually doesn't hold my hand easily, firmly grasped it as soon as the front door closed. Come on, Kazu, let's go. Tears welled up involuntarily. Before I knew it, I was giving Hidaka a thumbs up with my free hand. Hidaka, good job. The probability of holding hands with Yuzu during the morning commute is 38.7%. Even when we do hold hands, it's usually after I desperately persist, and only for about the last minute until we reach the station. But today, Yuzu took my hand right away. This should last around 10 minutes. Seeing this, Hidaka slowly slips her hand into my free one, happy to be praised by Kazupian. Then, as a reward, I too. Hidaka-san, you're not his girlfriend yet. What? Here at Kami's, this is my sister's jealousy. I'm so happy, so happy. My sister is a mischievous angel. Hidaka, Yuzu is right. You mustn't trouble Yuzu. The world will end. It won't end. Ganunu, sad, but I'll give up. The world ending would trouble me too. Don't believe him. Sorry, Hidaka. My number one is the immovable Yuzu. Hidaka nervously addressed Yuzu. Little sister, Can I call you Yuzu-chan? I don't mind, but it's still too early for Kazu to have a girlfriend. He can have one in 100 years. I have no chance until my next life. Yuzu-chan is formidable, but knowing Kazupian's goodness, that's good. Conversing like this, the three of us went to school. By the way, when we parted with Yuzu at the station, she emphasized, "Even when I'm gone, you can't hold hands," so I decided to obediently follow her words. Calm down my right hand. After parting with Yuzu, Hidaka desperately held her right wrist with her left hand. It seems she wants to hold hands, but since Yuzu said no, she's desperately trying to restrain herself. While watching Hidaka like this, I think about what's to come. The peaceful mob life I initially planned is now impossible. Of course, I have no regrets. Having decided to take revenge, I'll make sure to accomplish it. Be prepared, Amada. You'll be cast into hell by me, but that aside. Hidaka, what are you doing? I was told not to hold hands, so I'm linking arms. This way, it's not a crime. Even if you say that proudly with a few fun snort. Just until the station nearest to Hirosaka High School, okay. This would probably be out of bounds if Yuzu saw it, but Hidaka looked so happy that I couldn't bring myself to push her away. Section, arriving at Hirosaka High School and entering classroom 1C, all eyes turns to us. Of course, I came to school with Hidaka Mikoto. The happy morning time is over. Now begins the fun time of revenge. As I sat down at my desk, Amada with anxious eyes approached me. Hey Ishii, are you and Mikoto? We're not dating. In this revenge, I had set my own rules. That is, not to exploit Hidaka's feelings. Yesterday after school and even now, I'm getting along with Hidaka, but that's definitely not to show off to Amada. It's to focus his aims solely on me. Hidaka might be a bit, endlessly aggressive and hardworking, but she's someone I should be grateful to. Using such a Hidaka for my revenge is absolutely wrong. Additionally, with my desire for revenge against Amada, I'm confused about my own feelings for Hidaka. I think I have special feelings for Hidaka, but I don't know if it's pure love, gratitude for her protection, or my desire for revenge against Amada, and I've lost sight of which is correct. That's why I must definitely achieve my revenge against Amada, because I feel I'll understand then how I truly feel about this girl named Hidaka Mikoto. Really? Are you really not dating? It's hard for him to believe because Amada knows Hidaka's feelings. I still don't understand why Hidaka likes me. It's quite embarrassing to ask her directly, so I haven't, but if Amada knows too, something probably happened between the three of us. Thinking about it, maybe I wasn't a mob at all. Well, I'm fine remaining a mob. It's true, but since we're friends, I'll be on Hidaka's side. In other words, I'll never forgive any coward who tries to get close to Hidaka through me. I deliberately said it loud enough for everyone in the classroom to hear. I can't imagine others not taking the same approach Amada did in my first life. That's right. Yeah, I think so too, Gyujigi. Oya Amada-san, your anger is showing, you know. You're desperately trying to smile, but it's clearly strained. As you may have noticed, I'm no longer the timid, twisted Kazuki-kun from yesterday. Now I'm the fired-up Kazuki-kun who's excitedly enjoying his revenge. Ishii Kazuki's body is composed of hatred and swagger. I'm glad you understand. And so I presented him a full swagger smile. Did I do something wrong? Perhaps not wanting me to see his face anymore, Amada turned away from me to face forward. Now the difficult part of this revenge comes next. The first goal, stopping Amada from approaching Hidaka using me, has been achieved. Probably this will also stop the heroine's get along with Amada calls to Hidaka. After all, I've said it. That using a third party to get close to Hidaka is cowardly. But this alone doesn't solve all problems so easily. The ultimate goal is to prevent Amada from doing anything to my family or Hidaka, but this is difficult. After all, Amada rarely moves on his own. In my first life too, Amada only acted at the very end, only when victory was certain. Until then, his best friend Tsukiyama and the heroines advanced the events. It was the same during my condemnation. Moreover, what's troublesome is that the heroines who love Amada are all exceptionally high-spec, without exception. If all the heroines from my first life side with Amada, I'll definitely lose. In fact, even at this point, I'm at a considerable disadvantage. After all, unlike my first life, Amada already has 4 powerful allies. Eventually, they'll become an army of over 10, so compared to that, it's better, but they're still a threat. That's why I won't challenge Amada right from the start. Before that, I need to reduce his forces. So, the first target I've set is, good, he came here, just as I thought. Hey, Ishii, what are you trying to do? Sharp eyes. Amada's best friend, Tsukiyama, came to my desk. QQ Cuckoo. An ignorant, carefree fool has approached. I knew he would come if I showed disrespect to Amada. What do you mean by that? Inwardly sighing with relief, I stand up. For me, the top priority is to contain Tsukiyama's movements. His father is the company's president Tusan works in. Moreover, that father dotes on his son Tsukiyama. In other words, if I let him do as he pleases, there's a possibility Tusan will be fired. I told you yesterday, right? Change your attitude towards Teru a bit. Yeah, that's why I changed my attitude, as you told me though. That's not what I meant. Mercilessly, he grabbed my collar. Tsukiyama's weakness is his quick-tempered personality. If he were a more calm guy, he wouldn't have taken such action in a classroom full of classmates. The ideal would be a space with just me and him. At the very least, just Amada and the heroines. If he had proceeded in an overwhelmingly advantageous space with only his allies, it might have gone well for him. Or is he misunderstanding? Thinking all our classmates are on his side. How naive, how naive. Having lived through my first life, I know well. How Tsukiyama, you are viewed by our classmates. When someone says, I don't like you in front of the whole class, anyone would be hurt. Yesterday, I held back for Teru's sake, but today I won't forgive you. Apologize to Teru right now. Why? When you do something wrong, you apologize. It's obvious. I see. With my collar still grabbed, I check the classroom's atmosphere. First, Amada is watching with bated breath. If you were truly a good guy, you'd intervene here and admonish Tsukiyama. The fact that you don't means you see this as a chance to crush me. Yes, guilty. Other classmates are neutral, but slightly leaning towards me. Tsukiyama, with his excellent grades, outstanding athletic ability, and good looks, is popular among girls. But those with good first impressions often have ideals imposed on them by others. Consequently, when they act contrary to those ideals, their evaluation quickly reverses. They thought he was a kind and bright class leader, but he turned out to be violent. Regardless of the circumstances, girls dislike violence. No matter how handsome or usually nice a guy is, once they see a scary side, that favor diminishes. In fact, due to this personality, Tsukiyama's popularity waned around the second year, and eventually, he was nicknamed Disappointing Prince. To trap an innocent, naive, handsome guy, my heart is dancing. Hey Tsukiyama, can I ask you something? I'll answer after you apologize to Teru. In response to his dismissive words, I slowly took out my smartphone. Tsukiyama, not understanding the meaning of my action, shows a puzzled expression. Now, let's go. Experience my full force blow to trap Tsukiyama. Why didn't you send me the social gathering photos? Kekekekek, that's right, did you remember? This is your big mistake. On the second day after enrollment, Friday, you organized a class social gathering, right? And when I said I couldn't go because I had a job interview, you asked for my contact information, saying you'd send me the photos you took with everyone. But in reality, you didn't send them, did you? You know, I was happy then. Even though I couldn't go due to my circumstances, someone amazing like Tsukiyama asked for my contact information and said he'd send me photos. So I kept waiting. For Tsukiyama to send me the photos, I didn't want the photos. I wanted Tsukiyama to send them to me. Releasing his grip on my collar, Tsukiyama retreats slightly. See, this is bad, right? The classroom atmosphere has changed, right? I forgot. If you had told me, I would have sent them. Then you should have said so. Like I could say it, idiot. Only those with steel mentality or carefree idiots who don't think about anything can say such a thing. For someone like me with tofu mentality who fails even when thinking, it's impossible. Hey, could it be that you? Stop. Used me as an excuse to get someone's contact information. Instantly, Tsukiyama turns pale. You asked for it, didn't you? Right after asking for my contact information, you asked for Hidaka's. Tsukiyama, you're handsome. Because of that, girls pay close attention to your actions. Surely, at that time, the girls must have thought, could it be that Tsukiyama-kun? They didn't voice it because they weren't certain. They didn't want to badmouth the popular Tsukiyama and be disliked by the class girls. Still, the girls' dissatisfaction was building up, and now you're considered scary. In such a situation, if given such a trigger, seriously, but I thought the same thing back then. Because Tsukiyama-kun, to Hidaka-san. Me too, well, I thought it was fine if no one said anything. Still, he should have sent them, right? That he forgot is definitely a lie. Badmouthing together isn't scary. This is the whispered conversation of girls, more terrifying than any disaster. Words that have become small but sharp thorns, stabbing all over his body one after another. It's painful, right? Right. I understand the feeling well because I've experienced it too. Ah no, Listen, Tsukiyama, mobs aren't just ignorant fools. They're beings who know but don't interfere. However, because of that, they have strong desires for recognition. The class girls probably thought this about your appeal. Does Tsukiyama-kun only look at girls' appearances? What happens if I add a detonator to that? This is what happens. Come to think of it, Tsukiyama-kun was terrible when we went out before. He didn't intend to welcome us at all and acted like he invited us reluctantly, even though we went out of our way to join. If we're talking about that, it was during the social gathering. Some kids didn't want to go, but he forced them to attend. From the beginning, I didn't like that forceful side of him. Does he think he can do anything just because he's good-looking? The girls' dissatisfaction exploded all at once. There were some pretty self-centered complaints, but that's fine. What's important is cornering Tsukiyama. That's not I. Tsukiyama has high pride, and he's a man who always wants to be in the right position. When that's shaken, he quickly becomes weak, as if that were going to be true. Tsukiyama has been working hard to unite the class since the entrance ceremony, so he has a lot to think about. As you said, if I really wanted the photos, I should have said so. Sorry. There I've dropped it, a very sturdy spider's thread. Grab it, Candida, well if you say so. Yes, he grabbed it firmly. Now let me finish this. I changed my body's direction and looked at Amada, who was staring intently. Amada, sorry about yesterday, I said too much. And no, it's okay. Your expression is not okay at all. It's beyond frustration, a resentful gaze. As expected, he's actually a sneaky guy. You seem to already understand what's going to happen next. I turned back to Tsukiyama and asked, Tsukiyama, is this fine? Yeah, if you apologize properly. I'm sorry too. Clearly, Tsukiyama bowed his head to me. Tsukiyama was troubled. This guy, aware of his popularity, is fixated on his position. But at the same time, with his extremely high pride, he doesn't want to easily admit he's wrong. However, if he doesn't apologize now, he'll lose his position as a popular figure. He's forced to choose between his position and pride, but if I first meet Tsukiyama's demands, it's different. This way, he can apologize too. He probably thought he could protect both his position and pride. Then, are we good? Yeah, really, I'm sorry. After apologizing once more, Tsukiyama returned to his seat. Before sitting down, he also apologized to the whole class, saying, sorry for the disturbance. The girls, having received a sincere apology, didn't say anything more. Even after the morning HR ended, Tsukiyama never left his seat and quietly kept his head down. This is the same Tsukiyama who would always talk to Hidaka or Amada. Seeing this, she glanced at me, so I gave a small nod. Then, with a somewhat relieved smile, she returned the nod. First one down. With this, the wedge is driven. Tsukiyama can no longer do anything to me. He understands. If he tries to do something to me again, the girls will say this. He's a liar who just pretended to apologize. When lunchtime came, I left the classroom as the atmosphere was a bit heavy. I head to the outdoor tables at the cafeteria. No students around. Hidaka, who naturally followed me, sat down across from me and said with a smile, Kazupian, you were so cool. Next time, I want to help too. Hidaka-san. Bad boy Kazupian is also good. As expected, Kazupian is the best. Good. Hidaka-san. What's wrong? That's my line. Why are you tilting your head in confusion? I think I did something pretty nasty this morning. Those who try to bully Kazupian are evil. Evil deserves to be judged. Even if you say that so firmly, I can only be troubled. No, wouldn't most people be put off by that? That malfunctioning human disaster was using his position to do terrible things to Kazupian. If anything, Kazupian was very kind to let him off with just that. In Hidaka's mind, Tsukiyama is barely included in humanity. Whether that's good or bad is beside the point. Besides, if you didn't stop him now, he would have caused trouble for your father, right? How do you know that? I never told anyone. Phew fun. For an aggressive hard worker like me, this much is natural. Today's aggressive hard workers are amazing. Then, do you perhaps also know what I'm planning to do next? You want to take down the people around that mistaken horny monkey, right? As usual, Amada is not treated as human. He's barely made it to the hominid category, good for you. That horny monkey rarely moves on his own, so to make him move, we need to corner him. For that, reducing his forces is natural. That's exactly right, but how did you understand so well? He's been like that since long ago. Long ago. In elementary school, in middle school, always the same. Always whining and getting help from others. Yet, he always takes the best parts for himself. I hate that sneaky side of him. As expected of a childhood friend, she knows the details well. So Hidaka knew Amada's true nature from the beginning, which I didn't know. But Kazupian, there's one thing you mustn't misunderstand. Misunderstand. Taking down those around him is correct. But even after that, we must remain vigilant. He's truly dangerous when he's cornered. Is that so? I thought Amada himself wasn't much. Hidaka shook her head. Her eyes seemed to hold a kind of fear. No, his way of thinking is fundamentally wrong. That's rich coming from you. Well, let's set that aside. So, when he's cornered and moves on his own, he brazenly breaks the rules that normal people would uphold. Ignoring ethics and morality in his actions. Probably, that's the condemnation against me that occurred in my first life. When we were children, there was one time he got really angry at me. He hit me hard and said, "You're the heroine, so you must only like the protagonist," while stealing my treasure. I really wanted to get it back, but I was so scared, I couldn't do anything. So he used violence and then spouted nonsensical theories. Because you're the heroine, you should only like the protagonist. Can't this Amada guy distinguish between reality and fiction? Were you fine? Any injuries? I was fine, just a slightly broken tooth. It was a baby tooth anyway. That's not being fine at all. How hard did he hit you? But don't worry. If something happens to Kazupian, I can endure. That's not happening. I clearly rejected Hidaka's thinking. Sure, if Hidaka dated Amada, everything would be resolved. Amada would be satisfied, and there's a possibility he wouldn't harm me or my family. However, that situation would be built on Hidaka's sacrifice, which is different from my goal. There's no way I can entrust Hidaka to someone who casually uses violence. Hidaka doesn't need to get along with Amada. If you genuinely want to, I won't stop you, but if not, it's absolutely not happening. But if I say no, you won't do it, right? That's unfair, but forceful Kazupian is still good. She perked up in an instant. As always, she has some odd aspects. For now, regarding your help, yeah. I'd appreciate if you could think with me about what Amada's aims might be. You seem to know more than I do. Just that, is there nothing else? No. They'll definitely target me, so I'll be the one to act. Got it, then consult with me about anything. Make sure I'm the first, okay? You don't need to emphasize that. I intend to, but I sense some strange implication. What do you mean by that? If you consult with me, there's a high possibility Kazupian will become dependent on me. That's also good. I see. I think Hidaka's biggest flaw is that she doesn't hide her thoughts at all. Well, if she's fine with it, then it's fine, but why does she like me so much? The innocent Hidaka, not befitting the name Ice Empress. The more time I spend with her, the more questions pile up. Section. After returning home from work, as I was contemplating the future in my room, there was a knock on the door. Kazu, may I come in? What is it? The time was 22:15. Yuzu, in pajamas emitting a slight steam, entered. For now, I prepare by spreading my arms, ready to embrace her. I'm not going to hug you. Ika. This tsundere angel. I'm neither tsundere nor an angel. Kazu, you think too conveniently. Why is my sister so cute? She seems to have something to say, but she's fidgeting with an awkward expression, perhaps embarrassed to bring it up. Kazu, what do you think of Hidaka-san? That's a difficult question. I like her appearance, and although her personality is a bit unusual, I have a very favorable impression. Rather, I'm daily questioning why such a beautiful girl would be interested in me. Kazu, you don't remember. Remember? Wait a minute, What does that mean? Yuzu, did you know Hidaka from before? Eh? Well, it's more like I remembered rather than knew. So Hidaka and I have met before? Since she says remembered, it must be quite a while ago. I'd like to hear more details, is that possible? No. Yuzu puffed her cheeks and expressed her refusal. If Kazu doesn't remember, I won't tell you. Besides, Hidaka-san is also at fault. If she really likes you, she should have given back what Kazu gave her back then. It's nothing. Got it. You're giving up more easily than I expected. Shouldn't you be more persistent? The fact that I don't remember something that Yuzu and Hidaka do is wrong after all. If it's important, I should remember it myself. Above all, if I forcibly tried to extract information and made Yuzu dislike me, I'd cry and scream continuously until my face stretched, becoming like the cart-pulling giant. The gap between the first and second half is terrible. Of course, if you ask whether I'm interested or not, I am interested, but I don't feel the need to know that badly. Hidaka has helped me both now and in the future. Knowing just that is enough. Well, if Kazu says so, that's fine. That's right. What are you doing tomorrow, Saturday? I'm sorry, I'd love to go on a date with Yuzu, but there's something I must do. I haven't said anything yet, though. Wasn't that an invitation to go on a date if I'm free tomorrow? No. I was just going to suggest we hang out if you're free. Don't you know, in society, when a brother and sister go out on a day off, it's called a date. The society I know is quite different. So, what you have to do. With such a sharp gaze, I can't help but feel a tingle. I'm thinking of changing my smartphone model. I absolutely want to do it by tomorrow. Foon, I'm free too, so I'll come with you. Got it. Then, I'll withdraw my New Year's money savings and make a reservation at a high-class restaurant. You don't need to. At least let me do that much. Really, Yuzu's only flaw is that she doesn't understand her own value enough. Well, that's it. Don't make any other plans, okay? Of course. For Yuzu's future too, let's definitely go out together tomorrow. Yes. Future and all, Kazu, you're really exaggerating. The door closes with a voice of exasperation. At the same time, I put a lid on my floating feelings. For now, next Monday is the long-awaited seat change. If possible, I'd like to be seated away from Amada, but how was it in my first life? Unfortunately, I don't remember that much. Moreover, this is a second life with so many changes taking place. The result of the seat change might differ from my first life, and since I'm overly loved by misfortune, I should be prepared to be seated in front of or behind Amada again. Then, let's think about the future without considering that. Perhaps, as a result of successfully containing Tsukiyama, there was no movement from Amada or the heroines today. But the Tsukiyama incident has undoubtedly been shared, and it's not that they've given up on doing anything, but rather they're probably thinking of strategies and preparing. The situation has improved slightly, but even with Tsukiyama contained, Amada's forces haven't decreased much. After all, what's truly frightening are the heroines who love Amada, led by Iba. Iba and Ushimaki, with their appearances aside, have personalities that make them class leaders, be it their reliability or competitive spirit. I plan to deal with the ethics-breaking, demonic intellectual Iba with the utmost caution, but the most troublesome at this point isn't these two. It's Kani Kokoro. She has an appearance and personality that evoke men's protective instincts. This is my personal opinion, but I think the person who can most easily make allies in this world is a pitiful person. Humans have an aspect of satisfying their desire for recognition by helping pitiful people. That's why the method I used on Tsukiyama this morning would never work on Kani. If I tried something like that, I'd quickly become the villain. Of course, I have my advantages too. Information about the heroines from the future. In my first life, I heard more than enough of Amada's love comedy stories from Amada himself. And I, who harbored envy at the time, remember all the stories he told me. Among them, they were definitely there. The weaknesses of each heroine. I'll crush them one by one with certainty. Don't think you'll be forgiven just because you're cute. Your stupid love comedy involved me, and my family was destroyed. This time, I'll destroy your love comedy. Be prepared, Amada. I'll teach you thoroughly. That you're just a petty villain wearing the skin of a love comedy protagonist. Amada Teruhito. Since childhood, I've loved anime and manga. The cause was probably that my parents originally liked collecting that kind of stuff. That's why I've admired it since I became self-aware. The existence of being a protagonist in a story. Everyone's like that as a kid, right? Everyone admires heroes and wants to become one themselves, right? Among them, what I admired most was being a love comedy protagonist. I mean, isn't it easy? Battle manga protagonists need proper lineage or talent and have to endure painful training. Mystery protagonists can't make it without being smart. But love comedy protagonists are different. You don't have to do anything. Even without talent, without effort, without good looks, as long as your personality is decent enough, you can conveniently have a romance with the heroine. You don't face deadly situations like in battle manga, and you don't get involved in murder cases like in mystery manga. You can be happy in a safe world. That said, I understood even as a child. There's no way you could conveniently meet beautiful girls like that. Moreover, heroines often have special backgrounds. Meeting someone like that would be harder than winning the lottery jackpot. So my admiration remained just that, an admiration. I spent my peaceful childhood thinking it would be nice if I could become like that, until I met that girl, Hidaka Mikoto. I first met her just before entering elementary school. At a park about 10 minutes walk from my house, I was surprised that such a cute girl existed in this world. I called out to Mikoto, who was playing alone. We became friends right away. After that, I asked the adults in the neighborhood, including my parents, about Mikoto's circumstances to learn more about her. Mikoto wasn't related by blood to her mother. She was a child born from her father's mistress. Mikoto's father was, at best, dedicated to his work. At worst, a man who neglected his family. He prioritized work over family. He apparently had many business trips, and despite buying a house, he spent more time away than at home. But since he earned plenty of money, his wife couldn't take a strong stance and couldn't say anything. In the midst of this, an incident occurred. Her father had an affair with a woman he met on a business trip and had a child. That was Mikoto. It would have been fine if the mistress had raised Mikoto, but she dumped Mikoto on her father and disappeared. Unavoidably, her father took Mikoto in, but naturally his wife was furious. The father himself was apparently also angry at being betrayed by his mistress. However, since both Mikoto's father and mother, should I call her that? They're not blood-related, well, whatever had a minimum level of moral sense and reason, they didn't do anything to Mikoto. They decided to properly raise Mikoto, believing that the child wasn't at fault. But there was no affection there. They were raising her only out of a sense of duty. The mother showed affection to Mikoto's older sister, who was blood-related to her, but treated Mikoto in a business-like manner. The father just provided money, and he became even more immersed in work than before. Mikoto sensed in her small heart that she wasn't loved by her parents. Not wanting to return to a loveless home, she was killing time alone in the park. This was truly fate. God brought Mikoto to me. At that moment, I was convinced that I had won the right to become a love comedy protagonist, something with a lower probability than winning the lottery. Mikoto was living an unfortunate life so that she could be loved by me and love me. Leave it to me, I'll become your savior and make you happy. From the day we met, I went to the park to play every day. I approached Mikoto with a smile. I'm such a good person for not ignoring a troubled girl and extending a helping hand. Mikoto must already like me, but we're both still children, so it's not like I'm trying to do anything now. Also, I absolutely must not try to solve Mikoto's family problems. In the first place, the story hasn't even begun yet. Right now, it's not even at the prologue stage, it's the preparation phase before Mikoto falls for me at the beginning of the story. Mikoto needs to suffer properly in her family. Don't worry, I'll save you in the end. That's what I thought as I interacted with Mikoto until he appeared. It was a Sunday. After being taken to my grandmother's house by my parents in the morning and returning home in the late afternoon, I headed to the park to meet Mikoto. But I couldn't call out to her, because I saw it. A smile I had never seen before on Mikoto's face. Mikoto was playing with siblings I didn't know. The boy was about my age and the girl was a little younger than me. I instinctively hid and observed the three of them. Mikoto's gaze mixed with happiness and admiration, something different from usual. She had never made such a face when she was with me. As a child, I immediately understood that Mikoto had special feelings for that boy. "What are you doing?" I liked Mikoto first. Mikoto will fall in love with me. I don't know what conversation took place, but the boy gave Mikoto a present. He handed Mikoto the wristband he was wearing. Mikoto put it on happily. I was extremely angry. I asked the adults around who that boy was. Then, they told me he didn't live around here. Apparently, he just happened to come to this area with his parents. When I checked where he lived, it was a station quite far from my house. After a while, the boy's father came to pick them up, and the siblings waved goodbye to Mikoto and left. I'll never forget the name, Kazuki-kun, that the father said as they were leaving. The next day, I pretended to know nothing and begged Mikoto for that wristband. It's unacceptable for my heroine to wear a present from another boy. I'll pretend to know nothing and take it from her. Normally, making a heroine suffer would be an unbecoming act for a protagonist, but it's okay now. Because the prologue hasn't even started yet. Whatever I do is not a problem. Mikoto resisted. It may have been the first time she resisted so strongly. She was desperately shouting, "Don't take it away from me." But I forcibly took it anyway. Since then, Mikoto stopped appearing at the park. Yes, this is also not a problem. Look, it happens often in stories, right? The protagonist and childhood friend have a small quarrel when they're kids and become estranged. But in the end, the childhood friend always falls for the protagonist. In other words, the episode I'm creating now won't be part of the prologue, but it will be used in a flashback scene. It's become even more like a love comedy. That's great. Moreover, Mikoto and I are in the same elementary school. It's not a problem if we can't meet at the park. And that boy, Kazuki-kun, isn't in our elementary school. If that's the case, Kazuki-kun was probably just a plot device to create trouble between Mikoto and me. A device to properly establish the story. Then, I'll act according to that procedure. I never stopped showing affection to Mikoto. It was also fun to spend determined days approaching Mikoto with a smile no matter how much I was rejected. In elementary school and in middle school, I confessed to Mikoto on graduation day, but was flatly rejected. As expected of Mikoto, she properly understands how a story works. The main part of the story starts when we become high school students. This is when Mikoto and I are meant to be together. Thinking this, I attended the entrance ceremony at Hirosaka High School. The story that couldn't even become a prologue has ended, and finally the prologue begins. Today, the real love comedy begins. That's what I believed, but the worst situation for me happened. After all, he was there. The one who was supposed to be just a plot device, Kazuki-kun, I only encountered it once. I saw his face just for a moment as we passed by. Even so, I never forgot that face. It was etched into my mind. So as not to forget that hatred, I still wear the wristband. Maybe I had the wrong person. No, that's not the case. Mikoto gave me the answer. Apparently, Mikoto also remembered Kazuki-kun, and she was giving him that expression she had never shown to me. What are you doing? I'm the protagonist, you know? Why are you at this school? Desperately suppressing my emotions that were about to go mad with anger, I thought. This is bad. At this rate, the story of Mikoto and Kazuki-kun might begin. What should I do? Interfering is not good. It's an unbecoming act for a protagonist. Then, wouldn't it be good to reduce Kazuki-kun to a mob? That's how it is in stories too. At first, the protagonist hangs out with an unremarkable mob. But eventually, the protagonist spends more time with heroines, and the mob stops appearing. Besides, since Mikoto likes Kazuki-kun, if I become friends with Kazuki-kun, Mikoto will have to deal with me too. Then, she'll realize who the real protagonist is. That's it. Let's use Kazuki-kun. Use him, and in the end, I'll win Mikoto. With this determination, after the entrance ceremony, I called out to Kazuki-kun, who was conveniently seated behind me. Really, I'm so lucky. Of course I am. I'm the protagonist. I'm Amada Teruhito. Nice to meet you. Ah, I'm Ishii Kazuki. Nice to meet you. Ishii easily formed a friendship with me. What was even more convenient for me was that Ishii had forgotten about Mikoto. But it seems he was still attracted to Mikoto's appearance and became interested in her. Seriously, only being interested in appearance is trash. I properly love Mikoto, including her inner self. As expected, I'm the protagonist, and Ishii is a weak mob who makes me look good. After that, as if God was saying, "You are the protagonist," convenient events kept occurring at Hirosaka High School. Hirosaka High School had a higher than average level of female appearance, and the beautiful girls always had special troubles. If I approach them pretending to be a harmless mob, they're easy to conquer. Though it would be impossible without me, the protagonist. I steadily increased the number of subheroines. They're essential for a love comedy, and there's the highly unlikely case that I've misunderstood the story and Makoto isn't the main heroine. Insurance is important. The more heroines, the better. And after a year and a bit since entering Hirosaka High School, my environment was complete. The main heroine who can't be honest with her feelings, Hidaka Makoto. A handsome guy but whose popularity gradually declined due to his slightly rough personality, Tsukiyama Aoji. Convenient heroines who have devoted feelings for me and voluntarily solve my worries. And mob characters, including Ishii, who I interact with just enough to fill time. I never thought it would go this well. That's what a normal person would think, but I'm different. I'm a love comedy protagonist, so of course this would happen. Of course, I notice the feelings of the heroines, but I pretend not to notice. A protagonist has to be dense after all. However, no matter how many love comedy events I went through, Makoto just wouldn't fall in love with me. No matter how desperately I tried to appeal to her, she always prioritized Ishii. At this rate, I won't reach the correct ending. An ending where I get rejected by the main heroine and end up with a sub-heroine is also valid, but it's too early to give up. Anyway, Ishii is in the way. So what do? I have no choice but to get rid of him. Rejoice, Ishii. I'll give you a decent position in the story. Look, isn't this a development that viewers like? The development where a seemingly nice friend turns out to be a traitor. All right, let's do that. It feels a bit different from a love comedy, but that doesn't matter. Incorporating elements from different genres makes it more innovative. In my love comedy, I'll include a scene where the cool protagonist punishes evil. The plot will be like this. The main heroine, who was in despair because the boy she liked in the past had turned evil, finally notices the existence of the man who has been supporting her all along. And I accomplished it. Pretending to consult with the heroines about my troubles, they moved easily. They said, "Leave it to us." Thanks. And so, the heroines intentionally set a trap for Ishii and brought him down. It was amazing, you know. The heroines even lied to me, saying things like Ishii threatened me and took photos. Come on, it's so obvious. Well, I'll go along with it. And so, I stood on the stage set by the heroines and condemned Ishii. It felt really good. That guy lost his family and everything, and in the end committed suicide. Well, a weak mob who interferes with the protagonist is supposed to disappear. It's the natural conclusion for the story. Now all I have to do is conquer Makoto. That's what I thought. I was surprised. 3 days after Ishii died, Makoto also took her own life. That's strange. Wasn't she the main heroine, Amada Teruhito? Why? Why are things going so badly? I'm the protagonist, right? Why do only inconvenient things happen to me, the protagonist? Ishii Kazuki, whom I met again at the entrance ceremony. The meeting itself was the worst, but I dealt with it immediately. As the protagonist of the story, favorable developments are naturally waiting for me. As expected, I'm in the same class as Ishii and our seats are close. It's perfect for becoming friends, so I approached him in a friendly manner, intending to give Ishii a mob position. But no matter how many times I tried to get closer, he thoroughly rejected me, so I specially conceded. I had initially planned to make him a weak mob position, but I upgraded him to a best friend position. Even though in a love comedy there's only one best friend at most, I made it 2. Despite that, he rejected even that. Moreover, before I knew it, he had become close with Makoto and even said he wouldn't get along with me. It's almost as if Ishii is the protagonist and I'm in a mob position. That can't be. I'm the protagonist. As proof, Tsuki became my best friend, and Haim, Muka, and Koro easily became sub-heroines. Then, what is Ishii? Since I'm the protagonist, he can't be the protagonist. He interferes whenever possible, like an annoying villain. So that's how it is. It seems I've been making a big misunderstanding. I see. Ishii was never a mob or a beast friend from the beginning. He was a villain who appears at the beginning of the story to make me stand out. You know, don't they often appear in battle manga? A convenient villain who exists only to demonstrate the protagonist's power. I see. This is a mistake unbecoming of a protagonist. The early villain, unaware of the difference in power with the protagonist, always shows hostility. No matter how friendly the protagonist is, they pick fights and oppose him. That's Ishii Kazuki. No wonder I couldn't become friends with him, no matter how hard I tried. I see. Everything was according to the story. Even Tsuki being outargued by him was preparation to make me stand out. Then there's only one thing I must do as a protagonist. I need to defeat the bad guy with the help of the heroines. Chapter 6. Overcoming a love comedy is the greatest victory. Monday's HR. Finally, the event I've been waiting for has arrived. The seat change. I was relieved that I successfully got a seat away from Amada. I thought I'd be free from annoyances and could safely plot my revenge, but... All right. Next to me, a little girl makes a little fist pump. It's Kaney. While I succeeded in getting away from Amada through the seat change, now Kaney is next to me. Moreover, this little girl deliberately came to sit next to me. The seat I drew was in the very front, an unpopular position. And what happened? Kaney, who was initially in the back row, declared I'm small, so I'd prefer a front seat, and exchanged seats with the female student who was next to me. As a result, Kaney and I ended up side by side. Amada got a seat right in the middle of the classroom, while Hidaka was in the second row from the front. Tsukiyama again got the enviable position next to Hidaka, but perhaps still traumatized by the girls' whispered conversations the other day, he offered to switch with someone with bad eyesight and move to a seat in the back. Having completed this seat change that was both convenient and inconvenient for me, I can't afford to let my guard down. Rather, I should be more vigilant than ever. Kaney has come to sit next to me. This means the 3 stars are planning something. But this is also a welcome development for me. After all, my revenge can't be carried out proactively. If I actively pursue revenge, those exceptional heroines will sniff it out and immediately make me a target for condemnation. That would be exactly what they want. That's why my strategy is defensive. Like with Tsukiyama the other day, I'll destroy Amada's harem by decisively taking down those who make a move against me. Section. That's what I was determined to do, but I was caught off guard from the start. Sorry about the other day, it was my fault. I sincerely apologize for what happened. During the break after the first period, right after the teacher left, something strange happened in Class 1C to my surprise. Ushimaki and Iba came to me and apologized. What's going on? They're definitely not sorry, that's what I thought, but when they apologize so clearly, I have no choice but to forgive them for appearance's sake. No, it's fine. Just be careful from now on. Really, thanks. Ushimaki raises her head and thanks me with a bright smile. Iba also has a gentle smile on her face. As if to mark our reconciliation, Ushimaki handed me a protein bar. Here, have this if you'd like. It's my favorite. Muka-san, I think more feminine snacks would be better for occasions like this thought. It's fine. It's more like me than being feminine, right? Could they be planning to become friends with me now? Let me tell you, I have absolutely no intention of becoming friends with you. Especially you, Iba. That's what I thought, as I remained vigilant, but... Oh, it's about time. See you, Ishii. Excuse us, Ishii-san. The 2 of them left the classroom with smiles, without doing anything else. Then Kaney, sitting next to me, stared at me and gave a small bow. I'm sorry, too. I don't get it. What are they plotting? Section. When lunchtime came, I left the classroom and decided to have lunch at an outdoor table in the cafeteria. Then Hidaka, who was next to me, asked with a worried expression, "Does Kazupian want to be friends with those girls?" Absolutely not. To being with, I find it creepy how their attitudes changed so suddenly. After the break following the first period, Iba and Ushimaki didn't come to see me again. Kaney asked me once during class to show her my textbook because she'd forgotten hers, so I pushed our desks together and showed her, but that was it. There were no other notable movements. It's strange no matter how you look at it. I thought they would make more obvious moves based on how they were last week, but contrary to my expectations, they've been abnormally quiet. Creepy. I mean, wouldn't you find it creepy? After all that conflict last week, they suddenly apologize as if nothing happened. Maybe they want to be friends with Kazupian. No way. I have a catastrophically low number of qualities that would make girls like me. That's an underestimation. I love Kazupian. It wouldn't be strange if other girls noticed Kazupian's charm. So, I should take the initiative and establish the fact that you won't. Regrettable. Hidaka seems to have gotten quite used to things, as she's no longer speaking in fragments like before, but her aggressiveness seems to have been refined in exchange. This morning, she was even making breakfast with Kasan. No, what's going on with her own family? I wondered to myself. Ah, there he is, Oi Ishii. At that moment, an energetic voice called out from a short distance away. It's Ushimaki. Iba and Kani are with her too. Having spotted Hidaka and me, they approached with happy faces. Can we join you guys for lunch? No. Don't be like that. Come on, we're buddies, right? Less than Muzan-sama and Oikata-sama, though. That's harsh. Of course it is. Don't think we can be friends just because you apologized and gave me a protein bar. Look at Hidaka next to me. She's emitting a terrifying cold aura, isn't she? Besides, where's Amada? Go do your love comedy without bothering me, seriously. As Ushimaki looked displeased, Iba quickly intervened in the conversation. Muka-san, we shouldn't force him if he doesn't want to. We discussed this, remember? Well, yeah, fine. Sorry for bothering you. With that, Ushimaki stomped away with large strides, and Iba and Kani gave small bows before following her. Once the three have left, I ask Hidaka, what do you think? The suspicious parts are extremely suspicious. Sorry, could you explain that in a bit more detail? As Kazupian said, it's suspicious that they suddenly want to get close to you. But I think they knew from the start that Kazupian would refuse. It's even more suspicious that they're trying to be friendly when they know they'll definitely fail. I see, come to think of it, they gave up pretty easily. What did Kazupian think? Well, at that point, I found myself stopping mid-sentence. I do have thoughts about Ushimaki and the others' suspicious behavior. But is it right to tell Hidaka? While there's an aspect where I inevitably have to involve her because of Amada's feelings, I still don't want to drag Hidaka into my revenge as much as possible. If that's the case, saying too much might. Hidaka warmly wrapped both her hands around my right hand. I get Kazupian's kindness, but it makes me lonely. You're not saying anything, because you don't want to involve me, right? Well, this is my personal matter. Kazupian's matters are my matters. I'm happy you want to protect me, but being left out makes me lonely. Don't get too deeply involved, okay? I'm just the one who listens, after all. Hidaka's smile feels kind, unlike the smiles of Iba and the others, probably because I truly believe Hidaka is on my side. Just having her listen brings me comfort. Both in my first life and in this second one, I've always been helped by Hidaka. I thought they might be pretending to be friendly with me to get close to you. You know, so that Amada could. That's not impossible, but they gave up too easily for that. Yeah, if they were truly acting for Amada's sake, wouldn't they be more forceful? Especially Ushimaki, who acts based on her emotions. The fact that Ushimaki gave up so easily probably means Iba is planning something behind the scenes. Just like that time, this time too, without me noticing. Kazupian, are you fine? Why, yeah, I'm fine. No good. It seems I'm still terrified of Iba. Don't push yourself. When things get really tough, I'll take action on my own. I'll be careful to prevent that. I want to resolve this issue quickly too. The longer this takes, the more Amada's harem will be strengthened. If I can't settle this while there are only 3 heroines, I'll probably lose. For that reason, I need to be careful not to fall into Iba's plans. Section, Thursday. I don't get it. What are Iba and the others plotting? The mysterious friendly activities by Iba, Ushimaki, and Kani that started on Monday. They go out of their way to visit me in a different class, but immediately back off when I show a displeased attitude. This has been repeating endlessly. Any other changes around? There's one. Amada and Tsukiyama have stopped interacting. Hidaka investigated the cause. She approached Tsukiyama, who recently has been talking less with classmates and often sitting alone at his desk, and asked him, "Why did you stop associating with Amada?" Then, excited to be spoken to by Hidaka, Tsukiyama confessed, "Iba told me I'd be causing trouble for Teru if I stayed close to him." Hidaka herself said, "I can't believe he'd say it so easily." But Tsukiyama has been somewhat distanced from both boys and girls lately, so he was probably feeling lonely. However, this change probably isn't related to the heroine's actions. Rather, it's more accurate to think Tsukiyama was removed because he was in the way. Tsukiyama, who is violent but has a strong sense of justice, is a difficult person for Iba to handle after all. But knowing that doesn't help me understand what the 3 stars are aiming for. Ishii, you only talk with girls, don't you? Heh. During PE, a male student Kobayakawa, who happened to be my partner for warm-up exercises, said this to me. His attitude is clearly hostile. You talk a lot with Kani since you're neighbors, and you're with Hidaka during lunch. At other times, you're hanging out with popular girls like Iba and Ushimaki, yet you hardly interact with guys. No. Looking around, I noticed several male students glaring at me with slightly sharp gazes. Amada is maintaining an indifferent attitude, doing warm-up exercises with another male student. Feeling uncomfortable, Kobayakawa whispered to me in a voice only I could hear. You know, there are things about you that are annoying. I see. The situation is bad, but the development isn't bad. You've done it, Iba, so this was your aim. In my first life, too, Iba recognized that she and the other heroines were popular. It's the same in this life. That's why she employed a 2-stage strategy. If I were attracted to Iba and the others' appearances and tried to become friends with them, they would establish a friendly relationship with Hidaka through me and connect to Amada. Even if that failed, the male students wouldn't be happy about my interactions with popular girls like Hidaka, Kani, Ushimaki, and Iba. In other words, I would become isolated. From the beginning, I was already an isolated existence at Hirosaka High School with no proper friends, but I wasn't particularly disliked by the male students. I was just someone they didn't need to interact with. But when the male students become hostile towards me, I become someone who should be eliminated. And then, the cornered me would have only 2 choices. 1, get help from Amada and establish a friendly relationship. 2, continue to be recognized as an enemy by the boys and become a target of harassment. They probably thought I would distance myself from Hidaka to avoid causing her trouble. Maybe they also planned to help me in such a pinch and become my friends. Would they go this far even for Amada's sake? Iba is truly insane. Are you listening? I'm telling you, I'm not the only one who's annoyed. Well, what a brilliant strategy, Iba. If this were my first life, I would have fallen into your trap with no way out. But sorry for you, I do have something. Knowledge of the future that you don't know about. Sorry for offending you. In my first life, too, this guy Kobayakawa was someone who took the initiative in situations like this. But that's helpful. Let's make full use of this convenient inevitability. Fuhin. So. As expected, he's not satisfied with a simple apology. Of course, even if I apologized, it wouldn't solve this problem. After all, Kobayakawa's actions are driven by jealousy. Unless the situation turns in his favor, he'll find all sorts of pretexts to try to eliminate me. So. Well, yeah. Not just Kobayakawa, Yashikawa, and Aoche too. I call out to 2 male students who have been watching me and Kobayakawa nearby. Why did I call these 2? Because they're guys with conditions favorable to me. As Yashikawa and Aoche approached with puzzled faces, I said to Kobayakawa, who's nearby, "Can you help me out?" During the break after PE ended. After changing, I sat down at my desk, and Kani next to me called out, Ishii-kun. What is it? I've been analyzing Kani's behavior over the past few days. Kani only calls out to me when Ushimaki and Iba aren't around, more precisely, only during times when those 2 can't come to class 1C. Right now, they have PE next. If you'd like, during lunch today. Iba, you should have gathered more information. Thanks to that, I can take down the most troublesome one first. What about lunch? Kani's eyes widens. It's because I engaged in conversation when I would normally show rejection the moment someone called out to me. In her plan, I was probably supposed to reject the conversation. I was wondering if we could have lunch. But since I responded to her, she has to continue talking. With a somewhat anxious look, Kani invited me to have lunch together. That's when it happened. Hey, can we join too? Kobayakawa, Aoche, and Yashikawa immediately intruded on our conversation. Kani is confused by the sudden development. Kobayakawa, with a kind smile that doesn't show any ulterior motives, speaks to Kani. You're going to have lunch together, right? Let us join too. Is that fine? It's not that you can't, but... The troublesome thing about Kani is her personality that evokes protective instincts. Even if Kaney were 100% in the wrong, if I showed anger towards her, the male students would take her side, saying, "You don't need to be that angry." That's why I can't treat her harshly either. Such a Kaney would eventually overcome her shyness and become a mascot-like figure loved by everyone at Hirosaka High School, but that's still in the future. Currently, Kaney has feelings for Amada, but her shyness hasn't been fixed yet, so she's secretly popular among the boys, but not well regarded by the girls. Then it's decided. Yeah, I'm glad. I was worried about what to do if you refused. Kaney reluctantly nods. Seeing this, Kobayakawa exhales in exaggerated relief. At the same time, he made eye contact with me and said thank you. I returned just a small bow. So, where should we eat? Even in the classroom is fine, though. Ow, the little girl is flustered. You can't refuse since your shyness hasn't been fixed yet. Kaney was originally a popular female student among the boys in our class, and even now, there are multiple boys who have mild crushes on her. They are Kobayakawa, Yashikawa, and Aochai. That's why I told these three. I'm also troubled by Iba and the others suddenly approaching me. So, if you see me being approached by any girl other than Hidaka, could you join the conversation? Just as much as you can. Kobayakawa and the others don't have the courage to call out to Kaney without a reason. But it's different if they have a justification. They're not acting to get close to a cute female student. They're acting to help me who's in trouble. Kobayakawa and the others immediately agreed. They even apologized for misunderstanding me. Then, in the classroom, Kaney answers timidly. In my first life, Amada, with the help of other heroines, rescued Kaney, who was exhausted from being persistently approached by these three, and Kaney herself overcame her shyness and became able to firmly reject invitations with strong will. But that's another story. The current Kaney doesn't have the strength to reject these three. Furthermore, the main cause of Kaney's exhaustion during that event was, that girl is talking with boys again. Like she only talks with boys. Always. Acting pitiful is so annoying. The anger from the female students. Humans want to help pitiful people, but they feel strong hostility towards people pretending to be pitiful. A shy girl who barely talks with other girls and only talks with boys, pretending to be cute. That's how Kaney appears to the girls in the class. Now, let's move on to the finishing touch. Sorry, but I can't make it for lunch. I have another appointment. No way. She probably thought she could at least spend time with me, but even that was denied. She looks at me with eyes like an abandoned kitten, tears welling up, but I don't care. You're the one who made the first move. Go ahead and have lunch with Kobayakawa and the others. Is that so? Then Ishii is out. Well, good luck with whatever you're doing. Yeah, thanks, Kobayakawa. Why? When did I become friends with Kobayakawa? Why do I have to have lunch with boys other than Amada? Why are the girls in the class glaring at me with scary eyes? Kaney, unable to find a solution after considering various thoughts, looks to Amada for help. But Amada doesn't intervene. Even though he's aware of Kaney's predicament, he pretends not to notice and continues smiling and talking with other classmates. He knows that intervening here would jeopardize his position. Oi, protagonist, that's cold of you. This is where you should help the heroine, even at the cost of your own position. Teru-kun. In the end, both now and in the future, past, Kaney relies too much on Amada. If she really wants to fix her shyness, she should take action herself. Finally, I casually speak to Kobayakawa as if nothing happened. Kobayakawa, let's have lunch together sometime when our schedules align. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Kaney is finished. From now on, she'll continue to be approached by Kobayakawa and the others who are running wild as if to vent their frustrations. My first life proves that this will happen. Section, Friday. During the break after the third period. Ignoring Kaney, who was constantly being approached by Kobayakawa and the others, I headed to the restroom. Then, on the way, Ushimaki was waiting with an angry expression. What did you do to Koro? I check the surroundings. Iba is nowhere to be seen, so this is a solo action by this heated-up girl. For now, let's play dumb. Hey, what are you talking about? Because of you, Koro is. Ushimaki takes a step forward. What's my fault? You're the ones who made the first move, how dare you say that? Now, what should I do? Fortunately, Iba isn't nearby. Now I might be able to take down Ushimaki. In that case, let's try a bit. What do you mean by my fault? Don't play dumb. You got those guys to approach Koro, didn't you? That's true, but there are circumstances. Uzumaki is emotional and reckless. I shouldn't get emotional in response to her. If it turns into a rough argument, the popularity difference in school would give Uzumaki the upper hand regardless of content. On the other hand, responding calmly would rub Uzumaki's emotions the wrong way. In such cases, I should deliberately act timid, make Uzumaki and others think I'm the weaker one. That way, even if it seems disadvantageous at first glance, I can steer the conversation in my favor. TCH. What circumstances? See, normally, Uzumaki wouldn't even try to listen, but now she's asking about the circumstances. I was scolded by the boys. They said I was annoying because I hardly interact with boys but talk with pretty girls like Iba, Uzumaki, and Kani. The moment I said this, Uzumaki's face visibly turned pale. But that's a misunderstanding, right? I'm not close with you three, so I explained the situation to them. Then they said, we'll clear up the misunderstanding for you. No way. Uzumaki takes one step back, then another. That's right. Your actions were the cause. You were trying to isolate me by pretending to be friendly with me, weren't you? So I turned the tables on you. They're just trying hard to clear up my misunderstanding. Uzumaki, you're reckless and emotional. Your first weakness is that you're vulnerable to goodwill. If Kobayakawa and the others were approaching Kani with mere ulterior motives, you would have become enraged like in my first life. You would have shown clear anger towards me too. But this time is different. Kobayakawa and the others are acting out of goodwill for me to clear up the misunderstanding. Of course, that's a false justification, and they're actually full of ulterior motives. But that doesn't matter to Uzumaki. The fact is that their actions, caused by her and the others, have cornered Kani. That fact torments her. That's why I told Haim we should stop this method. Uzumaki muttered in a small voice, gritting her teeth. What are you talking about? And nothing. So this strategy was led by Iba after all. Well, in my first life too, Iba and Uzumaki often clashed. Uzumaki often rebelled against Iba, who would calmly choose even dirty methods without mercy. Still, in the end, she would give in for Amada's sake. Are you okay? If you'd like, I could consult with Amada. Stop it. That's right, you don't want him to know, do you? You're probably afraid that if Amada found out you tried to corner me with underhanded methods, he would definitely dislike you. Don't tell Teru, please. You pitiful thing. Amada has known everything from the beginning. Got it. But if Uzumaki's behavior seems really strange, I'll consult with Amada. I mean, we're not particularly close, but I'm worried. Okay. Where did her initial momentum go? Her usual spirited impression has disappeared, and she just nods weakly out of fear. With this, Uzumaki is finished too. She likes Amada so much that she's too afraid of being disliked by him. That's your second weakness, Uzumaki. Section, following Tsukiyama, I've successfully contained the movements of Kani and Uzumaki. There's one person left to take down before the final boss Amada. The worst for me, Ibakuki. But the preparations to take down Iba are almost complete. During lunch break, I follow Amada, who left the classroom. Hidaka is with me. As expected of Estelle, an aggressive hard worker. When I consulted with her saying, I want to follow Amada during the next lunch break, she said that's my specialty, and taught me how to tail someone without being noticed. In exchange, she came along though. And so, Amada heads to the practical training building without noticing me or Hidaka at all. And when he entered an empty club room, I asked Hidaka, how close can we get without being noticed? We can go up to the entrance without a problem. Got it. Trusting Hidaka's words, we went to the entrance of the club room. When I listened carefully, I could hear a conversation from inside. I'm sorry, Teru-san, it didn't go well. What are you talking about? What I heard was Iba's exhausted voice and Amada's puzzled voice. He's sticking to his act of not knowing anything, but he probably already knows it, right? To be honest, we tried to resolve the issue with Ishii-san ourselves. No, that's fine. I mean, that's just my fault. I cannot accept that. I am indebted to Teru-san after all. There seems to be a sweet atmosphere, but for Iba, this must be a very serious situation. Kani is caught up in another problem and can't move. Furthermore, The fact that Ushimaki isn't here probably means Iba and Ushimaki have clashed. Iba is usually calm and reliable, but she tends to lose her composure when things don't go as she planned. And when cornered, she always consulted with Amada. I'd like to ask, how did Haim and the others try to resolve it? Yes, we thought we should try to become friends with Ishii-san, so we acted on that. Amada asks, while knowing everything from the beginning. Although Iba originally had a different purpose, she conceals it and states a false one. It's a distorted conversation where they're both lying to each other. So what do you mean it failed? We couldn't become his friends. Worse, Koro-san is now being approached by other male students, and I had a fight with Muka-san. I'm sorry, Wah, don't cry, it's fine, it's fine. You sure can accept such tears, stained with hidden desires. It can be true that Iba is sad, but she's exaggerating her performance. She thinks this will help her get closer to Amada. I admire her boldness in not giving up even after falling, but that behavior will be her downfall. Let's open this door right now and become a witness. How would you feel if I saw you two getting cozy, given that you know I'm liked by Hidaka? Gyusa, Teru-san. It's all right, Haim. I'll always be on your side. It's scary to incur even more resentment from Iba, but I can't miss this opportunity. But before that, I should have Hidaka go back. If they see me together with Hidaka. Kazupian, hide over there for a bit. Wait, wah. The sound of the door opening rings out mercilessly. Understanding Hidaka's intention instantly, I quickly hide in a distant spot. No, what are you doing? I said I would be the one to take action. Makoto. Why is Hidaka-san? The voices of the two that I heard were clearly flustered. Of course, this is the worst development for Amada. After all, the main heroine has just witnessed him getting cozy with another heroine. In contrast, Hidaka was calm. She stares at the two with a cold gaze befitting the Ice Empress. I was looking for a quiet place. That's all. I see, this isn't what it looks like. We're not. Go ahead, take your time. With just those words, Hidaka calmly closed the door and left. Amada and Iba hurriedly chase after her, but Hidaka has no intention of listening to them. She continues walking, completely ignoring their words. Listen to me, Makoto. It's not like that. Our relationship isn't special. Amada must be quite shaken, as he doesn't realize at all how much his words to cover up are hurting Iba. Gradually, Iba's expression becomes filled with despair and tears well up in her eyes. Don't follow me. It's disgusting. Being clearly told this, Amada stands dumbfounded. Next to him, Iba was desperately apologizing, saying she's sorry, that it's because she called him out. But Amada, who has lost his composure, doesn't answer. After a while, sorry, Haim. Let's keep our distance for a while. After saying this calmly, Amada left the scene. Left behind, Iba sits down on the spot and sheds tears stifling her voice. For Iba, Amada was a precious existence. Even if she couldn't become his girlfriend, she would have been satisfied just being by his side. But even that has become impossible now. Why? Why did this happen? Initially, I had planned to witness the two getting cozy, hoping that Iba would voluntarily distance herself from Amada. I thought that would contain Iba, but because Hidaka took on that role, it had an even greater effect than expected. I never thought Amada would cut off Iba. As I watch Iba crying from behind, I receive a message on my smartphone. It's from Hidaka. I can properly take action too. Well, I didn't expect it to have such an impact, but still, Hidaka taking action is. Kazupian, I thought you were afraid of that woman, was I wrong? To think she noticed that much. It's fine to be honest when you're scared. Damn it, she's really such a good woman. I operated my smartphone so that Iba wouldn't notice me and expressed my gratitude to Hidaka. Section, Sunday. I was working at my part-time job. My shift is from 14:00 to 22:00. Hidaka isn't here. She wanted to work too, but due to staffing constraints, Hidaka starts at 18:00. Right now, it's just me and another part-timer. Welcome, While I was having what could be considered the most peaceful time, the automatic door opened and a new customer entered. It's Amada. Despite looking somewhat exhausted, he shows a relieved smile when he sees me. What time are you working until today? 22:00. He comes to the register, without even picking up any items, and talks to me. Fortunately, there aren't many customers now so I can respond, but his behavior is strange. I see. Do you have break times? While saying this, he looks around the store. He's probably looking for Hidaka. But unfortunately for him, Hidaka hasn't arrived yet. I don't pursue that observation and just answer. Yeah, 30 minutes. They've told me they'd be happy if I take it during less busy times. For shifts longer than 8 hours, we can take a 30-minute break. When to take it is up to the part-timer, but it's basically during less busy hours. Then, can you take it now? I've only been working for an hour, so I don't want to. Then I'll come back during your break time. Around what time will that be? It seems in Amada's mind, talking with me is a given. I'd like to refuse if possible, but it's probably futile. This guy never gives up. It's better than him running into Hidaka. At 16:30, I'll take a 30-minute break from then. Got it, thanks. With just that, Amada left the convenience store. Section 16:30. When I took my break, changed out of my uniform in the office, and returned to the store, Amada arrived as if he had timed it perfectly. He bought cup noodles, fried chicken, and water, and went to the eat-in area. I sat down next to him. So, what do you want? That's direct. Wait a bit, would you? It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Amada places his smartphone on top of the cup noodles and gives a virtuous smile. There's a sense of resignation in his atmosphere that's a bit different from the usual Amada. 3 minutes pass. Perhaps to keep his wristband from getting dirty, he stretches his sleeve cuffs a bit before starting to eat the cup noodles. He could just take it off. Around the time he finished about half, he finally opened his mouth. Ishii, do you know about Makoto's feelings? I know, I don't understand the reason though. Judging that there was no point in pretending, I decided to answer honestly. Well, he probably already knows anyway. I see, then why don't you go out with her? She's such a beauty, don't you think? I don't want to judge based on appearance alone. That's all. Her personality is good too, right? She's devoted and hardworking. Well, that's true. While I do think she's a bit too devoted, Hidaka is an attractive girl including her inner qualities. But I still can't respond to Hidaka's feelings. Because it's not over yet. My revenge against Amada. Could it be that you're being considerate of me? That's not it. That was fast. Give me a bit of a pause. Amada laughs at my reaction, finding it amusing. Then he slurped up the remaining cup noodles and gulped down the water. You see, I thought I was the protagonist of a story. Huh? I'm the protagonist, and Mikoto is the main heroine. A somewhat troublesome but fun love comedy between childhood friends. I thought I could live a life like that. I had heard from Hidaka before that Amada confuses reality with fiction. I didn't expect to hear it from his own mouth, though. But I was wrong. Of course you were. Hidaka isn't a convenient character for your benefit. Of course, neither are the other heroines. That's harsh, but you're right. I've realized that recently. Realized? Yeah, if I were a love comedy protagonist, the heroines would work together with me. Then we could overcome any wall. That's what I thought, but... Amada quietly looks into my eyes. Walls that are too high can't be overcome. To be honest, I was irritated at first. Why do you guys keep messing up, I thought. But thinking that way was wrong in the first place. After all, I wasn't doing anything myself. Relying on others and being irresponsible makes you trash. I know, I realized that. Before I knew it, everyone was gone. He's probably referring to the 3 stars. By containing Iba during Friday's lunch break, there were no heroines left by Amada's side. Kanei is constantly being approached by Kobayakawa and others, Ushimaki has become estranged after fighting with Iba, and finally, Amada himself cut ties with Iba. In a sense, he's become alone. I'm sorry, Ishii. I wanted to get close to Mikoto, so I tried to become friends with you. But I learned the hard way through this incident that it's wrong to use others like that. So, Amada grits his teeth. He probably doesn't want to say this. But having lost his heroines and best friend, he can't turn the tables no matter how much he struggles in his current state. That's why he has to tell me these words. Please take care of Mikoto. I won't forgive you if you make her cry. I don't care. My relationship with Hidaka has nothing to do with you. That's harsh, but well, that's how it is. I won't do anything anymore. I can't do anything. While responding calmly, I was quite surprised internally. I never expected that Amada would give up so easily. But is that really the case? Has Amada truly given up on Hidaka? Hidaka said that Amada is most dangerous when cornered. Those are words hard to trust, but I'll hear you out for now. Hahaha, don't be so wary. My last strategies were yesterday and today, and they both failed. What do you mean? I actually applied to work part-time here, but I wasn't accepted. I never expected Amada to take such action, but thinking about it, it's obvious. Amada wants to be with Hidaka as much as possible. If he knows Hidaka works here, it's natural for him to want to work here too. Then what does today mean? I tried to see if Ishii would be swayed if I expressed my true feelings. You're too guarded. There's no heroine with such a high difficulty to approach. I'm a guy. Amada laughs at my calm response, saying that's true. It's almost the end of my break time. Realizing this, Amada stood up. Well then, I'll be going now. I won't come here anymore, so don't worry. What are you going to do from now on? Let's see. In response to my question, Amada gazes at the ceiling, thinking. And then, he turned to me with a smile. I'll take responsibility for what I've done. I guess I'll start by apologizing to Haim. I see, good luck. After exchanging these final words, Amada waved his hand and left. I never expected the final resolution to come in this form. I thought that when cornered, Amada would make a move on his own at the very end, but it turns out he had already made his move and failed. And so, with some mixed feelings, my revenge came to an end. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, Side Characters Embrace Great Ambitions. Time passes quickly, and before I knew it, May had arrived. As always, I remained devoid of friendly relationships, but that's the path I chose. Still, occasionally, Kobyakawa and the others have started talking to me, probably out of gratitude for helping create an opportunity for them to get closer to Kani. While I'm happy about Kobyakawa and others directing friendship toward me from pure feelings of gratitude, I also have mixed feelings. After all, Kani's situation hasn't improved at all, and she's still being approached by Kobyakawa and the others every day, becoming a complete outcast in the girls' network. To overcome this trouble, the help of the other heroines would be essential, but since Amada himself has given up on forming a harem, Kani might be done for. And Amada, who declared his defeat to me, was in a sense walking the same path as in my first life. Believe it or not, Amada formed the Want to Conveniently Get Close to Girls Union, Tsugoren for short. The members are the same as in my first life, excluding me. Recently, he hangs out with the Tsugoren crew during breaks and lunch, and doesn't interact with Tsukiyama or the heroines at all. That guy has given up on being the protagonist and has become a mob. As for Iba and Ushimaki, since they're in different classes, I don't know much. However, they were both popular to begin with. They're probably enjoying themselves in their respective classes. And as for Hidaka, there's been a slight change in her human relationships. Hey, Hidaka, come on please. No, I want to spend lunch break with Kazupian alone. Having been clearly rejected by Hidaka when he invited her to lunch, he grimaced in agony, but still not giving up hope, he approached me with considerable momentum. Ishii, please, let me join you guys. Don't worry, it's just eating together. You're so desperate it's creepy, so no. That's harsh. Lunch break. The one desperately begging to have lunch with us is our class leader or former leader, Tsukiyama Aoji. Why Tsukiyama has become so self-deprecating is largely due to his current position in class. When he had trouble with me before, he became the target of whispers, and trying to improve his position, he excessively tried to be nice to everyone, regardless of gender. He tried to invite classmates to his home, suggested a barbecue at his villa during Golden Week, but surprisingly, it backfired. Labeled as a coward who uses his parents' power for popularity, Tsukiyama successfully earned the title of Disappointing Prince, which he was supposed to get after becoming a second year. Tsukiyama's current position in class is that of a troublesome person no one wants to engage with. As a result, Tsukiyama has fallen into terrible distrust of people. Is everyone just after my looks and money? He asked me with a face full of sadness, so I clearly told him, it's because there's a problem with your personality, that's why they left. Then, for some reason, he took a liking to me. Please, I can't trust anyone else. But with Ishii and Hidaka, I feel secure. Why? I was never close with you, right? If anything, I was bad to you. That's exactly why. Other people smile on the surface when I talk to them, but I don't know what they're thinking inside. But Ishii and Hidaka have hated me from the beginning, so I feel secure being with you. You guys tell me everything honestly. He has really developed some issues. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for him when he's this desperate. Come on, I've been listening to your requests. So listen to mine too. That makes things a bit difficult. Wait a moment, I'll check with Hidaka. All right, I've won this. Confident that Hidaka won't reject a request from me, Tsukiyama gives a small fist pump. As I headed to Hidaka's seat, he followed with a slightly smug face. Ah, Hidaka, it's lunch break, but is it okay if Tsukiyama joins us? Now that Ishii has given permission, you have no right to refuse, Hidaka. Seriously, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Hidaka lets out a sigh with an annoyed expression. Fine. It's bothersome from the bottom of my heart, but if Kazupian says so, I can't help it. You don't have to hate it that much. Did I do something? You've committed the great sin of being born into this world. Ow, merciless abuse to my face, not behind my back. I feel genuinely secure. This is terrible. I agree with Hidaka. Being happy about being abused openly, because you've been badmouthed too much, is probably a kind of illness. However, although her words and attitude are quite harsh, Hidaka doesn't actually dislike Tsukiyama that much. The previous Hidaka would have rejected Tsukiyama's invitation outright and barely responded to his conversation. But now, she talks with Tsukiyama to some extent, and while she treats him brusquely, she creates gaps other than outright rejection. When I asked out of curiosity, "Don't you dislike Tsukiyama?" she reevaluated, saying, "He's much better than before." Probably one reason is that Tsukiyama no longer acts with hidden motives like before. It may be hard to notice from the outside, but Tsukiyama and Hidaka have become a little closer. Section. Towards the end of lunch break, we finished our meal and returned to the classroom a bit early. The next class is physical education, held jointly with Class D. As I'm changing at my seat, Tsukiyama behind me is muttering complaints. Why do I have this standing in the first place? I'm handsome, the son of a company president, and have a straightforward personality, so I should be more popular. That's exactly why you're not. Don't you think an honest man is attractive? Depends on the content. After the second seating rearrangement, I successfully got away from both Amada and Kanei. But this time, Tsukiyama followed me. With overwhelmingly bad luck in drawing lots, I once again got a seat at the very front. Then, Tsukiyama, who got a seat at the very back, approached the male student sitting right behind me and suggested, "Let's swap seats." I trembled when I heard a husky voice from behind saying, "We'll always be together." Hey, Ishii, how can I get my popularity back? Don't know. While chatting like this, we finished changing and headed to the gym. Section. After finishing the closing homeroom, it was after school. Some students were preparing for club activities, some were chatting in the classroom, some were discussing where to hang out. Kanei was being invited to hang out by Kobayakawa and others, accepting with a strained smile. Amidst all this, I was about to leave Hirosaka High School to go to my part-time job, but, "Hey Ishii, do you have a moment?" I had to stop because Amada came to me. "What is it?" I don't intend to get involved with him more than necessary, but when directly addressed like this, I have to respond. If I ignored him, he'd probably keep pestering me anyway. I told you, right, that I wouldn't forgive you if you made Makoto cry. You did say that. It seems like quite a while ago, but when Amada came to declare his defeat to me, he had said something like that. I thought it wasn't really any of Amada's business, so I gave a casual response then. Recently, I've been feeling relieved. It's the first time I've seen Makoto so happy. I truly thought from the bottom of my heart that it was good to leave her to you. Perhaps to psych himself up, Amada pulls up his uniform sleeve. The tattered wristband he's wearing stands out prominently. Then, isn't that good? I don't really know, though. Is Hidaka having fun lately? Certainly, compared to before, Hidaka's smiles have increased. She's still wary of Yuzu and hasn't been able to get close to her, which worries her. But she seems to have gotten quite comfortable with Tusan and Kasan, and at school, she even has Tsukiyama, someone who she doesn't barely feel aversion towards. But that was my mistake. Mistake? What on earth is Amada saying? While I was confused inside, two visitors appeared in Class 1C, Iba and Ushimaki. Ushimaki is crying and Iba is snuggled up to her side, hugging her shoulders. Oi, this is. At that moment, the worst memory from my first life flashes through my mind. The end-of-term ceremony in the second term. Amada, who suddenly went up on the stage in the gymnasium. At that time, Amada had looked at me with the same expression. No way, as I was tormented by such a premonition, Amada clearly declared to me, "Ishii, what you've done is unforgivable." My whole body bristled. I remember those words well. There's no way I could have forgot them. They were the words that triggered my downfall in my first life. What are you talking about? It's useless to play dumb. There's evidence for everything you've done. Amada continues with the same words as that time. I have no idea what he's talking about. I can put it into words, but I don't want to. I thought that if I said it, it would be a repeat of that time. But if this is the same condemnation as in my first life, then after this, Iba will. It was painful, but I was threatened and couldn't do anything. Ooh. Ew, ew. Ushimaki. This is different from that time. In my first life, it was Iba who tearfully confessed to being a victim. Not Ushimaki by any means. Why is Ushimaki saying such things in this life? But if it's Ushimaki, there's something that comes to mind. To destroy Amada's harem, though I didn't make it explicit, I indirectly threatened Ushimaki. But is it okay to say that? If she does, it could end up affecting Ushimaki and the others themselves. You're saying I threatened Ushimaki. I don't know what Amada is plotting. The sound of swallowing hard resonates in my head. That's right, you threatened Muka and used her. You did some pretty terrible things, it seems. What terrible things? It might have been terrible, but they were the ones who made the first move. Trying to approach me using their popularity, deliberately isolating me among the boys. You secretly photographed her changing clothes and threatened her with those photos. To satisfy your own desires. Such things are absolutely unforgivable. Being told of a different threat than what I was thinking, I couldn't help but shout. At the same time, the gazes of classmates who remained in the room all focus on Amada and me, but this confirmed it. While the roles are slightly different, there's no mistake. This is Amada's condemnation event. Wait a minute. I didn't do such a thing. It's just like a repeat of my first life. Back then, too, I desperately defended myself like this. I didn't do such a thing. I have absolutely no recollection of it, but they didn't listen to me. You're the worst. I heard you threatened Muka and made her fight with Haim on purpose. And Koro too. Muka wanted to help Koro, but you threatened her with photos and told her not to interfere. What's that about? I didn't even take any secret photos in the first place. I desperately deny it, but I knew it's futile. It was the same in my first life. I hadn't taken any photos. I claimed, but it was useless. The reason is simple. Then show us your smartphone. At Amada's clear demand, I involuntarily gritted my teeth. But once asked, I have to comply. Reluctantly, I took out my smartphone from my bag and handed it to Amada. After getting the unlock password from me, Amada operates the smartphone with a cold expression. It's fine. It should be fine, I desperately reassure myself. This is. After discovering something, Amada twitches his eyebrow and checks with Ushimaki. Muka, is it fine? Yes. Ushimaki weakly nods. With permission granted, Amada holds up my smartphone screen for all classmates to see. Then what is this? What was displayed? There was a photo of Ushimaki changing clothes. And not just one. The first photo did look like a secret photo, as Amada claimed, but the others were different. There were many photos in the smartphone I handed him that looked as if Ushimaki had been forced to take them off under threat, showing her crying in an indecent state. It was really painful, but I couldn't resist. It's fine, Muka-san. I understand your feelings well. Ushimaki cries and expresses her feelings, and Iba gently embraces her. When I instinctively glared at them, Iba had the same distorted smile as that time. They've done it. They completely trapped me. In my second life, I thought various love comedy events started at an abnormal speed, but I never expected the condemnation event to start at such an early stage. Stay calm. The condemnation event has indeed started, but the situation is vastly different from that time. There's still a chance for a reversal. Kazupian wouldn't do such a thing. Hidaka shouts, but even that seemed to be a calculated action for Amada. With an intentionally compassionate smile directed at Hidaka, he began speaking. Mikoto, I understand your feelings, but you were being used too. I was being used. What's he talking about? I've never once used Hidaka. Certainly, Hidaka was cooperative with my revenge, but that was entirely voluntary. That's right. When Muka was threatened, the first thing she was ordered to do by Ishii was to bring down Haim. And against her will, Muka was made to say terrible things to Haim. That has nothing to do with me. But it does. Haim, who was hurt, came to me to discuss her worries. She asked to talk in private because she couldn't tell anyone else, so I was talking with Haim in an unused club room. But someone came there. Hidaka's eyes widen. I've been had, so that's what it was. The Friday after Kaney was trapped, I thought I had trapped Uzumaki and blocked her movements. But that was wrong. Uzumaki was just pretending to be immobilized by me. She pretended to distance herself from Amada and the others on purpose, luring me into a false sense of security. If so, then Iba after that, too. Mikoto came. As if you were meant to see me and Haim alone together. And Mikoto misunderstood, right? That Haim and I are dating. What does that have to do with this matter? That's probably what my classmates thought too, but Amada continues regardless. Ishii knew that I love Mikoto. At Amada's clear declaration of his feelings, even my classmates were surprised. I was quite surprised too. I never expected Amada to go as far as confessing here. So he arranged for Mikoto to see me, and Haim meeting alone. To prevent my feelings from being realized, to make Mikoto his. So that tailing at that time was set up. From the beginning, Iba was acting with full knowledge. Probably, she had told Amada something like, "If someone sees us alone together, please act coldly as if you're keeping your distance." Damn, you sure pulled off quite an elaborate trick. As I gritted my teeth, Iba stepped forward and addressed Hidaka. Hidaka-san, Teru-san and I are not lovers. I was just consulting him about my worries, and Teru-san was just encouraging me when I was down. Now as before, Teru-san only cherishes you. Iba says this with a gentle smile, but her fists are tightly clenched. I understand well what this woman is thinking. Iba, while being Amada's ally, has made a gamble to fulfill her own desires. She understands that Amada has romantic feelings for Hidaka. Given that, no matter how hard she tries, Amada's feelings will never turn to her. But what if he gets rejected by Hidaka? It's small, but the possibility exists. The Ice Empress would never have romantic feelings for Amada no matter what. Placing a thin hope on that, she deliberately provoked Amada's confession. Her preparations were also clever. What I've understood from this situation up to this point is that Kaney was indeed immobilized by me, and after that, neither Iba, Uzumaki, nor Amada helped her. This is because Kaney was a troublesome opponent for Iba. The most beautiful girl in the same class as Amada, always by his side. Moreover, with an appearance and personality that stimulates protective instincts, if Hidaka rejects him, Amada's feelings are most likely to turn to Kaney. That's why she didn't help Kaney. Furthermore, the fact that it was Uzumaki who had photos taken this time is to avoid lowering her own evaluation from Amada. Though bringing me down for Amada's sake is her top priority, she's also preparing to distance Uzumaki and Kaney, two heroines, from Amada simultaneously. And Amada, while understanding all of Iba's thoughts, pretends not to know and goes along with her strategy. Probably, even with this condemnation, he's acting as a righteous protagonist by consulting with Iba and Uzumaki. Even though he knew everything from the beginning, no, I was there because. It's okay, Makoto. You were being used by Ishii too, right? I'll definitely save you. At Amada's gentle words, Hidaka is rendered speechless with fear. Probably, she remembered the terrifying side of Amada she experienced in childhood. Now, I finally understand Hidaka's words in their true meaning. Indeed, Amada is most terrifying when cornered. Hey Ishii, do you enjoy doing such things? Threatening Muka, using Mikoto, this isn't what a normal high school student does, you know. He's like a protagonist making a miraculous comeback from an absolute crisis, and I'm the cornered villain. In this situation, no one would believe anything I say. Even if Amada develops an outrageous theory, there are indecent photos of Uzumaki on the smartphone I handed over. Probably, they were planted during today's PE class. I thought there had been no movement until now, but that was wrong. Probably, during this time, Iba and Uzumaki had been trying to figure out the unlock password of my smartphone. Trying again and again to the very limit before the lock would activate, and once they found the password, they led me into this false condemnation drama. Amada, was Uzumaki really photographed by me? For example, if someone else uploaded the data. There's no point in doing such a roundabout thing, right, Muka? Yes, I had photos, taken by Ishii all this time. All this time how long? Just today or? No. You told me many times. Since that day, almost every day you made me pose indecently. I'll never, ever forgive you. It seems I've misunderstood this woman called Ushimaki. I thought she was just a reckless girl, but I see she also has a cunning side. Or is this also all Iba's setup? Well, either way, it doesn't matter. In any case, I'm overwhelmingly cornered. If I'm condemned like this, it will undoubtedly be a repeat of my first life. Hey, Amada, can I say just one thing? What is it? A sharp gaze. But perhaps because he's already confident in his victory, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Really, this guy's persistence is abnormal. I didn't think he would go this far to crush me. To borrow Amada's words from earlier, this isn't what a normal high school student does. But you know, that's not my smartphone, it's Tsukiyama's, you know. Huh? At my words, Amada froze. And so did my classmates who had been watching with bated breath. Everyone is looking on, dumbfounded, not understanding the meaning of what I just said. What on earth are you? No, I'm saying that's not mine, it's Tsukiyama's smartphone. You idiot. I've seen through the fact that you haven't given up all along. Don't make such unsightly excuses. Such a lie will soon be. Teru, it's true that smartphone, or rather the entire bag, it's all mine. With a voice filled with disappointment and resignation, Tsukiyama said that. Too bad, Amada. Why do you think I took care of Tsukiyama before anyone else? Because Tsukiyama's father is the president of where Tucson works? Well, that's part of the reason. But my real purpose was something else. I anticipated that if Tsukiyama was immobilized by me, Amada would distance himself from Tsukiyama. And if Tsukiyama lost Amada as his support, he might become isolated. That's why I never abandoned Tsukiyama. I was aiming to bring him to my side. Honestly, I didn't think he would become such an outcast in class, so I felt a bit guilty and got along with him anyway. I succeeded in bringing Tsukiyama to my side. After that, it was simple. I had only one request for Tsukiyama. When at school, I asked him to swap his bag with mine. For this, I even changed to the same model of smartphone as Tsukiyama. Hey, Tsukiyama. Were there always photos of Ushimaki on that smartphone? No, there weren't. I checked this morning right before swapping with Ishii, and there was nothing. The faces of Iba and Ushimaki turned pale at once. In my second life, because various love comedy events were occurring ahead of time, I had heightened my vigilance. I wondered if this condemnation event might also happen earlier. And having experienced it, I knew that somehow indecent photos of Iba had been planted on my smartphone. Preventing it would be ideal, but there's a limit to that as long as they don't give up. Then, what should I do? I just need to create a false environment where even if I fell into their trap, it wouldn't be a problem. So what Ishii was saying was true. I wanted to believe it wasn't true. Tsuki, what are you? Amada. Even after you distanced yourself from him, Tsukiyama still thought of you as his best friend. Even when he heard the reason for the bag exchange from me, he continued to believe. There's no way Teru would do such a thing. But in reality, Tsukiyama's trust was betrayed. And in such situations, Tsukiyama never lets his emotions cloud his judgment. This is because beneath it all, Tsukiyama is a man with a strong sense of justice despite his flaws. In the classroom where the atmosphere had definitely changed, I look at Ushimaki and ask, Hey, Ushimaki, you said it earlier, right? Since that day, every day, I made you pose indecently and took photos of you. So if what you're saying is true, it means I've been continuously taking indecent photos of you using Tsukiyama's smartphone, though. While saying this, I take out my smartphone from my bag, which is on Tsukiyama's desk. I check the image folder as a matter of course, and there wasn't a single photo of Ushimaki there. There's nothing on my smartphone. Of course not. Iba and Ushimaki planted the photos during the afternoon PE class after all. Ushimaki, answer me clearly. Were you really threatened by me? I. Ushimaki opens and closes her mouth like a goldfish waiting for food, but words barely come out. She looks like she might faint on the spot. Amada, would you care to explain? I don't know, they both just asked me for advice. Well, that's right. Amada's words aren't a lie. Or rather, they're both a lie and the truth. This guy only takes action when he's confident in his victory and when his safety is absolutely guaranteed. If he fails to bring me down, he wants to claim that he was just trying to help the two who asked for advice, that he was also deceived. But I won't let you escape. You've finally made your move. I will end you here once and for all. I want to be by Mikoto's side. Why does it have to be Ishii? Am I not good enough? Was it? What else was there? There's someone in class I can't leave alone. But it seems he dislikes me. I want to get along with him somehow. Was that it? How do you know those words? Hearing my statement, Iba involuntarily stepped forward and asked. So Iba and the others were told such things after all. How did I know? Because I heard similar lines over and over in my first life. As a mob, I just listened to the protagonist's stories. But it's precisely because I was such a small existence, I never forgot the words of Amada, who was a special existence. Iba Ushimaki. Amada has been well aware of your feelings from the beginning. Not only that, but he's also aware that you were trying to frame me. It's true that you probably consulted Amada with false stories, but Amada knew they were lies and still helped you. For his own benefit. No way. Normally, this wouldn't be believed. But in this place, at this time, even if they don't believe it, doubt can be planted. That's not true. I really didn't know anything. I just wanted to help Muka. Then help Ushimaki, who's being cornered right now. If Amada were truly a love comedy protagonist, he should have apologized to me and asked for forgiveness for Ushimaki's lies, rather than claiming his innocence. But Amada didn't do that. The moment he judged it was dangerous, he abandoned Iba and Ushimaki. He acted to save only himself. That's not being a protagonist, he's just a coward. Muka. Ushimaki was silently crying. She knows she did something wrong, but still it was Amada who helped her when she was troubled as a track athlete. She probably wanted to believe in that kindness. Ishii is lying. Believe me, not Ishii. Amada desperately defends himself while scratching the back of his head. Ushimaki wavers slightly at those words. Rather than I believe, it's more like a strong feeling of, I want to believe. He's been this kind of person since long ago. At that moment, Hidaka spoke to Iba and Ushimaki. He never does anything unless he's absolutely advantageous. You both might have been helped by him. But that's because there's no downside to him if he fails. To begin with, Mikoto, shut up. At Amada's shout, Hidaka's body trembles. Amada then approached Hidaka with an angry expression. Why are you saying unnecessary things? You're a heroine, so you need to help the protagonist. Yet, why don't you do as I want? Get some awareness already, otherwise, like in the past. Amada raises his fist. I quickly step between them. Watch out. Kazupian. Uwa. However, Amada's fist never reached me, because Tsukiyama stopped it. Yeah, I'm grateful, but let me have that cool moment, would you? Sorry. I thought it was a chance to improve my evaluation in class. If he hadn't said that, his evaluation might have improved. Let go, Tsuki. I'm going to set the story right. At that moment, perhaps regaining his composure, Amada's face turned pale. The only weakness of Amada, who never moves on his own, is his obsession with Hidaka. Hidaka knew that, and that's why she summoned the courage to act. Despite being scared, she did well. Kazupian, did you feel moved by me being brave despite being scared? Then take responsibility and get engaged. Let's talk about that later. I don't get it. Why do both Tsukiyama and Hidaka say things they shouldn't say? Anyway, now it's Amada. I'll definitely take him down here. I'll make sure to put the greatest chance Hidaka has created to good use. I said straightforwardly to Amada, who stood dumbfounded with his fist still held by Tsukiyama. Regardless of the method, Tsukiyama, Iba, Ushimaki, Kani, everyone acted for your sake. Because they're fond of you, they desperately tried to help you. Yet, you took their feelings for granted and used them. No matter how cornered you get, you never act alone. You only act when you're in absolute safety and can secure a certain victory. There's no way a coward like you could be a protagonist. Amada, you're just a minor villain. No, this isn't right. My story, this is wrong. Really, you can't distinguish between reality and fiction, can you? Understand already that not everything in the world will go your way. Already, there's not a single ally for Amada in the classroom. He thought he'd be saved for sure. He ended up being the one who was cornered the most. Perhaps believing in a final miracle, he directs his hollow eyes towards Hidaka. Disgusting, don't talk to me ever again. With the final blow from the Ice Empress, Amada collapsed on the spot. Still, unable to give up completely, he mutters unpleasant words like, "This isn't right, I'm the protagonist." At last, I was able to exact my revenge from that time. There's a sense of achievement, but it's a bit of a complex feeling. Why, Ishii? How did you? You mean how I knew you were just pretending to give up? Well, that's how it would seem from Amada's perspective. That Sunday, Amada declared his defeat to me. At that point, I concluded Amada had cut ties with Iba and Ushimaki, so I thought maybe Amada really had given up. But I quickly realized that was wrong. Because of this, I grabbed Amada's right wrist and said so. There is a tattered wristband. I had heard about it in my first life. That it was the only thing Hidaka had ever given him. I mercilessly took away that one connection. If you wear something like this, it's obvious, isn't it? In the end, he couldn't let go of his obsession with Hidaka. That's Amada's reason for defeat. Hidaka Mikoto 1 and 2. Today is my 5th birthday. Still in my pajamas, I leave my room and go to the living room, where my meal was prepared on the table. I say good morning to Akasan sitting on the sofa, and she returns a good morning to me. After that, I sit alone at the table, say itadakamasu, and start eating. A slightly luxurious breakfast where the rolled omelet, usually only 3 pieces, has become 4 pieces. As I eat alone, Akasan and Oni-chan sit close together on the sofa a little distance away, having a friendly conversation. Oni-chan is happily talking about playing with friends at elementary school, and Akasan listens with a gentle smile on her face. As if I don't even exist. After finishing my meal, I say thanks for the food and carry the dishes to the sink. Akasan, having confirmed this, stands up without saying anything and washes the dishes. Thank you. When I express my gratitude, she replies with "You're welcome." Before going to sleep at night, Akasan tells me good night. I just sleep in my futon like that, and my 5th birthday comes to an end. Good morning, good night, you're welcome. Only 3 precious conversations with Akasan. I've barely spoken with Oni-chan. Oni-chan seems to dislike me, and she used to bully me a little in the past. Even though you're not Mama's child, saying things like that, Oni-chan hit me. It really hurt. When Oni-chan was hitting me, Akasan came to help me. Without looking at me at all, Akasan got extremely angry at Oni-chan, saying you shouldn't hit Mikoto-chan. Since then, Oni-chan stopped bullying me. She stopped having anything to do with me. Atu-san rarely comes home. He seems to have a lot of business trips and works outside. But I felt more at ease when Atu-san wasn't around. Because when Atu-san comes home, the house becomes very cold. Akasan doesn't seem to like Atu-san much, as she hardly talks to him even when he returns. Oni-chan also calls Atu-san a cold person. Perhaps disliking that, Atu-san leaves the house soon after coming home. After Atu-san left, Akasan would tell Oni-chan repeatedly, "Don't marry someone like him. Marry someone who will love you." Oni-chan would respond to Akasan with a strong, "Yes, I definitely will. I love you." Surely that must be a feeling Akasan has for Oni-chan. What kind of feeling is it? Is it warm? Is it joyful? Would it fill my emptiness? I can imagine, but I can't find the answer, because I've never been loved. Atu-san doesn't say anything when he sees me. He doesn't ask anything. He treats me as if I don't exist here. Oni-chan is the same. I can only have 3 words of conversation with Akasan. I wanted to talk more, but somehow I understood that I shouldn't, so I couldn't speak to her. I wish we could talk more. One day, I saw children about my age playing in the park on TV, so I decided to go outside too. After that, Akasan started saying, "Have a nice day," and "Welcome home" to me. From only 3 words, I could now talk 5 words with Akasan. I was happy. I was lonely, just like a vending machine. Push a button and the corresponding juice comes out. Push the good morning button and you get good morning. Push the good night button and you get good night. When I went to the park, sometimes other children would come to play. Everyone is with their mother or father. I'm the only one alone. Surely they're all loved. A mother gently embraced her daughter who had fallen and was crying. I was envious. I also want to cry out loud like that. I want to be embraced by Akasan, but I can't do either, because Akasan isn't by my side. Maybe someday Akasan will come with me. With such hope, I went to the park. One day, as I was playing alone as usual, a boy approached and talked to me, asking what I was doing. so I answered that I was playing alone. Then he said, "Let's play together." The boy's name was Amada Teruhito-kun. He was a kind boy who played with me, but the way he looked at me was really scary. I think the reason I found Amada-kun scary was because his eyes resembled Oto-san's. Eyes that look at a doll that doesn't do anything unnecessary, that doesn't cause trouble. Am I a doll? Honestly, I didn't want to meet Amada-kun very much. But if I don't go out, Akasen won't tell me, "Have a nice day," and "Welcome home." So, even though I was scared, I went to the park every day. Amada-kun also came to the park almost every day. When I was playing tag with Amada-kun, I fell down, but I couldn't cry, because Akasen isn't by my side now. So I shouldn't cry. Seeing me not crying, Amada-kun praised me, saying I was amazing for being able to endure. As I returned home with a scraped knee, Akasen noticed my injury. "Make sure to wash it properly." I received a new phrase. If I get injured more, will I receive new words? But if I keep getting injured, I might cause her trouble. If I cause trouble, I might be disliked. So, I couldn't intentionally get injured. But it's okay if I accidentally get injured, right? That day too, after hearing "Good morning," "You're welcome," and "Have a nice day" as usual, I went to the park. Ah, Amada-kun isn't here today. That's good. I started swinging on the swing. With all my might, as hard as I could. If I jump from here, I might get injured. Nearby, an unknown boy and girl were playing in the sandbox. Children I haven't seen before. Looking at the sand mountain the girl made, the boy said, "That's amazing." "It's taller than Fujisan," praising her. "That's nice, I wish I could play with Oni-chan too." Imagining having fun conversations with Akasan and Oni-chan in my head, I swing. It gradually sped up, reaching higher and higher, and I jumped off. Mission accomplished. I landed badly and fell down hard. I got covered in mud. It hurt. But with this, I'll get new words from Akasan. Just as I was thinking that, "Are you fine?" The boy who was playing in the sandbox earlier had come to my side. He seems worried about me who had fallen. So, I endured the pain and said, "I'm fine." After that, I tried to go back to the swing. Then, the boy grabbed my hand. He shook his head at me trying to go to the swing, signaling that I shouldn't go. And he told me, "If it hurts, it's okay to cry." I was surprised. I didn't expect to be told such a thing, but I shouldn't cry, because there's no one here who loves me, even though I was thinking that. "I'm here with you, so it's okay to cry." That's what the boy told me. "Is it okay?" I timidly asked the boy. The boy told me, while hugging me tightly, "It's okay." You. That's right, there's no need to hold back. Being embraced by the boy, I continued to cry. The boy kept hugging me the entire time. After I calmed down, he took me to the water area in the park and washed the wound on my knee with water. "Don't do this kind of thing anymore, okay?" "Okay. Yuzu, only imitate this when you're with me. Because I can't protect you otherwise." "I won't, and you don't need to protect me. That's called overprotection, you know." "Yuzu, you know such difficult words. Great, you're great. Don't pat me outside. I'm not that kind of child." The boy and girl were siblings, but they are completely different from me and Oni-chan. I could tell that both the boy and Yuzu-chan loved each other very much. That's nice. I wonder if I could join them. As I was thinking that, the boy said, "Well then, let's play together. What do you want to do?" "Can I join you?" "Of course." "Amazing, the boy gives me all the words I want. I want to play in the sandbox." "Got it. Then, let's make Yuzu Mountain the tallest in Japan." "Kazu, don't give it such a weird name." After that, I learned the names of the boy and girl. The boy is Ishii Kazuki-kun, the girl is Ishii Yuzuki-chan. They were wonderful siblings. Playing together in the sandbox was really fun, and when Kazuki-kun said, "You look even cuter when you smile," I realized for the first time in my life that I was able to smile. The fun time passed in a flash. Kazuki-kun and Yuzuki-chan's father came to pick them up. "Thanks for today, it was super fun." "Yeah, I want to be with them more. I want to be with them forever. I want to meet Kazuki-kun again, who filled my emptiness with so many feelings." Maybe understanding my feelings, Kazuki-kun had a slightly troubled expression. "Ah, I know, I'll give you this." Saying that, Kazuki-kun gave me the wristband he was wearing on his wrist. It's a friendship bracelet. Even if we can't meet, we're friends as long as you have this. Is that okay? It's okay. A memory of just one day. but it became an unforgettable memory for me. With the friendship bracelet, I could remain friends with Kazuki-kun even when we're apart. The next day, I headed to the park again. I was in a bit of a hurry, so I couldn't hear Akasan's "Have a nice day" until the end. But I didn't feel lonely even if I couldn't hear it. I have the friendship bracelet. So I'm not lonely. I wonder if Kazuki-kun will come again. I'd be happy if I could meet him again. Thinking like that, I headed to the park. You're my heroine. A heroine has to like the protagonist. Stop it. Don't take it. The one at the park wasn't Kazuki-kun, but a very angry Amada-kun. When Amada-kun saw me, he immediately demanded the friendship bracelet. This is my treasure. A treasure given to me by Kazuki-kun, who filled my empty self with many feelings. So, I absolutely won't give it away. That's what I thought, but... you give it to me. Oh. Fu got it. Amada-kun hit me with all his might. It hurt so much. The friendship bracelet that I received from Kazuki-kun was stolen by Amada-kun. Not crying is amazing, Mikoto. I'm scared, so scary, but I definitely won't cry. I refuse to cry. I will only cry when I'm with Kazuki-kun. I refuse to cry in front of a boy like this, but I'm scared and don't want to be here. I really want to get it back, but I don't have the courage to do so. I'm going home. Mikoto. Ignoring Amada-kun's voice, I went back home. Since I returned much earlier than usual, Akasan said "welcome home" with a slightly puzzled look, but I don't think anything of it. I'm sorry. Even though Kazuki-kun gave it to me specially, even though it was my treasure, he stole it. I don't want to go to the park anymore. I don't want to meet Amada-kun. I won't be able to hear "have a nice day" and "welcome home" from Akasan anymore, but that's fine. I don't want to meet such a scary boy. I absolutely won't cry. I'll only cry when Kazuki-kun is here. I really wanted someone to help me right away, but Kazuki-kun isn't by my side. I wonder if I'm not his friend anymore. If the precious friendship bracelet was stolen, even if I meet Kazuki-kun again, he might not consider me a friend. But I couldn't give up. Kazuki-kun filled my empty self with many feelings. Even if he doesn't think of me as a friend, if I meet him again, I want to properly repay him. So, I'll become strong. I'll become strong enough not to lose to such a scary boy, and I'll tell Kazuki-kun, "Please let me stay by your side. Please let me thank you for filling me with so many feelings. We might never meet again, but we might meet again. If such a miracle happens, I will do my utmost best to repay Kazuki-kun." With that determination, I slowly fell asleep. In this empty house, filling myself with many feelings, believing in the day we'll meet again. Epilogue. Applaud, everyone, for the love comedy has begun. I thought the morning after achieving revenge would be special, but it's nothing extraordinary. I wake up, go downstairs, and Hidaka is making breakfast with Kasan. Tusan is watching them excitedly. And Yuzu, who has already gotten used to this scene, is showing a bit of competitive spirit by helping the two with breakfast preparation. The condemnation event ended. I have time to spend with my family, which is ordinary for me in my first life, but special for me in my second life. Well, within that family, there's also an aggressive hard worker who's made a rather hasty entry. After having breakfast with all 5 of us, Tusan in his suit leaves for work first, followed by Yuzu, Hidaka, and me. Yuzu, who was initially wary of Hidaka, seems to be gradually softening lately, and after leaving the house, the two were walking to the station, happily holding hands. I want to hold hands too, but Yuzu rejected me, saying, "I don't want both hands," which makes me feel a bit conflicted. When I enter Class 1C, I attract a bit of attention, probably because of what happened the other day. However, they seem to understand that I was the victim, and with a slightly strained smile, Tsukiyama greeted me with "good morning." Both Hidaka and I respond with "good morning." After that, homeroom began. But there's one student missing from the classroom. It's Amada. The homeroom teacher matter-of-factly announced that he's absent due to poor health, but everyone in the classroom knew why Amada didn't come to school. The only one who doesn't know is the homeroom teacher. Will that guy come back to school? Midterm exams are coming up soon, so I think it would be problematic if he doesn't come, but I don't know what Amada, who can't engage in love comedies anymore, will do from now on. During break time, when I checked on Kanei's situation, she was still being approached by Kobayakawa and the others today. Perhaps this has become the norm for Kanei, as she responds to Kobayakawa and the others' conversation with lifeless eyes. The girls in the class didn't show hostility towards Kaney, treating her as if she's a nonentity. I stood up for no particular reason and joined the circle of girls. Hey. What is it? My arrival causes a slight anxiety, probably due to the recent incident. While I'm in a position where I overcame being framed, the girls seem to find me scary too. Maybe Amada in my first life was the same after completing my condemnation. Well, he probably wouldn't care what anyone except the heroines thought of him. Is something wrong? If it's about the other day, we understand. The one addressing me is the leader-like girl in the class. The other girls are keeping a slight distance from me. That's helpful, actually. Why yes. What is he going to say? They look anxious. I stepped slightly closer and said in a voice only audible to the female students nearby. Can you help Kaney? Hi, but that girl. She's not trying to appeal to boys, she's just shy. Actually, you've already realized, right? But the leader-like girl still hesitates, so I move my face closer. This time, I speak in a voice only she can hear, not the surrounding girls. A person who helps someone in trouble is cool, don't you think? Yeah. The network of girls is much more complex than that of boys. This girl student, who currently reigns as the leader, is always concerned about how others see her. She's probably been afraid deep down that the girls gathered around her might one day betray her, so she was seeking it. Someone who would never betray her, someone she could trust. Can you do it? If you fail, you can blame me. I guess I have no choice. She seems somewhat exasperated, but that's just on the surface. In a somewhat elated manner, she stands up and gives the order, "Let's go," to the other girls, and they head to Kaney's seat. The sudden approach of many girls confuses Kaney, and Kobayakawa and the others show fearful expressions. Amidst this, the leader-like girl said, "You guys, stop it already. Koro is troubled, isn't she?" No, we're just being friendly. Even so, it's a nuisance. Koro, come talk with us. Immediately, the other girls gather around Kaney, gently patting her head or embracing her shoulders. Kaney, never having expected the girls in the class to help her, was continuously saying, thank you," while shedding large tears. It was the same as in my first life. The ones who helped Kaney, who was being persistently approached by Kobayakawa and the others, were the girls in the same class. And the ones who moved those girls were the other heroines, but they're not here now. I just fulfilled that role. After becoming friends with the girls, Amada was supposed to encourage Kaney, saying, "Koro can do it," completely resolving her shyness and making her closer with the class girls, but I'm not going to go that far. Whether she can overcome her shyness or not depends on Kaney. Section: Lunch break. Kaney is having lunch with the girls, not with Kobayakawa and the others. Kaney still looks somewhat anxious, but the girls find her reactions amusing and are laughing, saying, "Koro, you're so cute." Amid this, the distrustful Tsukiyama came to me today as well. "Ishii, is it okay today too?" "No. You're joking. That incident was all thanks to Tsukiyama-san. When exactly did you start hallucinating that we're friends?" That really hurt me. His more exaggerated reaction than usual might be because he's affected by what happened to Amada. After all, they were close friends, even if their relationship had weakened. Then, shouldn't you be licking wounds with someone who's more hurt? You. Tsukiyama scratches his head roughly with an exasperated look. Then, after sighing, he asked me again, "You're actually a good guy, aren't you? I just pushed the troublesome task onto you." Perhaps pleased with my response, Tsukiyama grins somewhat happily. Well, let's leave it at that. I'm going now. To see Iba. Tsukiyama and Iba are from the same middle school. And Tsukiyama, who's academically good despite his flawed character, viewed Iba, who's also good at studies, as a rival during middle school. Iba has always liked Amada, but she was quite friendly with Tsukiyama too. Of course, not romantic feelings, but friendship between them. If you're nice to her now, I think she'd fall for you easily. I won't do that. Too bad. Iba is the type to hold grudges, so it would have been helpful if she could get a boyfriend. Tsukiyama headed to Class B with a spring in his step. Well then, let's go too. Hidaka. And so, we headed to the outdoor tables in the cafeteria as usual. Section: After school. When I peeked into Class A's classroom, it was in a miserable state as expected. I don't mean the class atmosphere. But Ushimaki Fuka's state, she's completely isolated. It's not so much that she's disliked, but more like she's being treated like an outcast. Well, that can't be helped. The condemnation drama that occurred in Class 1C had spectators from other classes too. In other words, everyone in the first year knows what happened. Ushimaki, who literally exposed herself to make Amada a hero, is frankly someone no one wants to touch. Rather, I think she should be praised just for coming to school like this. But her eyes no longer have their previous vigor. The mentor she adored, who she had a crush on, had been using her while knowing everything. If it were just dirty memories, she could sort out her feelings, but Amada, who had resolved her slump which was her worry, is also someone she should be grateful to. That's why she doesn't know what to do. When I enter Class A, the students take notice. Ushimaki, who turned her face at that sign, also noticed my arrival. However, there was no particular reaction. Yo. What? A sharp gaze, a response that only conveys hostility. But there's no vigor. Of course, that's a natural reaction. First off, you should say sorry, don't you think? Iba and Ushimaki, whose false condemnation drama was exposed, were just dumbfounded that day, knowing Amada's true nature. There was no apology for trying to deceive and trap me. You're really trash for sulking without apologizing after failing. That's why you're easily used, brain and heat woman. Shut up. What do you? Do you understand what would have happened to me if I had been trapped by you guys? Anyone can see you're in the wrong. In that case, you should come and apologize yourself. Or what? Do you think apologizing means losing? You've already lost. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. You're the noisy one. Besides, you sure could go that far. Is this? Did you think that if you went that far, he might feel sorry for you and like you back? Shut up. Ushimaki stands up and grabs my chest with both hands. I don't mind if she hits me. Looking directly at Ushimaki, who's glaring at me from close range while breathing heavily, I stare straight back. Then, Ushimaki quickly released her hands and murmured, turning her face away frustratedly. I'm sorry. Too late. Apologizing after being told to makes your evaluation drop drastically. Then, what should I? Nothing particular. I don't expect anything from a trash woman like you in the first place. After trying to ruin someone's life, you're acting like a tragic heroine when you fail, which makes you the trashiest of trash. I didn't intend to. Even if you didn't intend to, if that's how it's perceived, you're out. I mercilessly criticize Ushimaki. She's already on the verge of mental collapse. No matter what I say to her, she can hardly muster any words to refute, and just as I was about to criticize her further, a male student said, "You don't have to say that much, you know." Attracting the attention of the entire classroom, the male student slowly came to my side. Well, I understand that Ushimaki was wrong, but she apologized. Isn't that enough? Sure, she might have gone a bit too far, but Ushimaki has her good points too. Is that so? Responding indifferently to the boy's words, I leave Class A without saying anything more. From Class A, I could hear Ushimaki's crying voice and her saying, "I'm sorry." Section. Today's part-time job is until 22:00. It's been about a month since we started working, so both Hidaka and I have become quite friendly with the senior staff at the store. Take-me-san, the oldest among the young part-timers, was saying, "Let's have a welcome party for Kazuki and Makoto-chan next time. I know a good izakaya." But when I told her we're still high school students and should go to a different place, she laughed brightly and said, "You're so serious." At the end of our shift, the manager told us with a smile, "Your training period is almost over, so your hourly wage will go up." It's a thankful thing as my savings had become somewhat depleted after changing my smartphone model to counter Amada. And with that, Hidaka and I left our workplace. Kazupian was very wonderful today. On the way to the station, Hidaka said such a thing in high spirits. As always, I think Hidaka's evaluation of me is a bit odd. I think I was just working normally. I'm talking about at school, you were helping everyone. Being told that makes me feel somewhat awkward. In my first life, I was brought down by them and lost even my family, but the root of all evil was Amada. So, regarding those who were used by Amada, well, I just thought it would be better if they could have a pleasant school life. It's just a coincidence. I could help them because the situation allowed it. Liar. You intended to do that from the beginning. From the beginning. From the very first time with Tsukiyama. Without showing any doubt, Hidaka told me straightforwardly, "What are you talking about? If you wanted to, Kazupian could have cornered Tsukiyama more. You could have completely stripped him of his position in class and made his situation worse. But you didn't, right? That's because without Tsukiyama's cooperation." That's not it. Kazupian's strategy was just to swap bags and smartphones with someone. If that's the case, you could have asked Kobayakawa and the others, or even swapped with me. But you chose Tsukiyama because you intended to help everyone at the end. To help those people who were deceived and used by that guy, Kazupian didn't corner Tsukiyama too much, even knowing it was risky. Risky in what way? There was a possibility that he and Tsukiyama were connected behind the scenes, pretending to become distant, but actually having Tsukiyama approach you to deceive you, yet Kazupian still helped Tsukiyama even knowing that possibility. Am I wrong? Hidaka, walking beside me, peeks at my face. It's a smug face that screams mission accomplished. Well, there might have been something like that. What Hidaka is saying isn't wrong. But there's a bit missing. The reason I didn't corner Tsukiyama too much and brought him to my side was because I had knowledge from my first life. Tsukiyama, despite having various shortcomings, is a man with a strong sense of justice. In my first life, while that strong sense of justice was being used, it was also a difficult aspect for Amada to handle. In the second term of my second year of high school, when they set a trap to corner me, the heroines probably didn't tell Tsukiyama about their plot or ask for his cooperation. They knew it. That Tsukiyama, with his strong sense of justice, detests cowardly methods. Probably this time's Amada was the same. If possible, he'd want Tsukiyama to remain an ally. But Tsukiyama, with his strong sense of justice, would never cooperate with his plotting. More than that, he could become a potential obstacle. That's why Amada discarded Tsukiyama early on. I understood it well, didn't I? Yeah, you understood it well. Fufun, it's natural for an aggressive hard worker like me. But I won't tell Hidaka that fact. There's no need to tell her that I'm walking a second life, and more than anything, she looks so happy. Even if I wanted to say, your understanding is insufficient, I couldn't bring myself to. So Kazupian. What is it? Actually, there's something I want. In contrast to her earlier elated expression, Hidaka said this with a somewhat downcast look. The wristband you took from him. Would you give it to me? With a serious gaze, she looked straight at me. After the condemnation drama, I took the wristband from Amada. After taking it, I realized it was quite worn out, in a tattered state, and it seems it was originally for children, as there were traces of it being resewn many times because it didn't fit anymore. I didn't expect Hidaka would want such a thing. No, actually I already threw it away. I thought, who needs such a thing? I see. I thought she would press the matter more, but Hidaka accepted my words easily. However, she still seems disappointed, with her expression downcast. Being shown such a face does make me feel a bit guilty. Thinking such thoughts, I took out a certain item from my bag. It's something I bought when I went to change my smartphone with Yuzu. Instead, I'll give you this. A wristband for women. I didn't know what would suit Hidaka, so I consulted with Yuzu, but she clearly told me. It doesn't mean anything unless Kazu decides. Hey Kazupian, is this? The streetlight and moonlight simultaneously illuminate Hidaka, and a beauty like a mirage, yet real, gazes at me. Ah, I never experienced such an atmosphere even in my first life, so I'm not sure what to do. But still, I need to convey what should be conveyed properly. Well, yeah, I suppose it's a friendship bracelet that helps you make friends with everyone. You remembered and gave it to me. I just remembered it. Well, sorry for forgetting. Hidaka shakes her head vigorously while gripping the wristband tightly. There were tears welling up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry, but Hidaka was desperately holding back. Looking at such a Hidaka, I nostalgically think that the girl I met in the park that day had made the same face. So, I said, I'm here with you, so it's okay to cry. Is it okay? To her question, I responded simultaneously with words and actions. While thinking, I was embracing Hidaka Makoto like this back then too. It's okay. That's right, there's no need to hold back. Hidaka burst into tears with a loud voice. Yeah, I'm glad there's no one around. If someone had witnessed this, they might have misunderstood lightly. I'm sorry, it was stolen from me by him, The precious thing that Caspian gave me. It was my treasure, but it was stolen, and I was too scared to get it back. On. Even if it's stolen many times, I'll give you a new one, so don't worry. Unfortunately, I'm not a very strong mob after all. I can't say cool things like getting it back, so I'll just buy a new one. No matter how many times you lose, you can just start over again. A thought befitting of me, who's redoing his life, don't you think? Thank you. Thank you for remembering. I'll return the favor too. I'll return everything. Return no, what are you? Everything Caspian has given me. The feelings Caspian taught me. Everything, I'll return it multiplied. So, if there's a protagonist in this world, Hidaka has the beauty to become the main heroine against any protagonist. Yet, among all people, it's me. It's such a waste. But she's probably not aware of my feelings. Hidaka looks up at me with a tear-stained face while still embracing me. While I'm quite nervous inside due to her incredibly beautiful smile, with my somewhat foolish pride, I end up thinking this. I love you, Caspian. The protagonist's childhood friend is coming on strong to me, a mob. Afterward, hello there, this is Rakuta. While this work has some rather gritty aspects for a rom-com, I was able to do what I wanted to do, so it became something with very high satisfaction for me. Since I always struggle with deciding character names when creating new works, I have a pattern of setting small rules for character names. In this work, some characters have names based on constellations. However, initially all characters had names based on something else entirely. Japanese mythology. The reason being that I absolutely love a game called Persona 4 Golden published by Atlas. Quite a silly reason, really. So, the initial names were completely different from now. Ishii Kazuki was Isana Jinta, Hidaka Mikoto was Sanami Mikoto, Tsukiyama Aoji was Suza Naoto, and the Constellation Trio were also Miebe, Munakata, and Akitsu. However, this work doesn't actually contain any Japanese mythology elements, does it? Which resulted in major changes to the character names. What remained were Amada Teruhito-kun and the school name, Hirosaka High School. Wait, aren't these from Japanese mythology? Some of you might notice, but let me be clear. The main story has no particular connection to Japanese mythology. I kept only Amada Teruhito-kun because I personally really liked how his name sounded, and I loved the design and final battle music. The genesis is so cool of Yamatsu Hirosaka, the last dungeon in Persona 4 Golden, so I sneakily kept it. That's the behind-the-scenes story. Now, thank you all for reading. See you soon. End of Volume 1.